For folks in the room while you're waiting, make sure that you have your notebook out, your pens out, beverage of choice, preferably one that will not get you inebriated by the end of the evening, because we want all of our faculties this evening. Um, make sure too that you have your laptop available and already opened to our innovators thinktank.com, obviously. They have all of the notes and agenda already there prepared for you. Hopefully, you've seen some of the tweets that we are going to be hunting and gathering this evening. And it's going to be a little bit different because we're hunting and gathering for ourselves sometimes, and instead of everybody else. And so we'll be on different paths during the course of the night, similar paths, but different nonetheless. And so there are going to be some deviations, which means hair pulling and gnashing of teeth and, all of the swearing and muttering under your word, under your breath. But just be encouraged because this is not an easy thing that we're doing. All of us are learning side by side. You're not alone in the journey and you are not going to be left behind. So we'll figure it out as the evening progresses, as we've done in the previous. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can always DM any of us and we'll make sure that all of that happens for you. So please make sure you have your laptop up, that your Innovators Think Tank.com is open because that really is kind of your compass, right? It's our roadmap for the evening. So if you get lost, that's where all of our hub of information is going to be. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, just yell, wave your hand. We do know that you're on a laptop, okay? So I will do my best to try to spot you in the crowd as Alisher and Nick and Ross are fielding behind the scenes. And we have Cash Money Kev and Matea and Josh, all keeping an eye over the ecosystem and making sure that everybody is accounted for and taken care of as we go through the evening. The other thing, too, is that if you do have questions, add them to the purple bubble. That is a way that I can find you. Maybe sometimes it's easier if I'm ignoring you or I can't see you. You can tag me in the main timeline and I can see a pop up that way. Those are really helpful to put your questions there because they're attached to the space. You can also communicate in the Innovators Think Tank, of course, and of course also in the Discord channels. This is an omni-channel presentation, so you have lots of moving parts. We all understand it. Most of us are on our phones listening into X Spaces. So, let the games begin. I hope that each and every one of you have come here with a heart wanting to learn and the disposition willing to laugh because sometimes things can be frustrating. Just know that we will make sure it gets done and nothing is forever. You can't break stuff that we can't fix, and that's always a positive. So Josh, welcome to the space. Cash Money, I love you guys. Matea, Alisher, I don't know who's behind the tech in schools, but Nick and Ross, you are loved and appreciated. I do think that you're going to have a Morgan out in the wild
And
showing
Sarah,
up
what
as
I'll
well.
have to say is we're gonna love to have you share some more and do that intro again, maybe at like 5:10. I love all of those
You're a
notes. I'm sure.
dork. No,
I'm no, I love it. I love it. I was just
that's right.
generally if we kind of let maybe 5 or 10 minutes, I want everybody to be able to come in and hear all the amazing words that you have. So I just wanted to share if here when we do the intro and when we start, if you want to share some of that again, I think it would be well
I
placed.
could totally
100%.
try. I'll make it up as I go along. But yes, I just want to. Dead air is very disconcerting to some folks. And I am one of those people because Twitter has been awful all day today. And there have been a number of spaces where literally half the room can hear and the other half can't. And, the dead air is always, oh my gosh, am I hearing something? Is it me? I'm going to, leave the room or I'm going to come back or whatever. I am one of those people. Silence drives me nuts. So I will repeat it in a few seconds or a few minutes at 7:10. but I am seeing the room fill up, and we do appreciate any and all reposts, and also questions, comments, concerns, what you're learning, how you're feeling about it. This is an experiment that many, 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 many underscore big italicized words are watching. They're watching in real time. A lot of companies that we have been using their services, whether it's Supabase or Vercel, they've come out of the woodwork because they like to see what we're up to. And Josh has set the table. It is a wonderful banquet of learning experiences. And then you've got the hard work of the whole entire crew. We always say Nick, Alisher, and Ross, but they've got a whole group of people working behind the scenes, helping them and making sure that we have all of these suites of tools. There are a lot of unsung heroes when it comes to this ecosystem. And I will say, too, humble brag, the timelines today were mentioning about Gemini 1.5 Pro as people getting access to it. And I am particularly proud and smitten with the fact that I've been playing with it for about 2 weeks, courtesy of my AI tutor. The tools that you get to learn here um, are.
So just a couple things that I want to do to kick off the space here. Week number 2 would be remind everybody where I'm really stoked about the agenda, about what is going down this weekend. So if you've not already, make sure you set your reminder, and get ready for Saturday. That'll be quite exciting. So I'm excited to see you guys there. If you are listening to us on another platform, maybe you're on Instagram, Twitch, LinkedIn, wherever you guys are, welcome into the Innovators Think Tank week number 2. It is great to have you on additional platforms. If you have any questions, any comments, be sure to come on over to X. This is our two-way audio street over here. If you're on the Innovators Think Tank website or anywhere else, you only have access to us speaking to you, but not the other way around. Also, do keep in mind that we have a comment section available not only here on X, but on the Innovators Think Tank website for all of you who might be tuning in from other platforms. A couple quick notes would be we do have an X community here. I think TSI also has an X community as well. Sarah, I think do you have an X community? Humans build cool things. If not, you got to make one. But nonetheless, guys, we're going to put these in the Jumbotron. These are great places to connect with the familiar faces that you see here. I know it's tough as we kind of pass by each other to follow everybody and connect with them, but surely inside these larger communities, I know that TSI/Pixio AI Tutor one, as well as the Innovators Think Tank, is a great place to go and just connect with folks who are here. Also to post and tell us what you're doing. If you're inside this room and if you have yet to post in the bottom right hand corner and tell us why you're here, what you're building. Obviously, you're here to build a WordPress site, but what are you building? Tell us about it. Dave Meir pointed out a couple weeks ago, he said, hey, we shouldn't be building solo. We're in this community. What ways can we sort of transform our ideas? And maybe I mean that even more like a pun, literally transformer, put together the different aspects of what we're building to build something even better. So tell us what you're doing. Put it in the bottom right-hand corner. Find some people in this room to connect with. Also, if you're building something for your business or even for a personal website, folks, the Innovators Think Tank on Saturday is a great place to come and learn pillars of innovation that you'll need for your business. It's an amazing place to come and pitch for 60 seconds to an audience of innovators and get feedback. So don't let it stop here. Don't let the feedback loop of learning stop with you. Be sure that you're applying the 60-second pitches. We have a spot on the website to make that possible. I believe in the upper right-hand corner. It takes no time at all, but we'd love to see you guys on Saturday for your pitches. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Again, we are building a WordPress site Idea to Impact series. This is week number 2. The Tech in Schools initiative leading this with Sarah sitting right next to them, ensuring everybody is getting the support, the love that they need. This is just, none of this is possible without Ross, Nick, Alisher, Sarah, Luke, Cash, Mattia. Just thank you guys for making this possible. Over at the Tech in Schools, they have some amazing partners that are contributing to our success, not only week 1, but all of the weeks. And I think it's important to take a moment just on behalf of using these tools and having TSI and their partners provide such a wonderful experience, just to say thank you. A big thank you to DigitalOcean, I believe WordPress, cPanel, Divi Builder, of course, AI Tutor. I got to shout out AI Tutor, and I'm sure there might be one or two I'm missing, but I believe these partners and sponsors are all encompassed right there, and we want to thank you guys for what you've done to help innovators transform ideas to impact. That doesn't happen without resources and access to more opportunity. And I think when these larger companies realize that in this setting we can really make a difference, it makes all the difference when they contribute. So thank you to each and every one of the partners. Let's go ahead and open up this session. I know that we have a whole agenda to cover. We're just on week 2. We're just climbing the mountain, so to say. And I would love to give it on over to Sarah. Maybe first, Sarah, if you have any thoughts, if I missed anything, if there's any notes you want to share with folks as we begin the second class of the series, I'd love to give you the mic, and then we'll open it up to the guys. I'm assuming they're all locked and loaded with GPUs rolling about. That apartment or that home or wherever, that office is probably very hot. No kidding. I know that's not all on site. Sarah, we'll go ahead and go over to you. Any thoughts that you have as we start off the week, and then Ross will get you in the mix here. Great to have you guys.
I'm just laughing because the Bat Cave is obviously a controlled environment in the cloud somewhere. Welcome to everybody here tonight. It could be daytime. I know for Britta, it's in the middle of the night for her. Just know too, I want to give a little asterisk up at the top. We have a postmortem on Thursday morning. Your health is really important to us. And so, stick with us as long as you can. But just know that if you do need to take a break, need to walk away from the computer, need to get some rest, have a real job, all of the above, you can log out. It's okay. We're not going to take offense to it. And we'll see you in the morning where you have a condensed and distilled down evening or morning at that point on Thursday. So if you need to just check out, don't worry about it. The other thing is, if you have questions, comments, concerns, I will be trolling the purple bubble down below. You're more than welcome to DM me. I'll be checking those too. We understand that you're on a laptop, which means we can't see the hands. If you just give a quick wave, you can practice now if you want, so I know who's on laptops and who isn't. That would be helpful. And like I said earlier, make sure you have your notepad and keep bookmarking as you go along. That's my little secret hack, is that sometimes we move real quickly and sometimes the shared screen is difficult to see. So you want to make sure that you're keeping track of your, breadcrumbs, for lack of a better term. Highly recommend right now to go ahead and log into the Innovators Think Tank website so that you can see the live stream. That's very important. We have lots of different kinds of learners in our ecosystem this evening. And I just wanted to make sure, I was in a space earlier, and this might not be something that affects you, but I wanted to tell you, I am not going to use the phrase, tell me like a 5-year-old. And the reason why is because we're adults, and sometimes that can feel demeaning. And I wanted to make sure that I brought that up personally because I had a grandmother that had a stroke and had to use a lot of childlike toys in order to, get her brain back. And I never thought of it in that term until earlier this morning. And I just wanted to put it out there that, there are no bad questions. There are no questions that are too small or too big. And there's no speed at which, we have to go. If something is not clicking with you, you make sure you tell me, because I am willing to be the sacrificial whatever to say, hey, we do not get it. If you're having struggles or troubles behind the scene, give us a hand up. And if you don't want to speak, I will be more than happy to be the voice of the voiceless if need be. But I'm not going to use that term anymore. Just personally, because I respect each and every one of you that are taking the big step to be here. I know that it's brave for a lot of you
to learn a new skill, especially at different stages in your life. And this is a new skill. It's not just about the website, it's about the mindset that is willing to adapt to emerging technology and the willingness to learn in a different environment than most people are comfortable with. We're all learning this together in this digital makerspace. So I just want to put that out there. I'm proud of each and every one of you. You're investing in yourself. You're hacking your own education. You are learning on your terms. That's pretty damn spectacular. So without further ado, I'm going to see if the gentlemen are all ready to start. If not, I can fill you in with some interesting things that have happened in Twitter land or X land. But I'm ready to welcome both Alisher and Ross. I'm not sure which face is behind the Tech in Schools, but thank you to each of them. I know they've been working incredibly busy behind the scenes to make sure that this evening runs as smooth as we can possibly make it, given technology is designed to humble us. So have a wonderful evening this evening, friends. We're going to learn something cool. So go on to greatness.
Sarah, and I'll just go ahead and grab the mic real quick. I know we're bringing Ross back up. I want to encourage everybody just to do two things real quick, two calls to action. Number one, you want to have the Innovators Think Tank website open, right, on the calendar date for today. That's how you have the live stream, as well as all of the resources are right below that. You can look at the agenda and look at the flow of the event. So do keep in mind, right now, you're going to head over to innovatorsthinktank.com or click on the link in the Jumbotron. And if you haven't already, connect your X account to the Innovators ecosystem. There's a lot there and even more coming, thanks to Luke. But also, if you are wanting to be part of, the two-way audio experience, have your X open as well. If you just want to be on the Innovators Think Tank website or whatever platform you're on, you surely will get the audio, but it's hard for us to hear from you unless you post a comment on the ITT website or right here on X. So I want to encourage everybody, again, we're taking action on two things, making sure we have the live stream in front of us. And then if we're wanting to be in this space, that we come on over to X and we can grab the mic at any time. If you have any questions, no question is a dumb question. Please feel free to come up and grab this mic at any point at all. Ross, I noticed that you're back up on stage. I think everybody has what they need in front of them, all of the resources, all of the tools, the agenda, the stage is set, innovators are ready. We're recording. Let's go ahead and do this, sir. We'll give you the mic. Tell us what we're up to today, and let's get week 2 rolling.
Hey, so my my mic was definitely not working before, but now it is. How is everybody? We have a ton of stuff to do today, mainly in and around like how exactly to use Divi and Divi Builder, and we're gonna make custom pages, and we're gonna learn how to put stuff on them. We're gonna learn how to embed stuff. We're gonna learn how to add plugins. We're gonna learn how to add styles. It's gonna be fun. But here's the kicker. If you're sitting in this room right now and like you do not have a cPanel, that's not good. So if you don't know how to log in, you haven't logged in, you're like, what is going on? Someone tell me, take a minute, log in. Everyone be in your cPanel, because if you're not, following is going to be a little bit difficult. So if you don't know how to get in, raise your hand, come to the top now, and I can help you.
We have a number of people that are struggling with logins. I know that Rutro is down below, and I wanted to make sure that Visual Life, they needed a Divi account, and I didn't know if you had them on the back end or not. I can't quite figure out if they had already had one and can't log in.
I can
or
make it really easy, so easy to understand. You actually don't need an account. What you need is to have a cPanel. If you have a cPanel, you have everything you need and already activated Divi. You don't need a Divi account at all.
Excellent, Smithers. I hope that answers your question, Visual Life. Rutro, we're going to try to figure out why your login's not working. Hopefully you had it saved, because I'll tell you what, I'm having the same issue with my WordPress in general. I don't know why it's not linking in it, but sometimes just refreshing, or if you have your cache is kind of wonky, that can happen too.
All right, so guys, everyone needs to listen and understand 3 things. 1, login to hosting is not WordPress. Login to hosting is not cPanel. There's like levels to this. So first you would get into
Sorry, Ross. I just fracked up everybody's mind.
First you would get into hosting. Once in hosting, you would have the way to get into cPanel. once in cPanel, you can get to WordPress. And you don't actually need a password to get to WordPress. You just click a button and you're teleported to your administration panel. So if you're not able to do that simple flow, you need to do it like 5 times right now until you understand it. So if I'm logged into hosting, which I'm live right now, I'm simulating being Cordell. And he's not here, so he won't be mad, but he won't care either way. So if I'm Cordell and I click my order number, hold on, that's a good idea. Discord, go away. Let me just find where that is, because that's going to be annoying. Okay, goodbye. So my username is Cordell, right? This is to get to cPanel. I would copy this, right? And I would paste it. I wouldn't click it. Or I would go to my URL, which you know what your URL is, /cPanel. Once there, I would use this password. I'm not going to hit view. It's Cordell's private password, guys. So just hit the button. Then you're here. If you're here, your next step is just going to applications. And your WordPress is right here. That's the simple steps. That's it. You just go to hosting, click your order number, log into cPanel, click WordPress. If you did not do that or it does not work, you're not going to be able to follow anything starting now. So you should come up to the stage, like quickly, fairly quickly, one by one, or as many people as you can fit, and let's try to fix these problems. I'm here on live stream. I could simulate being any one of you. So if you have an issue, come up. I assume no emoji, no raise hand. Everyone's good. We good?
I think we have Artie coming up on stage. And Bill, I noticed you were putting up like a hand or some emojis. If you guys are on the PC, I know raising your hand is impossible. They chop off your hands before you start on the PC. We get it. So just put up, some emojis a couple times. Sarah, Cash, or Mattia, we'll be able to call on you guys if we see those. We promise. Artie, let's go right over to you. Any questions or comments? And Bill, if you had something, feel free to wave that hand or spam some emojis, and we'll get over to you, sir. Artie, mic is yours.
Well, he just answered my question, so I was able to get in. So thank you.
Excellent, Bill. And guess what? I am so excited. This is the first time you've ever spoken in Spaces. Isn't that true?
Well, what happened the last time is my question got answered, and then I decided to go off as a speaker, and then it would never let me come back as a speaker after that because I'm unverified. I guess you're only allowed one request to be speaker.
Well, you can park yourself right up there in the speakers panel, because I'm excited for you, and I'm glad that you are now branching out and learning a new skill, not just in this respect, but also learning how to be a part of X Spaces, because that's a very big step for you, and I'm excited for you. So I'm glad that you're here. You can put your mic back on mute so it's not live. If you have the little purple mic down below, that means you're live, which means we can all hear what's going on in the background. So just be aware. There you go. Excellent. Artie, go ahead, hun. Take your mic off mute.
Hey, Ross. My credentials are not working. I understand how to get there and everything.
So wait, when you say credentials, which layer?
When I get to cPanel from the DigitalOcean portal.
Credential doesn't work.
Sorry, what?
That's you're saying your cPanel doesn't work right now.
Yeah, and I'm like, if I show password, use that password, copy paste everything, it's invalid.
Okay, hold on. I gotta simulate you without showing your password to the whole galaxy right now. If I can get in, Artie, that means you did something wrong. Hold on, stand by, 2 seconds. Here we go. Username is Artie, obviously. Password is a crazy password, you already know. And success. So Artie, it's my favorite saying. It's a you problem.
It's a you problem. Sorry,
All right,
Artie.
let me give that another try.
That is my
okay,
coffee
Artie,
mug.
just, like,
It
try
is a
again.
you problem.
Just try again. Like, honestly, I'm in. So I can promise you it's not an actual real problem. So if you really, really cannot get in, I would say switch browsers or do something.
It was a space after my username.
Yep, that's typically what it is. There you go. Always paste somewhere else before pasting the password. Just a simple pro tip. Put it in like a text editor, see what's actually coming out, and you'll catch like an extra space.
Capital letters too. They're no bueno. I see that Sharon has a hand up, love. Go ahead.
I have the same problem as Artie.
Check for the extra space. It's usually the space at the end or, you know, just a capital letter, but definitely try again. And I think that Ross could probably emulate you to also, I mean, that kind of sounds weird. I want to emulate you.
Yeah, I
But-
mean, that's all I'm going to do is emulate you if you have an issue. Like, I'm just going to go in there and pretend to be you and then see that it works.
Yeah, can you please do that? Because I entered my email, I think it's right, and the password is just not working, so I don't know where the space is supposed to
All
go.
right, Sharon, let's see. I'm not going to say it yet, but you know it's coming.
Uh-oh.
I will tell you too, if you are in the speakers panel, you are an open target. So just be aware that that happens and it's a
I'm
good
dropping
thing.
down the listeners when I'm done with this.
No, you're not. You're
All
staying
right.
right there.
This is it, Sharon, the moment of truth. Is it, whose problem is it right now?
It's a me problem. I know that by now. It's a me problem.
Okay, here we go. Hold on.
I
There we go.
With that, the
And
you
of course, the problem, Sharon. It works. So just try again. Look at what you're copying and pasting. Look for an extra space. I'm in your account right now, live on stream.
Oh my gosh. What am I doing wrong? Oh man, it says that I can't get in. What am I doing wrong?
Check to see if you have an extra space at the end of your password.
I don't.
Or username at the end of
Check.
your username.
Yeah, try the username.
Hey,
I don't. I don't see any, I don't see what's wrong. I don't know where I'm messing up.
So I'm logged in as you right now.
Okay.
It says to me, hold on, let me go.
Talking about DigitalOcean, right?
So what the link you're on should says cPanel, it should be like orange, right?
Oh no, I'm trying to get into DigitalOcean.
See, that's a different layer.
I'm sorry.
So DigitalOcean, I actually can give you the super secret link. So all you gotta do, Sharon, actually, no, I got it. I already have it here. Copied. Someone sent it. I'm gonna give this to you. You click this link. You log into hosting. You do not need a password. We created this as a simple way to help users get in and help students get in when they couldn't, because sometimes we're dealing with like middle schoolers here. So we have to be able to fully be able to get in passwordless.
Okay. So I don't even have an existing password for Ocean Protocol or what?
No, you do. I'm in your account. Just click the link I just DM'd you, and you're gonna get teleported into your account. Where
Thank
you
you.
can then, once in your account, it should look like this.
Yep. Okay.
No, it's okay.
And that's, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's your password. You can get in, and then you should be good.
Can I always use that link that you just sent me?
Yeah, just don't give it to anyone, obviously.
Of course
That's
not.
a
Of course not.
very bad link to give somebody.
Thanks so much.
Excellent, Sharon. Amy, you had a question next.
yeah, I'll be really quick. Ross, I have a me problem. I don't know where my password is or like remember, yeah, I don't even remember what it was. I mean, yeah, it was just like a bunch of random, yeah, it wasn't saved. So, can you help me? Is there a possibility you can help me? I'll do anything, really, truly.
You got to sing. No, I'm just kidding. He's
Make
got
her
you in
do
the
it.
song.
Me, la 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 la.
Alistair will DM you a link, which will get you right in, the secret link. If anyone needs a secret link, just let us know. It's just not the securest of the links, but it does work. I would definitely not put that anywhere but just to yourself or via your email, because if you post that anywhere, people can get into your account immediately and take over your server.
All right. And I can like change the password anyway once I get in there and
So
remember it.
you could,
Then, right?
so okay, wait, let's talk about that. So you could change hosting. So hosting.mytsi.org, feel free to change that. If you change cPanel, the world explodes.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, like, but once I get in, I can change. I can change the password
Again,
for
when you're
no.
in hosting, yes. If you're in cPanel and hit change password, everything goes bad.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna change anything. I'm just gonna save it
That's right.
somehow or
That's
whatever.
right.
And like
Don't change
LastPass
anything.
or something. Yeah. All
But
right.
you
All right.
guys
Thank
are
you.
to get in. It's like a huge issue because then you just simply can't do these things that we're doing right now.
It's always better safe than sorry. In these classes, we're playing in a digital playpen, right? So there's always a want, and I will tell you, we're all entrepreneurs in spirit, which means we push buttons and we test things and we try to break them because that's who we are. But in this specific situation, you want to sit on your hands and don't do it, because there is the chance that you lose the good stuff that's in your backpack, your digital backpack. So just, I know how hard it is because you're trained to always change your passwords. In this sense, don't do it yet. Jeff, I'm going to go to you first, and then I'm going to go back to Sharon because she might have a, a new issue, a new me problem. But go ahead, Jeff.
I was having the same problem with the username and password last week, and it was and Russ flies across screens like Speedy Gonzalez. But I finally caught on to a trick that he uses, which is instead of trying to highlight from left to right, like I think most people will do to do a copy and paste, go from right to left. I don't know why, but it seems to work a lot better at eliminating those spaces. And that made all the difference for me being able to get through that login process more easily. So just thought I'd throw that out.
Well, that's good. I'm glad it helped you. And yeah, guys, the thing is, I'm going to tell you what I tell my students, like when I'm actually teaching in a classroom of high school, middle school, college, or whatever. You don't want to spend 2 hours logging in, guys. Spend 2 hours outside of class logging in and DM us and we'll help you. But we can't really do this. I mean, we could. We're just not going to get as far as you'd want. You don't want to do this every single time. So if we're going to go through it today, please take notes or try to remember or review the live stream. Because remember, it is streaming live 24/7, 7 days a week. You can see the replay at your leisure. Please take the opportunity to see the part where we're logging in and listen to this again until it's super easy for you. It should be very easy, like logging into Facebook or Twitter.
And the other thing too is that you're going to gain a muscle memory when you go through the steps over and over again. It's just like if you were in martial arts, right? You can't just show up and think that you can do your forms. You have to show up in increments and continue to practice every single form over and over again. And eventually your mind doesn't even think through it. It's just pure muscle memory. And in a lot of sense, many of you don't do this day in and day out. I know I don't. This is not my forte. But after class, I'm very disciplined about going through all the steps again and just kind of rehashing it until it becomes a flow. Because once that happens, then you know what to look for, right? So thank you, Jeff, for coming up. That was very, very nice of you to share with everybody. Sharon, go ahead, love.
I mean, I've logged into so many places in my life. I'm 46. I've been using the internet for probably over 25 years. I cannot get in. Am I that dumb? I'm on
No,
cPanel.
you're not dumb.
Hell no, Sharon.
You know, I'm on cPanel. Now I'm entering my user. It's telling me I'm supposed to enter an email, but what I wrote down last week was just my first name and then the password. Why is it not working? Is that really, am I really that dumb?
Where are you? Do you see a cPanel red logo?
Yeah, of course, I'm in cPanel, right? I'm in cPanel ID. Is that not the right place to be?
No,
Okay, fuck. So I did fuck up. Okay, I'm sorry.
you
Oops.
did. I don't know how you got there, but the problem with this, guys, is not only did you make a mistake, but your mistake is kind of easy. What's more difficult is when you do actually log in. If you actually do get into cPanel ID, what ends up happening is you're routed to a place and you end up buying cPanel. This happened 3 times, guys. Don't buy cPanel. You're given cPanel tonight for free, absolute free. All you have to do is follow the steps. You don't go to cpanel.com ever.
So now what is the link? Isn't it not cPanel? I mean, where am I messing up?
So it would be your website domain and then cPanel/cPanel. So yourname.tsiprogram.org/cPanel.
So I'm missing that /cPanel because when I clicked on it, so I just have to add /cPanel to it because when I'm in Ocean, right? When I'm in DigitalOcean, it's not showing that cPanel.
Wait, so you're like confusing me and yourself right now. So like if you're in the DigitalOcean, you should see a screen that gives you your password right here like this.
Yeah, of course, that's where I am.
And to get there, you would copy this link, number 1, copy and paste, or you would put your domain /cPanel and then log in like this.
Yeah, but that's what I did. Well, I'll try it again because that's exactly what I did the first time because I remember that's what we did the last time and then it tells me not found. So I'm messing up something.
Not found is weird because it would say wrong password, not found.
Okay, you click.
Now I'm there. I'm sorry. Now it works.
Don't
I'm
click
so
the
sorry.
link. You're missing the step. The step is copy. This is Sharon.
Okay, I will send you a link with a login.
Yeah, you'll see.
Got it. I just found it. You guys don't have to. It just
You
worked.
good?
So sorry I messed up. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. But like what we want to do, Sharon, is how for you, and I can't say this for everyone, so everyone just listen and interpret. Sharon, how do you not forget this? What's your process here? Are you gonna write this down, save this link, be like, Sharon, all caps, here's how you get to cPanel? Which one are you gonna do? Because all you need to do the same thing.
Write it down.
Panel link and save the credentials somewhere, so you don't even log into the host.
Because you cannot get stressed about.
Literally have 3 bookmarks for this.
I did all of that, but somehow I clicked the link because that's what I've written down and it didn't work. And that was probably my problem. And then I tried to go a other route. So I guess that was just my problem. I clicked it. I wasn't patient enough. And I'm like, this is not working. And then I tried a different route. And that, of course, didn't work either because I was on the wrong cPanel.
Sharon, one of the things that helped me out, and I know this might not help a lot of folks, but I have to be a visual learner. So when we did the steps that Ross taught last week, I actually took screenshots of each one. And so I have, a binder full of step outs. And I know most people don't go through that, but for me personally, I also keep large margins so that I can keep track of the notes as I go. And it's always helpful for those that, if this is new to you, always have a little pad of Post-it notes next to you. And I tend to leave the tabs open or at least bookmarked because last week, Dave Meir did give an awesome suggestion just to bookmark everything. And I just went on a spree, bookmarked everything, and then made sure I left the windows open so that I knew exactly where they were.
Numbered list.
I know this sounds like redundant, but I followed his Notion notes actually for the SAS class in learning how he made that checklist, because for me personally, I had to have that. And I know each of us are different learners, but never think for a million years that if you're not getting past that one step, that there's friction there, that you're just not getting it, because that's not true. You might actually know all of the steps, and it might be a technicality, that you're losing it on a technicality, which really bites. But having those little sticky notes, right? Just no one's going to be at your home computer. They don't know what this class is. All of my sticky notes for this particular class, the WordPress class, happen to be in bright orange, right? Every class that we teach has a different color, and they all are kept together. And then I have a giant whiteboard like Josh Hellman. When you're learning in a full environment like this, having those kind of like little memory tools helps, right? So don't ever apologize either, Sharon, because you know what? There are a lot of people that are struggling, and then what they would do is just freeze up and say, you know what? I can't get past this step, then I'm not going to go any further, and I'm just going to play along in the background. And we don't want anybody to be left behind. And sometimes it just means that you have to hear it a different way. A lot of times I'll listen to Ross and I'll hear Alisher in the background, and then I'm kind of compiling what both of them are saying at the same time, you know, and then it clicks. And that moment that it clicks, it's awesome. But yes.
Wait. We have one interruption because I just got a comment, and this is going to get strange if you try to do this. So, a few things. One, if you already have cPanel, kudos to you. You're using really great software. But you can't use your cPanel actually, because we have things on our cPanel that is already activated for you. If you already have a cPanel, what you could do is wait till you're done here in this session, like all 6 weeks, and then you can actually take what we built and bring it to your cPanel. But it will come with all the activations and license keys and everything you need. If you do this now, everything will be deactivated upon using it, and you'll have to purchase things like Divi and all the other plugins we're going to use. So what I would do if I was you, were you, is I would build on our server, build the whole site. When you're done, just bring it there. We're going to have part of our last class bringing it to your own server. So if that was you are one of the 3 people in my DMs, and this is what you said, remember, use our server first, get the activations, get the secret codes, then bring it to your server with the activation, or else things will not be activated. Okay, you can continue. I just wanted to say that because I got 3 DMs.
Well, many people here probably have been playing with these tools in the background, right? You need to keep this quarantined off in a different sandbox. This is the TSI sandbox, and all of these wonderful things that we're playing with live in your digital backpack for this class. And you don't want them cross-pollinating with the other stuff in your ecosystem, just because they have different interesting things. So I see that Visual Life also had that question. Just play with these tools. Do not let them cross-pollinate. This is the Ghostbusters moment, folks. Do not cross the streams. And if someone asks you that you're a god, you say yes. Otherwise, we're all screwed. Okay. So don't cross the streams, and make sure that you're keeping all of these things in a nice little protective bubble wrap, right? So I know how much you want to do that, but I can tell you, maybe Dave can kind of pop in here and explain it. I already know that he has a cPanel. I know that he probably has all the bells and whistles, but he signed up for this class in order to get this particular piece of the digital backpack so that he could have a different project that's separate, because he's going to repurpose this for something else later, probably. I don't know if that's the case or not. Please don't get mad at me, Dave, for putting words in your mouth. But if I were gifted in the ways that he is and had those alchemic, dark ways and dark magic of WordPress, heck yeah, I'd do that. I know a lot of you are very gifted and have made WordPress blogs before. These tools need to stay in this specific backpack until we're done with the class and you've finished it all out and you understand what all this stuff does. And then Ross and Nick and Alisher will tell you what to do with it and how you can make it yours and lick it and stick it and call it your own and love it and squeeze it and name it and all of that stuff. So Dave, go ahead, hon.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that part of the reason to keep everything in the same sandbox is this example today. How do I log in? Ross is able to find the login, send you the magic link. If you start using your own stuff, well, then we're not all on the same page playing in the same sandbox. And then he can't give people the magic link, and he's not there to offer support for different systems and hosting and all of that other stuff. And for me, you can host this in a million different ways. It's actually immaterial. And I will build a website on my computer, then I will put it on DigitalOcean or somewhere else. And that makes no difference. But stick to what everybody is doing in here, and it's really, really easy to transfer it later on. Quite often, I build on my computer, I put it on a test server for the client to approve it. When they approve it, I move it to another hosting company. So there's three different kind of, WordPress hosting going on in that one project. It's immaterial to me. It makes no real difference. But stay in the same sandbox so that everybody is on the same page and everybody can give you the same support, and primarily start you from the same point that everybody else is doing. Exactly what Ross is doing here. If you see this screen, that's what he's saying to you. So, like, you won't see that screen if you have a different hosting panel. Don't worry about the hosting panel. You're not here to learn about hosting and which is the best and most optimized version. I've spent years doing that. This is about just building a WordPress website and stretching your legs on that. And once you've done that, there are a million different ways that you can then set up the hosting and all of that sort of stuff. And I'm happy to answer DMs and point you in the right direction on that. But don't worry about the nuances of where it's actually going. We're not building a road right now. We're just building a car.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. And also, you don't want to like mess up that connection now, because like I may need to help you get into your actual WordPress, fix something, and it's going to be a lot of things you'll have to buy if you move right now and try to follow along. You're going to be stopped by spending hundreds of dollars every move we make, because if it's not under my domain, it's not licensed. And if it's not created the proper way and exported, it can't be licensed outside of our domain. So it's very, very important that we do this properly. And if you have questions or you can't log in, moving forward right now is going to be quite difficult for you. It's going to be more like an entertainment right now, listening to this banter of all of us building stuff.
Ross,
You could be a part of it.
just real quick, Tarot Jesus, did you get in? Are you on the same screen that you see in the Innovations Think Tank website? If you're already in cPanel and you've logged in, you should be looking at the screen that the boys have up top. And I just want to make sure, because I saw your tweet a little bit late, so I wanted to make sure that you're all in sync with everybody else before we move on. And yes, Kathleen, I was talking about existing tools that people already have in the background, not to cross-pollinate with the tools just for this class, if that makes sense. We are cross-pollinating with each other because that's what we do as people, but I might not have been clear, because sometimes I'm not.
This is the
Little
science
crispy.
lab for mad scientists like to spill stuff and make explosions and break stuff, and you don't want it near other stuff right now till it's done.
Well, this is a lab. Okay. So, when you have lab tools, you don't take them home, right? We're playing in a sandbox that's kind of quarantined for the time being, and you don't want them to kind of intermingle with existing stuff, because you're learning something in a cohesive spot. And just like what Dave said, if you run into some issue, whether it's login or anything else, you can have secret things behind the scene that can get you on the same page. Because for those of you that are crypto bros, I know that quite a few of you are, this is a custodial wallet, right? He's built a playground for you. It's a custodial wallet. We're playing within his custodial wallet. These are not your keys, not your crypto yet. So you're in that ecosystem, and there's bumpers in the bowling alley, right? We can't get into the gutter balls yet or anything else. It's kind of contained, if that answers your question. I'm going to look at the entire folks in the listening audience. If I don't see any thumbs up, thumbs down, or some kind of smoke
Sarah,
signal,
can I
we're going to
just say,
continue. Go ahead, love.
for anybody getting stressed about this, I heard everybody saying, I heard Sharon saying, am I just stupid? Am I dumb? Like, this happens all of the time, and it's perfectly fine. I build websites and I have clients who call me or email me and say, what's my password? And I say, well, for security reasons, I don't have your password. Would you like a new password? And they have the same reaction. Oh, I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where to save it. It's perfectly fine. It's no big deal. Just have somewhere private on your computer to document it and note it down. If you're going to be doing this, full time, or you're going to keep passwords, like get a tool like 1Password or LastPass or something like that. It will save you all of this hassle. But now just write them down somewhere. It's okay. It's nothing to do with intelligence and IQ.
Exactly. Amy, did you have a quick question before we continue? Everybody should be on the page that Ross has on the website. It says, welcome to WordPress. That's where we want to be. And it has a little green circle. That's, you know, something to say. Green means go. We're going to push forward. Go ahead, Amy. Are you good, Sweet Pea?
I actually don't have anything to say. Dave had already said what I was going to say, so I have nothing to
Perfect.
say.
We are all on the same page. All right. So, guys, next class, we cannot waste 50 minutes to get opening this page. Because it's not going to end well for us. We're going to be crispy around the edges because we are going to get through all of these bullet points tonight. So, Ross, Alisher, Nick, are you ready to
So,
continue?
yeah, no, we're ready. Is everyone logged in? DMs are
Yes,
being
I'm
monitored by my
in.
team. So if I don't answer your DM, you don't have to come up on the stage and just yell at me about your DMs. They're going to be answered in real time by our team. So they're being monitored. So feel free to DM Tech in Schools if you have an issue. The other thing, we have a private Slack, and the link will not be posted. So if you want to get in, you can just DM us, and we will get you in the Slack. The Slack is good for communication that is super easy, very professional, and upgrades everyone to pro. See, in Discord, we can't make you all Nitro, unfortunately. But in Slack, we can make everyone their most expensive plan as soon as you arrive in our channel. And this is really important, which allows you to upload large files, share large things. In Discord, you can't even upload like free videos. So now you guys can upload like actual pieces of code, entire folders, graphics, and we can help you and talk with you. So if you haven't already, shoot us a DM and get in this Slack because that's the best way to get help. So if you
Ross,
go to our
please tell them
Discord,
not to put passwords in there in Slack.
don't put passwords in Slack. But if you go to our Discord, it's really for AI Tutor and Pixio, and not for help for this. So please use the channel that we're providing, which is available for help for this course outside of the live times. So if you haven't got that, shoot me a DM and I'm happy to invite you.
We are all good. I'm doing one final mic check for Kev. Are we good? Excellent. Okay, continue.
I just wanted to pipe up and thank delay. It got me home just in time. Let's go.
There you go, Smoke, pedaling a little fast.
Hurry up and log in, Smoke. We got to go.
Oh, I'm there. I'm there. Let's go.
You should see my screen. If you see my screen, you're good to go. The first thing you need to do is create a page. If you already have a page, do it again because we need to learn how to do this over and over again. Pages are how you create content for your website. So once you have a page and you're making a new page, the first thing you're going to see is this. This is really important for a few reasons. So let's go over them. First, if you go ahead and install other themes, which some of you already have, I will advise you would not do that. Here's why. Once you do that, you change the fundamental ability of Divi. What's cool actually is if you install both Elementor and Divi, they can be installed simultaneously. Fun fact, did you know that? The only thing they can't do is be on the same page together. So if you import another theme, right, and you're like, I love this theme, I want to use it, you're going to do a few things that are not good, and you're going to do a few things, I guess, that you think are good. First, I will say what you will do on the immediate way, in the immediate is, and I'm sending out Slack links right now, is you'll disconnect the Divi Builder. The Divi Builder comes with a lot of things that you can import. Now, I think that that's actually really important because we're going to be learning with Divi. But here's the thing. Later on, you could branch off and do whatever you want. And we're going to have another series where we'll do different things. We're doing this with partners to make it available for you for free. So if you're going to go against the grain and do WordPress, you could. But check this out. When you export, Divi doesn't come with it and all the activations. So imagine a resource that you could have had that you just threw in the garbage. Even Dave, who probably is going to use this to experiment with Divi, I mean, he's not going to throw it away. You never know when Divi will come in and you could use it for a quick website build, landing page, or lead funnel. And it has beautiful layout.
I love the
It's a
Divi.
quick.
Divi's one of my favorites.
So if you don't do it, thank you, Morgan. It is. And if you don't do it like this, guys, you won't connect the dots. Not connecting the dots is not good, because then you can't take it with you. I'm going to tell you a quick little thing just so you understand the value. In theory, you could make 100 websites from Divi once it's on your server. Do you guys understand? You can take the copy, call the copy a template, and you can make more websites. Now, if you're not already thinking about this, let me enlighten you. That means a client hits you up and it's like, hey, can I have a website for like $5,000? And you're like, sure. And you do it overnight because of Divi. And so you can go from that to doing websites for like 30 grand, not using Divi, but you can get there and take those steps.
Let's.
Okay. Alex is going to be sending out Slack links. Yeah, I know. I was just getting it. So the thing is, guys, when you don't have this button, you are going to have other buttons, right? There's Elementor, but we want to focus on Divi because everyone here, if you haven't used Divi, it's awesome. If it's your first time, it's really awesome. And if you're a user of WordPress, it's going to be a breath of fresh air because you won't have to do so much. And if you want to do so much, well, here's the thing. Divi actually lets you create your own Divi theme from code and PHP, which is actually really cool. And not only that, you could design it and you could sell to their like millions of customers on their marketplace, which means you make money if you get good at putting, and here's the best part. You don't even need to code. You can build a website and kind of save it. And then you could save it as a theme and then put it in the marketplace. And then people could buy it all the time. You don't even ever get to meet them.
So cool.
And so,
Ross.
what were you going to say,
Yeah,
Sarah?
Jeff has a question real quick. I'm not sure if it's for Divi or not.
Well, yeah, it's basically related to Divi. When I'm in dashboard and I go to start a new page, it pops up a WordPress login page wanting a username and a password. And I'm not sure what
That
to
means
put
you
in there.
took too long. No, it means you took too long. WordPress has a timeout.
No, it does it
So
instantly.
take too long.
Ross, it's doing it instantly. It won't let me get to the page you're showing.
Well, it's not going to until you relog back in. So you got to head back over to applications and then hit the middle link like this,
Application.
like I'm doing on the live stream. You should see it on live stream right
Oh,
now.
yeah, you're going so fast because I've got to switch between tabs when you do that.
Well, just go to cPanel, go to Installatron or applications, and click the middle
I
link.
did
That'll
that,
refresh the token.
and no, as soon as I hit the add a new page button, it pops up a window that says it's a WordPress window asking for a username and a password.
What browser are you using?
I've got everything linked and all my passwords and stuff set up on Brave.
That's why. Brave is disallowing the ability for you to maintain a WebSocket connection to the login without a password. So don't use Brave. Use Chrome. Problem solved.
Then I got to go back and reset everything for Chrome. All right.
Jeff, I know how
Welcome to being a web developer.
it's so frustrating. Sometimes the technology just doesn't play nice with each other. For this purpose in general, Chrome is definitely
Wait, hold
the
on.
way to
Quick
go.
thing,
Go ahead.
Sarah. Yeah, public service announcement. If you're in anything but a major browser and you're coding, you're doing the wrong thing for sure. Don't put up walls that don't need to exist yet. Make your life easy. So I would take one of the major 3 to 4 browsers and use that, because if you don't completely understand what settings to open to allow this to work, that's like a whole entire thing that you can just avoid. And this is not for just you, Jeff. Anyone using a not normal browser, don't do that. Use a regular
You can
browser.
sometimes have friction even in Safari. I know that sounds really weird, but to prevent,
No, for
huh?
sure. Like I would try the major 4 browsers if you do have any issues. So if you have an issue, try Chrome. If you still have an issue, try Safari if you have a Mac. If you still have an issue, try Edge. I mean, one of them are going to work because I can get into all of your stuff. So if I can get in, you can get in. That's reality for sure.
True.
So we need to get to that.
The other thing too is for those that are concerned about privacy and all of those little bells and whistles, guess what? Having a practice laptop is what we have here in my studio. We also have one in the maker space that you're not going to play on the computer, that you have all of your major, financials and all your private stuff on. You should be keeping all of these things separate anyway, right? Good fences make good neighbors, but I understand that there are a lot of folks here that this is their one shot. This is their only computer. This is I get that. And you can open up different browsers to do that. Dan has a quick question. Dan, go ahead, hon.
Actually, it's a quick suggestion for Jeff. So what I do sometimes when I have to hack things together that are, coming from different worlds like this is, you can create a really easy design in something like Canva, and then link all your Brave bookmarks to that, and then also the login for the Chrome. Sorry, the login on Chrome. So just one possibility for putting everything together. I'll give an example in the Chubble, just so you can see. I did it for our team and our Zoom links because I hated going to go find all the Zoom links, and so I just put a picture of each of our team, and then I just put their personal meeting room link. So it gives you something you can put on the desktop that has everything together.
Yeah, it's a good idea. And also, guys, look at the live stream while you're figuring yourself out right now. Let me know if you see my screen. Also, did you guys know you could send emojis to people? I didn't know this until right now.
Are you serious,
Anyone
Ross?
knew that?
That sounds like
What?
you
Such
probably.
an old man.
Yeah.
I just sent you a private
You
emoji.
probably think, Ross.
This is so
wrong with
weird.
you, Ross?
I don't even know if this is a good thing or not. Anyways, so if you see my screen, this is where you need to be. If you don't see my screen, you need
I
some
see your
assistance.
screen, but how did you get to that Divi thing? I'm in cPanel.
Okay, can I went to cPanel, I clicked applications, and I clicked this.
You click what? An application.
You should see it on the live stream.
I'm looking at your live stream. Okay. You're on an application. And then you clicked on the WordPress.
No, you click on the middle. Stay in the middle. We're
The
staying in the
middle.
middle. Yep. This is bowling, guys. You don't want to go in the gutter. You don't go on
Right,
the left.
right, right,
You don't
right,
want to go to the right.
Middle,
You stay in the middle. Yeah, the middle
right,
link.
the middle link, the WordPress middle link, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That doesn't show me Divi. Oh, okay. All right. So okay. So then when I open up that page, when I open up the WordPress thing, then
Go to your dashboard. Go to the dashboard.
the dashboard. All right. Well, I mean, I already picked a theme or whatever. So is that okay? Jeez, all right.
I did the same thing.
Is that okay? Did I mess up here?
I resized everything in that same page that he was showing.
I mean, all right. I should I just
So
go on mute now?
you should be able to go to add page. You should see this. If you don't see this, only two things could be. One, well, you're not hitting add page. Two, you have a different theme installed, which means Divi is no longer installed, which means use Divi is gone.
No, what? Because I put on the Agency Grove Pro one that I wanted. Now I don't have Divi anymore now.
Did you install a whole different theme and architecture into WordPress?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think so.
How do you not know?
I mean,
either you did or you did not.
I have the Agency Grove Pro. No, wait a minute. I don't think I do. Hold on a second.
Why don't you
Because it
continue
says,
Amy,
please?
can you see the
upgrade to
screen?
the Pro version, but I don't have the Pro version.
Okay,
of
okay,
anything,
hold on,
so
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
know.
on. Order in the court,
I
order
didn't
in the
pay for
court.
anything.
One, Sharon, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I have the same problem. So if you go on pages, right, and just add new page, I guess you will get where you want to go. Just try that and see if that works.
Okay, but okay, but Amy, what is this pro business stuff? Where did you get it from? How did you add it? Did you go to themes, add new, pick a thing, hit plus, install, overwrite? Did you do
No,
that?
no. I don't think so. No.
Did you pound on the keyboard out of frustration and hit all of the buttons?
None of the above. No.
Okay, so Amy, question: did you import a theme inside Divi already before?
No. Okay, hold on a second. I went to appearance into my themes. All right. And I still see Divi there.
Okay, Amy,
What?
Amy, we're gonna do what we do. Okay, stop clicking things. Hands off the keyboard. No mouse. Nothing. Listen, we are only in week 2. Please don't overwrite the software at this stage. So what you did is you went, you searched for a theme, and you downloaded it into your WordPress, which then downloaded it to the servers. Then you hit activate. Upon hitting activate, you take away and overwrite the main editors, which explains part 2 of my investigation. You shared a screenshot last week, which was a GIF, moving images, and I got to see Elementor, which is not Divi, which means you have a different theme installed.
Oh,
So,
right,
you have-
right. Because I had done that screenshot and shown like what I was doing now with my site.
yes, I
Oh,
investigated.
you
See?
investigate. Well, you should have told me something. I didn't know that you had investigated something, sir.
I did it just now on Twitter. I saw it.
All right.
That's how I
Now
had to
now I don't
confirm.
feel
So, and
so.
behind me,
Okay.
we're logged in, and I could see you're in the wrong theme. So, what you need to do is go to themes and reactivate Divi and get
So
rid
it
of this
means
other theme.
I can reactivate Divi then. Okay, so I'm gonna activate Divi now. All right. And okay. So Divi is
So,
now
guys,
active.
if you, so now go do it again, and you're gonna see it. It'll look just like this. Dashboard pages at
So
page.
dashboard.
Now, guys, can we not do this again next week? Are we good? Everyone good?
Pages.
Because
Add
we have
new
some stuff to
page.
do.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I see it now.
Ross, look at
Thank you.
Ross, look down in the bubble. Kathleen, can you come up to speaker? I want to make sure that you're on the right page, hon. You're going to go into the application or into the sidebar, and you're going to see where you scroll down, and you're going to have the add page. What you're showing on your screenshot is not where you need to be. You don't want to be there. So if you can possibly come up to the speaker, I know that you might not be able to, but Ross, can you poke around and see where Kathleen is down below in the Chubble? In the meantime, Jeffrey, how can I help you, friend?
I apologize for this, guys. I'm trying to do a copy and paste from my Brave password DigitalOcean so I can get through the passwords that I've got shown here.
I would say try again, honestly.
Jeff, make sure your
It worked before, it can work
make
now.
sure you're taking screenshots and then DM directly.
Unfortunately, I don't even. I'm doing this on the computer, but I'm doing discussion on my phone.
Yep, I'm doing the same thing. So you're going to do a complete old Sarah. Okay, this means you're going to put on your blue hair, like real blue hair. You're going to take your phone, and you are going to annoy the snot out of the boys by taking a screenshot or just taking your camera and taking a picture of your laptop. I know every single kid in this room is rolling their eyes hard.
but just do it so that they know what they can see what you're doing. So use the camera on your phone because I know you're doing the audio. For the boys behind the scenes, they don't know how many different ecosystems all of us are toggling, but they're toggling equal amounts of random. It's just in a different way. You know, they're sitting in their fancy chairs and spinning around on all their fancy little screens and doing the whole Batman thing. But or better yet, Iron Man, right? You've got your whole setup. But Jeff, I understand how frustrating this is. Just pause for a second, take a deep breath. It's okay. Brave is it's just a monster to play with sometimes. And I know how frustrating it is because you don't want to A, hold up the class, but B, you're really struggling to get in. Just take a deep breath, take a picture with your phone of the screen, okay? And then send it to the guys so that they can see it because it's so much easier than to try to communicate in social audio. But we'll try to get you on the same page. So, you know, don't fret. No worries. We're singing Hakuna Matata. Okay. So I think we have almost everybody caught up and on the same page. I'm looking and scanning our listening audience. If you're struggling, wave, because I know you're probably on a laptop, so you have to have the wave button. You can't do any other emojis, but if you're struggling, make sure you give us a heads up. And I want to make sure that there you are, Kathleen. Did you want to open your mic? Are you all set, friend?
I'd be all set if Twitter didn't change every day where it won't let me get up. But anyway, so I'm on a Divi page that doesn't look like Ross's page. And I picked a theme last week that wasn't Divi. And so I thought that was the problem, but I finally got back to Divi, but I don't see layout. But I guess I have something.
So you should, when you hit new page, you should see this. And if you don't, show us what you do see. Like take a screenshot of this page that you're on right now. That's in the live stream. I would say that do that because odds are you may have like disconnected other things. You got to be careful. Before you learn how to disconnect something, you should learn how it works. So let's focus on the learning how it works and not the disconnecting and trying to make things customized. Like, who cares if it says Divi at the bottom for a week? No one's even looking at it. Remember, just wait. We're going to cover everything.
And just to set your all
But
mind at ease, last week I picked the ugliest. I just clicked on the very first one. I didn't even pick. And then Ross showed us his page, and I was so freaking jealous that he had Christmas trees. For the greater good, it doesn't matter. You know, we're not customizing anything as of yet. Or any of those things. You just want to make sure that you're on that page. And once you're on that page, it's all Hakuna Matata. I think that this should actually be an ugly sweater contest, that all of us should compete to have the ugliest thing, because at that point, we're all learning the actual skills. We're not jumping out of the sandbox. And you know what? No one's going to call anybody's baby ugly. All right. So you're still going to wear it to the party and you're going to dance and it's going to be wonderful and it'll be all wonderful. So go ahead, Kathleen.
I just want to say one thing. So to recap, we are just making sure everyone can log in. We're actually going to start building in a minute or so. I just want to make sure if you have not DM'd me to get the Slack, don't comment and say I want in, or DM me right now and we will be able to get you in the Slack. And make sure you're DMing me. And once you're in Slack, feel free to go into Slack and we're there too. It just is the easier way to help you guys. If you just came in, you should be logging into cPanel, getting into your WordPress, into your dashboard. Once you're there, we're going to learn how to make pages and customize pages. So the first step to doing that is actually creating a page. But if you made a mistake, you should see Divi. If you don't see Divi down here, like on the stream, that's actually an issue. So if you have an issue, make sure you look for Divi down here. If it's there, you can go to add new page and you should see this. Now, Divi is cool because you can grab pages. What I actually use it for is I'll get started on a page with Divi, right? And then I'll actually customize it and add like a ton of stuff. So what I'm going to show you is a few ways to do the same thing. We're going to pick some stuff, art therapy, or pick some good ones. And then I'm gonna start customizing it, show you how this works. So hang on. If you guys can't hear me, let me know. This is all on the stream live. So you should be able to see it.
You're
I'm
good,
just
bud.
looking at the newest ones. So I'm looking at some of their new stuff. So let's do Divi AI. So let's say I was building like an AI website, let's say.
That's not choosing
like-
the Divi AI option. Okay.
No,
He's
this is
just picking a theme,
Yeah.
folks. All right.
I'm not even gonna pick that one. How about that? I'll pick a different
Yeah. I think that do a farmer's market. I think that would be great. We're being cultivating or whatever.
one. Where?
It was up at the top.
Where do you
It
see
was up
it?
at the top. Scoot up at the top.
Ooh, I
Just-
love that.
Where? Here?
Further up. I mean, literally, it was like the third one. It was not. It's there. It is right there. Yeah, be a farmer.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring in the home page. There's a landing page and a home page. So let's bring in the landing page. So when you click something, it's gonna say importing presets. And when it does this, it's basically importing images and things that we're gonna use. Luckily, I have Pixio, so I'm gonna be bringing in my own images into Pixio. I mean, into WordPress from Pixio, because I don't want to go like download images. But you could, or you can use your real images. But I don't have a produce farm yet, so if anyone has a produce farm, DMs are open. So here is
1 through 6,
where
1 through 7.
the interface starts. So who's here? Who has something to play with right now with me? We should be doing this together. Try to put me on one screen or in a tab or a split screen so you can kind of see the live stream and what you're doing.
Hey Ross, I can hop on in maybe like 2 minutes. I'm just getting to baggage claim, but then I would love to be a guinea pig because I've got a page partially started already.
Yeah, you're fine. Once you get past baggage claim, since you're always in the air, just whip out the laptop and join in. Yeah. Anyways, so who wants to help me name this thing? What are we calling this farm?
Old MacDonald.
I'm trying to think of something ITT and
Maggie's farm.
What about like
hold on, the Innovate Farm.
I'm going to AI Tutor and going to go ask.
wait, innovation irrigation?
Ooh, that's good.
That
Isn't
is
that
good.
like water?
Yeah,
Mhm.
farmers got to irrigate.
That's a good one.
Stay
So-
hydrated. Stay hydrated.
We're gonna leave it like this for now, but of course you can change it. Now, as you see, this is an image. Now, in code, this is typically an SRC or some link. In Divi, it's gonna be a container that you can edit. Now, editing happens in a few ways. You can double click it, which would bring this up. So this is the editor that allows you to do things with the image and manipulate it. So you'll notice I can put a new image. I could do some settings. This is known as CSS. So instead of learning CSS, you could do it like this and change things. So for example, if I wanted to change the image, I could do it here. If I wanted to change the text, I could change it here. I can also do actual code. So you can put code here too, which is crazy. If I was to choose this instead, right? You'll notice when I hover here and click, something happens, right? And if I hover before I click, I'm able to do the same thing here. But if I click, I'm editing. Now, right when I'm here, I'm able to go to design like I was before, and I could change this text. So let's say I didn't want green, I wanted it to be red. See how it's not working? Doesn't mean it's broken. It means either two things. That's a different, it's being controlled differently. So it's actually being controlled through here instead. So if I was to change it here, it would change, you see? There's two ways to do many things. Actually, there's 100 ways to do everything. And Divi lets you do it in any way that you want. You could even override the text and make it the color that you want here. It's all about settings. And learning all the settings is not something you're going to do overnight or in a week, but you could go to the Divi documentation and study and search. There's literally a search bar, and you could search for a problem or a specific issue that you are running into. But for us, we are going to make this, we'll do black.
To jump in
Now, for the
real
image,
quick, folks, when you're doing this, when Ross is messing around with all of these things behind the scenes, these are all elements of your brand, right? So when you're thinking of your mood board, we've talked about this before, that you have kind of an overall kind of opinion of what you want your brand to convey when you're not there to talk about it. So colors actually have a specific meaning. You know, the font that you choose has a specific meaning. You want to be ultra consistent, right, throughout these pages to have that kind of vibe all the way through. So let's say Ross is dinking around in the background and he comes up with a really cool color, let's say blue, right? You can snag that hex code to make sure that all of your print material that you have outside in the real world, your bumper stickers and your little, coffee cozies and all of those wonderful things, they all have that same hex code, right? So if you're zhuzhing things in the ecosystem here, make sure you keep tabs, you keep understanding what all this is. That's what goes into your notebook. So you have what those codes are. You know what your font is. You know what font size you have. You know what colors that you're building things with, because outside of this ecosystem, you're going to have the swag, the stuff we all get, swag, that you want to make sure has consistency. So while you're thinking this stuff through, it's really important to document it as you go. That's important for your brand. It's also important for your communication. So like when you go back into the Innovators Think Tank on a Saturday and you start pitching your idea, everything has this cohesiveness. You have your brand theme, you have a thought process, you have that mood board that you're trying to convey to your end consumer, if that makes sense. Go ahead, Ross. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're interrupting. So what I'm doing now is I'm leaving the picture because I'm going to deal with that later. I did change the text. Now, changing the words is also super easy. So you just double click it and you're able to go in here and write something. So we create the best produce using an all new, I don't know.
We grow better stuff because we start with better stuff.
Because we hydrate better than the next guy.
For those of you also, here's the thing. You don't have to be a wordsmith. I happen to love words, and I think it's the most fun in the whole world to craft them.
Well,
right?
no,
But
you do have to be a wordsmith, but you don't have to
I
be a
don't
wordsmith.
personally, if I have my AI tutor, you can create copy.
Yeah,
That's one.
but it has to be
It
good.
has to be good.
And you have to tell AI to make it SEO
Oh
friendly.
yeah, ready for this one? Cultivating innovation, harvesting collaboration.
Okay, this is not fair to make me write this. So go in Slack and send
Okay,
it
I
to
was
me.
gonna send it to you on Twitter messages, but do you want me to do
And
Slack?
also have it spell check, Morgan. Spell
Messages
check.
is fine, but send it to AI Tutor because that's who's manning the live stream right now, not Tech in Schools.
Okay, okay.
Hey, also do a fact check on that one too.
I got it free from
Now
AI.
I'm gonna go to Pixio,
Ross, Sharon,
and I'm gonna get a
Sharon
font.
does have a question before we continue, so
Okay.
we want to grab the hand.
Sure.
Go ahead, Sharon Love.
I just want to know if I change the color of any font, will it save it somewhere so I can use that color for everything else?
Yes. So if you're looking at live stream, down here there's a publish at the bottom right.
You're on Pixio right now, right? You can do Pixio first. Just do your thing, and then we can.
No, it's gonna switch. Bottom right.
Okay.
You just hit publish and it'll save it. There is a save button.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just change the color to orange, right? So that color got saved somewhere. So if I want to use that color again for other text, will it save it somewhere?
Oh yeah, you can do that later for sure.
Cool.
The other thing too that's really cool about this, specifically about colors, the colors that are in the Divi ecosystem are all monitor safe colors. So for you designers, you textile folks, and I know who you are, you know, you got a whole bunch of other colors that are not necessarily monitor safe. And so you get really bent out of shape if you can't get that Tiffany blue or, you know, whatever other colors that there are that are very specific to a brand, right? You have to kind of zhuzh it in the background. Not all colors that we can come up with are safe for a monitor. But if you are kind of reverse engineering it and you're seeing something that you come up with here, you'll automatically kind of know that it's monitor safe, and then you can translate it to your artwork. I know that sounds weird, but there are little tips and tricks, especially, but that is one of the cool features of using something that is preset like this, is because then it's also going to show up on all of your devices and it's going to look pretty. You don't have to modify it. It is kind of a plug and play, but the more you dink around with it, the harder it becomes. So just think about it that way. You can make life really difficult for yourself, that inner perfectionist. And I will tell you, in this situation, progress is greater than perfection at this point. So leave it at that. Go ahead, Ross.
Oh no, I'm just generating some pictures that I know I'm gonna need. So guys, I'm just going to Pixio, generating some stuff that I need.
Now, Ross, how would you suggest for folks that this is all completely new to them? You're generating images in Pixio because you are, you know, thinking ahead and you want to have something that's not stock photos. So you're generating these images. How do you save them to make sure that they are accessible?
Well, first,
go ahead.
I gotta generate them first. So then I would go to Canva to create like the picture that I need. So for example, I would just choose like.
Now, Canva is new to us in this ecosystem. We haven't played with that yet.
Canva is free. You can use Canva for free. There is, you know, features that are not free, but for the most part, it is pretty free for you to do things like what we're doing. Like you're not using AI. You're using just Canva to just, you know, put it
So
together.
for the benefit of the recording, okay, for the benefit of the recording and folks that are listening in, what is Canva and why do people use it?
Oh my God, Canva is one of my favorite tools in the world.
Well, most teachers actually, I mean, it's second nature. If you're a teacher, you have it. If you are a student, you have it. But if you're not in that ecosystem, Canva may be new. So Morgan, how about we'll pick on you?
So being a social media marketer, I create my, even actually, I apologize. I'll take you even way back when I was just a bar manager or a bar, doing the social media for my bar and restaurant. I made my flyers there. I made my QR codes there. I designed my emails through there. It's just a platform for you to be able to create tons and tons of visuals. And I believe there's even, well, I won't go too far into it, but website design on there. But yeah, everything from business cards to logos to flyers, posters, book covers. It is a digital world of just creativeness. Sorry. And I know they just updated, so they have you can watch even their updates on YouTube and see what they add, because now they're adding AI into it. But it's a great place to design, and they have tons and tons and tons of templates for you to play around with, and it's very easy drag and drop. So I highly recommend it.
Ross is making me laugh with the raccoons that I see floating past my screen. I will tell you this too. If it's out in the public and it's out in the public for everybody to use, it means that your stuff may be used in someone else's stuff. There is a benefit to using your own generated images in Pixio because they're yours and you kind of have something that is unique. So, you know, if you are trying to brand something, if you're telling a story and you're using generic stock images, that's great. But if it's something that you're selling or you want specific, I would highly recommend using multiple layers and making it yours. You know,
No,
there's
you're
just
absolutely right.
a lot involved there. But yeah, so Canva is definitely a quick and easy, down and dirty. You can make resumes, you can make flyers, you can do everything that you want to do on it. And it is a very useful tool. Highly recommend for those that haven't explored it after class. That would be something
Yeah,
that you
I
would
drag
want to
it to
explore.
a lot of things that I've made from Pixio. I drag a lot of things I made from Pixio into my flyers and my different posters and stuff that I make into Canva, and I use those images there. So I mean, it's just
Yeah.
great.
I mean, that's exactly how you do it. Workflows. And if for those of you that are interested in learning more about just AI helped generated images or collaboratives, you know, AI Art X or Twitter, it's just a fun place to be. There's some really, really amazing artists. Sharon has her hand up, and then same with Kathleen. So let's go to Sharon first and then Kathleen.
Ross, I love your images, by the way. I love Pixio. Yeah, Canva is really a great tool. But I wanted to ask you guys, if I mess something up in the Divi, where's the redo and undo button in Divi? Where do I do undo? For example?
In Divi?
Yeah, in Divi. I'm in a.
If you didn't save, you just refresh.
Oh, okay. I just refresh. Okay, good.
That's an excellent tip. Just so you know,
Really quick,
Control Alt Z. No, redo.
One thing that I definitely use Canva for that may be helpful for you guys is if I need to remove a background, you know, if I need like an SVG, or I make something in Pixio like how Ross is doing right now with the fruit, and I can take it over to Canva, and there's a way to download it with a transparent background so that you can have just, you know, the apples and the oranges, not the white in the background, and you can pull that onto your website. That is super, super.
If you have Pixio, you can actually
Yeah,
remove
in
background
Pixio, you could do it in Pixio. You could do it in paid Canva.
You can do that in Pixio.
Basically, yeah, there's free tools too that do it. But yeah, if you're in Pixio, you go to upscale or remove background, like on stream right now.
And that'll give you.
I'm actually upscaling it too.
You guys
to
are
use in the
amazing.
website.
You
It's
know,
really
I'm
cool.
just gonna shut up and not. Sorry.
Workflows are really important. So when he says stacking, that is really important. That when you have a certain, that's your proof of human when you're creating with AI tools, is your secret sauce. For those of you that understand mixtapes, okay, we all had the same music, right? But we all hit play and record at different times, right? So our order on our mixtape was always different. And, you know, you had that secret sauce that was just yours. That's what he's doing now. That workflow is really important. Kathleen, love, you've had your hand up for a while. How can we help you? What are you working on?
Well, I figured out how to put my hand up, so that's progress. So my active theme says Divi, right? But I'm confused because there's a different theme I want to use. But isn't Divi what we have to use?
Divi is not a theme, it's like a builder. You can make your own theme. It's a theme too, but you can make your own theme inside of Divi. You just have to learn. If you want to go ahead and spend money, I mean, go for it. Just every step, you're gonna have to buy a license for everything that we do once you're outside of the environment. So I would just wait and see like how it ends up.
So just leave
Because you can
active
probably do
theme as
anything.
Divi. And then if I want to
Yeah.
start adding pictures and stuff, I just
You gotta follow the stream. Look at what I'm doing.
I am.
Watch
I
what I'm
don't
doing.
see the place to add my
I didn't do it
pictures.
yet. Just watch.
Okay.
Just look at the stream. I'm like making
Right
a
now,
picture
he's hunting
first.
and gathering. So he's
Oh, well, I have
he's
all my pictures
So-
sitting here. I just don't know how to put them in there.
Okay, so just wait. Just hang tight. So guys, I just made the image I want. Check it out. Here's Pixio upscale up to 4 times. Notice the image just gets better, not worse. So I'm gonna download this. This is the one I want. This is going on the hero of this website. First, I'm gonna bring it to Canva, and you could also do it in Pixio too. You could do it anywhere. I'm just using Canva because I'm gonna be doing a lot of other stuff in Canva. So if you go here, I'm gonna click it. Huh? Is it still uploading? It is. Okay, it's giant, guys.
Ross, can I ask you something? Did you guys change the upscaler? Do you guys have a new upscaler? Because you guys were playing around with Pixio.
Yeah,
Oh,
right here.
what?
So if you go to image, edit, it's called like a true
Oh,
upscale. So
wow.
it doesn't change anything.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Pixio has been improving a lot behind the scenes. So if you aren't playing with it, but yeah, the things that you would have normally thought were still there, the upscaler has gotten significantly better, I will just say.
Yeah, I know.
For
They were
those in the
I was changing around. I was doing images and I'm like, why is it not working? I'm like, okay, they're updating things. I mean, you guys are just great that you keep updating stuff and making it better. You guys are just crazy. Thank you.
For those that are in the listening audience and on the recording, my AI tutor and Pixio are both under the umbrella, a suite of tools that Tech in Schools has, and you can subscribe to those things. They are an amalgamation of all of the cool stuff in AI right now. It's basically, you can go out into the ecosystem and pay for things a la carte, right? But here it's more like a buffet. It's a total banquet of all of the pieces that you need to have for your creative suite. So my AI tutor would be more of the languages, and Pixio is more of the artistic side. And we don't do a lot of it, but Saturday night, for instance, in Josh Hellman's Innovative Think Tank or Innovators Think Tank, at night we get to play with some of these new tools. Amongst them was Stable Diffusion 3, which is not out in the ecosystem for everybody yet. But those are the kinds of tools that you would have access to in Pixio. And so he's playing with the artistic suite. So for those of you that like to dabble in the dark arts of, interesting pictures and imagery, you can create stickers, you can create whatever it is that your heart can imagine. You can create NFTs, you can make all of this stuff with your artistic tools that he's playing with now. So you'll learn about that. If you don't know about Pixio because you're new to the ecosystem, you can always visit. There are a number of spaces over the course of the week, but if you're not familiar, come in on Saturday night to the Innovators Think Tank and just play, because all of these tools are open for folks to dink around with and get to know a little bit better. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Okay, I'm at the place I need to be, and I need to choose use existing content, choose a pre-made layout, build with AI.
Stay in the middle, stay in the middle, stay in the middle. You want them pre-made. Just stay in the middle. And then you have 600 to choose from, but just stay
I was
there.
here last week, but I didn't know how to get back again. Perfect.
I did the same. So it is definitely something that is Groundhog Day for those of us that understand and know that reference.
Can I ask Ross something? When I'm in Pixio, do I have access to that new upscaler?
Yeah, just go to edit and then click at the top and swap edit to say, look at my screen. I'll show you.
Okay, wait a minute.
So you just go to edit. It's going to say face swap, change face swap. There's 5 other tools there inside where face swap
Oh,
is.
where face swap is. Edit images, right?
So as you guys see, I just generated this image from Pixio. It's now at the top of the website, which is really, really, really cool. And now this image is mine and doesn't exist anywhere. And now I get the opportunity to do the same thing. So you can see I'm just clicking images, like you said, Kathleen. You're like, how do I put my images? Well, it depends. So in this case, I'm not clicking the image. There's different columns that I have to go inside. And then I have to edit from there. And there's also different ways of editing. So for me, it's a little confusing sometimes. So I like to do this, which makes it a little bit easier. So you can see these are the images that are in the website. So if I was to turn this off, you can see where that is, where I just was. I was right here. So above there, you have this as an image. Then you have this, and then you have, it looks like 3 sections, but they're like not fully editable. So that means we got to edit it the other way. Then you have like images like this, where we can also like put our own images. So I could take this farm. You see? That's all AI generated. This is Pixia.
Love it.
Now this
Looking
is
good, Rob.
painter. Huh?
I said I love it. It's looking good.
Well, what Ross
thank
just pointed out is really important. So you had a look, that view that he had, you can actually physically count out how many images you have to do. So you could streamline your process depending on how, nitpicky you want to be about it. But you would automatically know, okay, I have to generate, see, when you're counting down how many images. So what he did basically is showed, this view that you're seeing on your screen right now. You can count how many images you need. Then you go into your Pixio or Canva or whatever tool of your choice, and you streamline your process. You're not hunting and gathering and going back and forth. You're maximizing your time and being more efficient. That's why AI is so special. It gives you the mechanical advantage and the leverage to maximize your time. You get more bang for your buck during your work session. So if you're thinking in terms of automation, this is like Henry Ford 101, right? Henry Ford didn't invent the car, right? He invented how to streamline the process to manufacture something. So those tools that you have at your fingertips right now, if you master them, you could be building other people's websites. So the very first thing you think of is you meet with your client and you say, okay, I have 20 images on this base, whatever template, and you can create your images just by talking to your client on the phone. You're hearing what they are saying. You want all these farm fresh produce. Great. You want it to look like watercolor images. Excellent. That was wonderful. Do you want it to be Instagram ready? With your white backgrounds and beige and all that other stuff, the whole entire zhuzh, right? You can start talking it through. And what you're basically doing is creating a series of prompts and then the continuity of those images throughout the entirety of your website. So what he just pointed out is something that is designed to make it a quick and dirty and easy, right? As opposed to sitting there and overthinking, if you're anything like I am, about each stupid image, right? You're just sitting there and kind of thinking to yourself, well, now I want this, and now I'm going to go here. And then it takes, 5 weeks instead of, what, I could have streamlined the process and allowed technology to buoy my idea so that I could have that idea to impact, as Josh says. Does that make sense to folks?
Yes.
Yes, I'm glad that he showed that image too. If you go back into the recording and you can see all these things, that would be one of the screenshots that I would just take in my own personal binder. And it would, to people looking at my binder, they would say, what the heck are you taking a picture of? No, I'm taking a picture of a streamlined process so that it reminds me to look at it from that perspective, as opposed to getting stuck in the weeds. It's just a personal thing. But if it helps you and it helps those folks kind of hone in and, streamline the facets of that gem, then you might as well do it. You know what I mean?
Now, Ross, is that just a spot for pictures, or is that also like our boxes to like move around? Like if I wanted to lower a picture into a different area of my.
We're getting there.
Okay, sorry.
We're
Sorry.
getting there.
I wasn't sure.
We have to learn how to walk before we can run.
Got you. I wasn't sure. Thank you.
So taking a quick temperature check of the room, are everybody on the same page? Are we all kind of watching the live stream of Ross picking and hunting and gathering some images, and everybody's understanding what we're doing? Is that correct? I'm looking down in the listening audience too. I know sometimes some of this kind of stuff can seem tedious, but believe it or not, this is all muscle memory, right? You're going to remember these things for random reasons. You're going to see the images flipping past your head and your eyes, and you're going to say, okay, I remember he's hunting and gathering images. He has looked and found out how many he had to build. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. For those of you that are exploring the website right now, this is one of those moments where you would just sit on your hands. I know you want to play, and some people do. They're playing in the background right now because it can't be helped. You are all unconventional learners simply by being here, right? So we already know that you're gonna, push buttons and test boundaries and be little velociraptors, right? But just sit for a moment and watch his process. I think a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, I'll be watching Ross or Nick or Alish or when they have their screenshots or they're sharing a screen during our tutoring sessions, and just sitting back and watching them, watching how they are moving. It teaches me a lot about the process in general, because thinking like a programmer or thinking like a designer is sometimes different. I mean, the way that they see things and the way that they kind of put things in their order of operations is very enlightening to me as a bystander and as someone that's just observing the process, because they obviously know what they're doing. I do not. And if I pay attention, I can pick up a lot of really cool tips and techniques in terms of how to streamline that process and make it easier, if that makes sense. So, Ross, are you ready, love?
Yeah. I'm actually gonna post it somewhere. Hold on, so you guys can see my website. Actually, who's on stage that can do this right now and help? Sharon can. Sharon, post this somewhere so people can see it. So I'm posting my link so you guys can see in real time this page and as it changes. So right now, here's where we are. Here's what my page looks like live. This is live on the internet, by the way. I sent it to Sharon so she'll be able to put it in the nest. And I started changing pictures. I started making pictures. You can already see we are there. We know what's going on. This is perfect. We just need to make it not a square. So we're gonna get in there. I'm gonna change it. 16 by 9. Redo that. Okay, good. So I made pictures, I made things, I made icons. I did this all relatively quickly. And I started changing things. I mean, look at the words. We have new rules. You can get a healthy innovation box sent right to your house from this farm. It looks like this, just on your dinner table, just sprawled out. Amazing. And you can get it for, I don't know how much yet. We haven't got that far. We'll get to pricing. This, we're going to do in a minute. I put my own icons here. So this is all like AI generated, which is awesome.
For those of you that were in the
the
SAS
latest one.
project, oh, sorry, Ross. For those of you that were in the SAS class before this, this is where you would link up all of those how to pay pages, right? You would have that already completed, your Stripe pages and all of those things that you created for that previous class. They can be integrated into this skill. These skills stack upon each other if you so choose. So just keep that in mind, that you already have some of the skill sets in those arrows in your quiver that can hit the target when it comes to, outfitting the rest of this website.
And all I'm doing is I literally went to Pixio, I generated the right size for my image. I'm skipping Canva because not necessary. It's going to generate perfectly to use in my content right now. And I think having AI help you in this way is very beneficial. And this looks great. It follows the theme originally set forth for me. This is why generative AI is going to be very helpful in building websites. I'm able to just seamlessly match theme of the theme using art. It's wild stuff, guys. So here, these are icons. Now, if you look at regular, not icons, they're pictures. Then you hit save, and then they get transformed into icons later. There's like a plugin that will turn all of your fake icons to real icons. So you're not just pretending to know what you're doing. There's multiple ways to do things. So in the end of the day, hold on one second, guys. So at the end of the day, you'll be able to have a plugin that will turn all of your images into like SVGs and perfectly readable for the web. But what's cool for now is you can go to Canva and make awesome icons, or go to Pixio and make your icons, go to Canva, save them as PNGs, bring it back here. and it's like you hired a professional designer, guys. This is the future of work and the future of how a web designer would work. I can't see a single reason why this wouldn't help a web designer. And look at my workflow. You're seeing it live. Hopefully, yes, thank you, Sharon. So Sharon posted the website. You can see this amazing mobile-friendly website in real time right now. And that's what's great about building for real in real time, is it's all, well, real, which is really good. So I want you guys to like think about that, because I think that's really important. Like every change I make goes live. So if I make a change, you're gonna see it, like I just saved. So now you're gonna see the latest image, which is now changed on the phone in real time. Like I just saw the wrong one, now I see the right one. That's the beauty of knowing how to build and building for yourself. Like this could be the best landing page, the best funnel that you ever had. And it's free to build right now. You don't have to pay nothing, no monthly. You just get in there and build it. That's it. And if you have questions, well, guess what? We're here to answer them. And we have all of the answers. Everything you're hitting or running into, I've hit 100 times. I've been in this situation with 12, 13, 14-year-olds, with 20-year-olds, with 40, 50-year-olds. So I've seen every single thing that could possibly happen. So I'm pretty sure if you have a question and you're afraid to ask it, I mean, don't be afraid. So this I would change with AI Tutor. So I would actually spend time and change all this text. And I heard someone go off mic. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I just want to make sure, give me a thumbs up, Starboss. Did you get logged in or not? Because I was thinking that you had, and I just want to make sure that you are at where you need to be. If not, screenshot where you are and DM TSI behind the scenes so that Alisher can help you through, or just DM Alisher directly. Are you good? Okay, good. I was freaking out there for a second, friend. I want to make sure that we're not leaving anybody behind. All right, continue, Ross.
So you should be in your own theme right now, putting in your own images, following what I'm doing. If you're not, just do it like they say at Nike. And also, if you have questions, I mean, this is actually the best time to ask.
Can I ask you something regarding the, oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
I mean, you already interrupted. I mean, I'm kidding. What's up?
So sorry. These icons, right? So what did you say that asked to make the resolution better? I didn't get that.
Okay, so do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Because I'm having this
Yes.
thing again. Hold on.
Dan, you can't hear him?
So,
Oh, you were just mashing buttons. Okay.
so to change the resolution in Canva, I went here, resize, I hit custom size, and I put the size I want. That's it. So easy. And if you're on live, it'll switch over. There's a delay. And if you don't have Canva, then you could pretty much use Photoshop. Pretty much any tool to resize images will work. Well, Canva's free, so you can resize for free. This is correct. You can crop too. But we're using basically AI to create customized content for our web. So like, for example, these peaches. I love the idea of the peaches, but I don't want to use those. So I would say, go to like, see what I can build. Let's see. Photo of. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. This looks nice. So I could take this and I could just literally go to WordPress like it's ready. Just grab it, just put it there. It's that easy, guys. Using Pixio and WordPress is the best thing ever, honestly. I remember the old days, like finding the right images. Now it's so easy. I'm literally just generating images and just keeping it moving. And you have a question, Sharon?
Just regarding Pourable Craft in Pixio, you're using that because it generates numerous images or what? Or is it?
For two reasons. One, I don't want to wait until I know it's going to be good. 2, I use it for experimenting, but then 1 out of 3 is really good. Also, Dave, I have a quick question. So I recently signed up to your newsletter, which, by the way, it's actually good. It's a good read. But I have a
Don't
question.
be
Your
so
images are
surprised,
really
Ross.
good. Are you generating these? Are you the master prompter behind this?
On the focus field one?
Oh, I joined a few and I saw some images that were like really good and obviously fake, but like good.
Yes, yes. If they're on my newsletter, I've generated them more than
Yeah.
likely in Pixio.
My favorite is the chain to the
Oh,
desk.
with the glowing chain where I have her chained to the desk.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen
Yeah,
that one.
so good.
Oh yeah, that's about your to-do list will steal your freedom. Yeah, I've done that in Pixio. It
Such
was
a
pretty
good
cool.
use. Listen, that's a great use because I remember reading it. I'm like, okay, I relate to that. But that picture just sent it home for me. I was like, I resonate with this, and that's a great thing, great idea for like what I'm doing right now, guys. Like, you can use these technologies to really tell your brand story, whatever that story may be.
Yeah, that
And
that
I
image went through Pixio and then it went through the upscaler with a little bit of enhance, and it made
Ooh,
all the difference to the light,
it's
the
crazy.
chains, the girl's face. But yeah, I think it works well together. Look, the title hit you in the face, so I think the image had to do the same. I think
Yeah,
what we're talking
and
about is AI gives you
yeah.
the ability not just to be a grunt having to do some one image. It allows you to think more like an art director. That's the way I see it is I'm art directing the title I want and I'm using AI to generate lots of that. Then I'm art directing the image to be in line with that. But I probably done like 16 images before I hit on that one. I knew what I wanted to do. It just give me more, give me more. I'll know when I see it.
One of the things that's really cool about the conversation that's happening right at this moment between Dave and Ross is that when you're generating this many images, a lot of times AI will show you something unexpected because either A, it's not interpreting your prompt the way you thought it should be, or it's leading you in a different direction, sometimes completely off the beaten path. What Dave just mentioned in terms of storytelling, it's like an art director or just a movie director. You're telling the story and you're remembering all of the bits and bobs that you're going to need along the way. You kind of have this idea when you are writing a script, for instance, you know how it ends, right? And then you have to fill in the dash between the beginning and the end. And you're setting the entire scene for your client. You are setting the banquet. You're thinking about the table decorations. You're thinking about the silverware, the patterns of the plates. You're thinking about the lighting and the music and the centerpieces. And then you're thinking about what's on the menu. Each of these little pieces, as you're generating the images, keeping the ones that maybe they don't make it to the website, but you're keeping them in a folder because you know what, they all have the same theme and the same vibe and the same nuances that you could make an entire product line out of. So let's say hypothetically we've got this farmers market theme, right? Well, you could make a whole entire line of, let's say, plant decorations, the little tags that you put on your plants, or you could make aprons, you could make garden tools, you could make all sorts of things using those imageries. That image that you are amassing and accumulating, they could be licensed out to other people. They could be on seed packets, they could be on essential oil packets, they could be on anything, right? But you have the continuity of that moment, that experience that you're creating through the visuals. And that's what is such a powerful thing to think about, because for the longest time, we haven't had these tools democratized, in the sense that if once upon a time as an editor, I would have Adobe and no one else in the world would, because it was so cost prohibitive, right? And so you had certain access to certain tools. If you were, let's say, a film, person in film, right? You would have access to a different set of tools that normal folks wouldn't. And so the barrier to entry was really, really high. Here, you have the ability to storytell and have a 360-degree view of whatever it is that you want to tell. You can add your own music. You can generate that. You know, you can generate the imagery. You can generate the copy. You know, the prose, the written word that you want, and they can all be a cohesive little gift that you are giving and presenting to your end consumer. And so, I encourage all of you to think differently, because legacy systems thought one way. You're having to train your brain to think of another way. Your workflows are going to be completely different. You're going to batch ideas and you're going to have multi purposes. Back in the day when I was, you know, I write for 40 magazines, right? So when you create, let's say, an article, you are going to repurpose that article in at least 7 different ways in order to monetize it. You're going to have an audio version. You're going to have a shorter, too long didn't read version. You're going to have one with step out pictures. You're going to have another one that's going to be in an ebook for, you know, someone later on down the road. You're going to have all of these different ways to kind of repurpose that information. It's the same with your images that you are creating, and they're insanely unique. You know, even if you're using AI, you have the proof of human, because what you're doing, what Dave just said, he's like, I took this image and then I put it through this rigor, and then I put it through this rigor, and then I added this special lightning, and then I added this. Why? Because in his mind, he is editing. Just the process of taking away or the process of adding your own little spin, even the process of deciding which image to keep and which to throw away. It's like the gambler, you know, the song, you know, you got to know what to hold them and know when to walk away, know when to run, you know, those kinds of things. It's exactly the same thing, because you're making those cognizant choices for your brand, if that makes sense. So as you're watching the screen, you are seeing Ross go at Mach speed, right? Eventually, that muscle memory is going to make it so that you do the same. You know, you're going to start understanding the tools at your fingertips. You're going to understand what they do, but also how to manipulate them in your favor. You know, Dave has a very specific process, and he has his newsletter is the Focus Fuel newsletter, but he also has a lot of interesting spaces where you'll sit and chit chat. His one when you're stuck, for instance. And sometimes he'll just hear it in a different way and show you a different process that makes it more efficient. And that is something that's very valuable, especially when time is your most valuable resource. You know, you're measured in units of attention. You only have so many units of attention per day, and you have to pick and choose where you're going to spend them. So I just wanted to put that out there, that no image goes to waste. You're going to repurpose it many, many times, and you're going to understand how to monetize those. Because here's the other thing. If you're paying, let's say, $30 a month for Pixio, you had to figure out how to monetize something that you're creating in that system to pay for it, because you can't afford to deficit spend, right? And giving yourself that parameter and saying, I am going to sell something. I don't even care if it's just stickers on Etsy. You know, you can upload any of these to Sticker Mule, right? You can put all of these on Society6 or Cafe Press or Redbubble, any of those things instantly. You can set up a store, and now you have the tools to set up a website to do that. That's pretty powerful. So I just want to put that out there. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that Ross mentioned my newsletter, because thinking about the speed of output and what you can share with people, like the possibilities are absolutely endless. I was speaking on a space earlier this afternoon for me, and I was actually talking about that specific article about your to-do list stealing your freedom. And somebody was listening, just in the listeners. And I get a ping and I get a notification, and it tells me this person has signed up for my newsletter for an entire year and has paid me $200 to read more of my information. But the power of that knowledge and the way that you can package this now is absolutely amazing. But this is just a tool to enable you to actually get what you have out into the world easier. But the opportunities are there. I've done this time and again. Even though I design websites, I still go and share and see opportunities beyond even just building a website. Like, a website is not just a tool to design a website for somebody else. I do that, but now I'm getting paid to share a newsletter every single week. And instead of me paying a company to send that, people are paying me and saying, yes, please tell me more every week. So there's a kind of cohesive connection with all of this. Think about the opportunities that may be in front of you. You could be speaking on a space, you could be sending out messages, could be DMing, you could be helping somebody. And then your website is a next logical step. And I tell everybody this, it is a hub. X is just a spoke to feed people back into some sort of platform or some medium that you control the relationship. If the algorithm changes like it did last week, it said, you know, big accounts, you no longer matter. I have friends of mine with like 300,000 followers are now getting way less traction, way less money, but that's because X is controlling those parameters. A website, you get to control the parameters, you get to own the relationship with people. So think about what you do here or anywhere else. I was on a Zoom call with a client for web design stuff yesterday. She asked me what I do as my hobby. I told her about Focus Fuel. She joined that newsletter straight away. So there's so many different spokes that can feed into this hub that you're actually learning to build right now.
Yeah, and
Ross, your audio is wonky, at least for me. I don't know if it is for everybody else.
Me too.
Yeah, you sound like a senile old man going demented, walking around speaking to
Yep,
himself.
he just hit the mute. He hit the mute button with his tongue. You know, that's just what happened. Just so you know, that's on the speaker. That's on the, the record. Alisher, can you test your mic, please? Alisher is actually running to his phone to try to get to the speaker. Where I just want to make sure that they're both up there. Ross is going to duck down and take a lap. So,
Hey, do you guys hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
sir. Okay, good. I just want to make sure that we still have a connection with the Bat Cave one way, shape, matter, or form.
Let's see. I actually also have my sound off. Russ is coming back in a second. He's the Spaces on iPhone for some reason is having some issues.
Well, did he charge the battery after talking to all of us this afternoon?
While we wait for Ross, can I offer one piece of advice for people who are building right now? When I design new websites, I'm not as worried about the aesthetics and the
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's not just interesting, it's like really a W for you because I really couldn't, like, it's stuck in my brain. And that's so cool that you can now do that because in the past, I would have to go find images. Now I'm like just generating these awesome images. Like you can see in the stream, I made this.
Can you imagine the difference in that article if it was a cheesy Colgate image stock photography? No, I mean it seriously. It would not have the same impact. The fact that I also used AI to generate ideas to get that image. And I said, no, this article is slapping people in the face. This is really important. This is not a normal cheesy article. I actually told AI, I said, that's bland, cheesy, corporate, typical, predictable, and cliched. Give me more ideas that are actually strong and powerful. And I can't remember if it was me or AI that came up with the idea of somebody being chained to a desk.
It's great either way. And you guys can see on stream, I'm on AI Tutor. I had it read the entire website, gain context, and then I started asking it questions. Now I'm asking it about different things that I need, so I don't have to write any of this. See? It's writing all of it for me. Literally just taking it, going to WordPress, and putting it here.
Folks, this is really important what he just did. He really pay attention to that screen. Ross, go back to the Pixie or to my AI Tutor
Yeah,
screen.
sure.
Yeah, the reason why it's really powerful. A lot of people, this is the friction point where they just call it in. They're like throwing the towel. When you're looking at my AI Tutor right there, what Ross did is he dropped. This is for the benefit of the recording also, because it's like, see what I'm doing. He dropped everything that you needed to have in his website, and then just dropped and dragged it into my AI Tutor. And my AI Tutor is sussing out the copy and creating the copy as it has interpreted his website. So not only is it looking at the theme, it's looking at the colors, it's looking at the messaging, it's looking at the words. And then what it's doing is saying, all right, I need to have some cohesiveness that fits and drops into these sections. It is instantly created. For folks that have built a business and have searched for websites, you know, for hours on end, that and they don't know, they say, well, I have to hire a developer, I have to do this, I have to do that. All of those things are taking away from what you really should be doing, right? And there is going to come a point, and I'll say, you know, yes, you can build your own website, you can do all of these things. A lot of times when you want to create something that's more, I should say, more robust, right? Let's say you need to have, you're gathering information that needs to have a privacy wall, or you have to have something that's a little bit outside of your, you know, skills, right? That's when you would tap someone like Dave, right? You say, here, I've already created this, now fix it so that I can make sure that everything is secure, or add, you know, this to it. Sometimes it's not necessarily about finishing this, it's also knowing what else you need. If I showed, let's say, I took what my AI tutor told me to write and I plopped it into my website, and I think, okay, I have this working copy. Taking that to designer or taking that to developer as what you have on the page and saying, now I need you to add on to it, monumentally easier than trying to suss out from the beginning, you know, this kind of amorphous, I'm not really sure what I need kind of thing, if that makes sense. Jeff, go ahead, love. I will continue to talk. And I don't want to, go ahead.
So I published the latest version. You can see all the text has changed for the most part, except like I think 3 things. And it's really cool how quickly you can do this, because let me tell you something. You can make a website for someone and make money by using this. Like Divi just changed your process of creation and brought it down to like just maybe 20 minutes. And yes, you can go custom, and no, we're not doing that today. And if you want to do that on your own, you can. Today is really about getting acquainted with the tools, how to edit things and change things. We're going to be able to do
Ross, Jeff needs you to answer something real quick, hon.
What's up?
The question I've got is along the lines of what Sarah was just talking about. Just with your basic AI Tutor Plus, is it possible to feed the site into that the way you've been doing with premium and stuff here to get the same results in order for it to be able to analyze images and color and all that?
So I've been just doing this in Plus. I've only been in Plus actually right now. So you're good.
Okay, but it can also do the images and stuff, right? I mean,
no, you would need Pixie.
I mean, for analyzing and, you know, the colors and stuff, the way Sarah was saying.
Yeah, but you can't create images in the way that I was, because I was actually using Pixio.
And no,
I'm using Plus for the time.
I understood that. I'm just trying to figure out how you actually got it fed into Plus.
I just did /browse space URL.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
And to get that URL, guys, you have to hit the publish button. When you hit the publish button, it saves what you have, and then you can, you know, have it go live. That's why Ross was saying when Sharon had posted it up top, right? She posted it in the nest. She posted that link. You're actually having the transparency of building in public. You can see in real time what it's looking like. And, you know, by and large, don't be afraid to do this. No one's watching you, actually. You know, when you have a brand new website, people aren't paying attention until you broadcast that link. And so, you know, knowing what it's going to look like on the other side, or, you know, many times if Ross is working on something, he's like, okay, Sarah, look at this, you know, and he'll send us a link behind the scenes, or to Morgan or whatever, and whoever's up in the middle of the night, really, and say, okay, look at this. And it's because you need to see what it looks like on somebody else's screen, for lack of a better term. And that's really important, to be able to do that. And a lot of people, that is going to give you the worst anxiety you've ever imagined. To you, it's like talking in front of an auditorium with your pants down. It'll freak you out, but don't let it. This is one of those courage moments that you're learning a new skill set. You're learning how not only to build in public, but also really lean into tools that are augmenting the experience and making it quicker. For a lot of you, it's a control issue. You're going to think to yourself, well, wait a second, did I actually create this myself? Am I an imposter? Am I not an artist? Am I, not a creator? Am I not a writer? How many writers are really, really struggling with the fact that this system just created all the copy for you, and maybe your job is to write copy. Well, you edit it, you zhuzh it, you make it your own, you use those sliders, you figure out how to scale the image, and you add your own fingerprint to the things. And you're going to have to come to that. It's a come to Jesus moment, as we say in our house, right? Where you're looking at yourself in the mirror and you're saying, look, why are you here? You're here to create a business. You're here to profit from your labors. You're here to convey a message. You're here to communicate to somebody. You're here to write a story. You're here to create art. You're here to do fill in the blank. That's why we asked you last week, what is your why? What do you want to accomplish with this? What is it that you want out into the universe? And when you ask yourself that question, and then you have to come to that moment where you say, well, wait a second, I am a smart person. Would you try to go gardening and, have a fallow field that is completely, overrun with weeds and say, you know what, I'm not going to use a shovel. I'm not going to use a tractor. I'm not going to use whatever's at my fingertips to till this land. I'm going to do it the hardest way possible. No, you're not, because you need to be fed. You need to have food. So it's the same kind of concept here. For a lot of you, this is going to be very unnerving, but I'm telling you, it's changing the way that you think, and it's allowing you to fulfill the purpose that you were called to do. So I'll leave it there. I see that Karis, the AI, is up, who I love. Go ahead, love.
Yo, yo, yo. Hey, everybody. Wake up if you haven't fallen asleep and dance around a little bit. I have 2 questions. Number 1, pretend that I have all my images, I have all my text, I'm ready to go, ready to roll. In WordPress, please show me on the live stream, where do I put my images that I want to use? I think I flashed on some library at some point, but I can't find it now. So that's question 1. And I'll ask the second question in a minute.
Ross, did you get that?
Basically, yeah, so the library is in 2 places. When you go to upload an image, it's there, or if you're looking at the screen right now in live, there's media and library and add new.
Show me again, media, library, add new. Where's that? Media. Oh, yep, media. Okay, library, add new. Okay. Question number 2, Ross, doesn't have to be today, but maybe next time. Can you change your mouse cursor to something gigantic and neon colored so we can follow it a little bit easier, particularly on this white background?
Who's talking? Because I'm on Android now. I lose that ability.
That
Sure,
is
this
Karis.
is Karis.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep, this is Karis, the AI.
I got you. I will see if there's a setting I can do, but
Not today.
the best
next
thing I
week.
can do is just get to a point where you don't need it. Like, start playing with it. You won't need it. You have this video that will show you exactly over and over again. It's be streaming literally between now and next Wednesday.
I understand that. It's just very difficult to follow you live when your cursor is tiny and white and there's white background. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I will see if there's a setting that could, make it a little bigger. But I would say until that is a thing, just, you can always rewind it. So even if it's fast, you could rewind it. It's going to be there forever. And people can stop me and say, hey, how did you do that? Like you just did. You just made me stop and go to the WordPress dashboard. Feel free to do this, guys. We have only a short time together. If I had to go very slow, we just wouldn't be able to get through everything. So make sure you're in the Slack. If you are, then you're good. Following along is super easy because you can get our attention in the Slack and we can help you one-on-one. So you won't have to really worry. But if you're speaking about for everyone, I would say everyone join the Slack until the mouse is big, neon, and giant. That would be my best advice to you. But I'm glad I was able to help you. And if you have questions at this point, just stay speaker and stop me.
Folks, I will tell you, I actually have a giant magnifying glass in front of my my screen because I work with a lot of little things when you're soldering and whatnot. It is something that, as especially my age group, as you get to a certain point in your life, it is one of those things too. I would definitely love the cursor to be neon or black or large, but then if it's the size of like a fly or something and I'm swatting at it, I already have issues about trying to fix your screen, because the live screen is I'm flipping from one to the other, and as the night goes on, so the trouble or the struggle is real. But I definitely agree with you, Karis. I think that would be very, very beneficial, um, in more ways than one. I'm slapping you a high five, sister. Artie has his hand up too as well.
Hey, how's it going? I am working in the Divi thing, and I'm working with the H1 element. And if I go to the settings button to pull it up, I can see the content, the H1, the text that I've put in there. I'm not understanding how to consistently change the like color of the text, because I would imagine you go to design and then text and change color there, but when I do that, nothing happens. But the weird thing is, if I adjust the letter spacing, for instance, it will change the letter spacing for the words that I'm trying to adjust the color for. But it just doesn't do anything with when I change color.
I would say DM screenshots in Slack or right now because my DMs are being manned, and that's the best way because it's really hard to see individual people unless we can see. And just so you know, I made my mouse blue, so that works.
I love you so much, Ross. I saw that. I'm like, aw, you're such a good man. Um, you have no idea. I mean, seriously, it is one of those things too that we have a lot of folks that are
It's so small,
overseas,
though.
and
It,
it's
it
like,
doesn't translate, so it doesn't make it actually bigger, but it does make it blue. So
it
we
makes it
got.
loop. This is good. Little steps. I definitely say little steps. I did see that Dan had added, I think he's doing the digital tagging and then running and doing a lap and then to be able to hear because of unstable issues. But he had mentioned about adding links, like let's say buy me a coffee, because I do know that we have a lot of folks that are in the listening audience that have buy me a coffee um, on their X profiles, and they may want to embed that link. Is that going to break Divi?
No, we're going to talk about all that later. Right now, everyone needs to be like editing their actual theme. Right now, we're learning in stages. So for me to jump ahead and do custom links, it doesn't really help everyone
Got it.
together.
Got
It
it.
helps
Got it.
like the 4 people who are there.
I think his question was just, can it be done without breaking anything?
Let me
I don't.
just tell you, so you don't, everyone doesn't ask 100 questions. I'm gonna just confidently tell you right now, if you're a part of this class in the next 6 weeks, anything you can come up with in your brain, I can make happen. And if I can't do it, Dave can. So don't worry.
That's not BS too. They're actually wizards. They really are. When it comes to, these guys can do those things in their sleep. I've seen it in firsthand. So that is definitely a truth. So, but continue on. You were telling everybody that we should be editing the copy
Yeah,
more
you should.
and
You
playing
should.
around, right?
You should immediately start editing. And if you don't have AI Tutor and Pixio, you should go get those, and you should get 20% off for life. And if you didn't get that and you still got AI Tutor and Pixio, you're the best because you're making the dream come true. But we're trying to help people that can't afford it, and we want you guys to be able to get this stuff done for you. And you could use other AIs, that's fine, but granularly speaking with Pixio, I don't know one that could do all of them with like we do. And as far as the browse feature, from what I understand, we're the only people that have the browse feature. And that's an AI tutor, which allows you to sync your website and have it look at your website and determine what's going on there. and create more content from it. It's like the ultimate cheat code to content creation.
So cool and perfect for this. That's awesome. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we are using it for this, but a lot of people that have AI Tutor, they use it to ingest large documents from like websites, to scan many websites into context. It's really cool. Now, guys, this is really live. This is not fake live. So this is the official launch of the Innovator Farm, or Innovate Farm, or Innovators Farm. So we'll fix that. We made a problem there. Official launch. It is live. You can see all of the text changes, all my custom graphics from Pixio. And let me tell you, this was the breeze. Client would pay like a few $1,000s for this. You could do this all day long. Literally all day long. And make money. This is a way you can make money, a real way. It's not like a fake way. I'm not just telling you. This is not a get rich quick. This is not have ChatGPT make you thousands of dollars. This is an actual way you can make money for people. Everyone on X wants a website that's good. You can give that to them, and you could do it at a fraction of what everyone else around them is going to charge them. This is a unique standpoint to be in, I think, because you're learning right now from the people who know exactly what they're doing. We're here to help you, to help build a new skill within you. And if you take advantage of this time we have together and you rewatch the live streams, you can actually do this for other people. This is actually a thing that people do for money, believe it or not. Dave could tell you it's really a thing.
I was just going to say, ask Dave Meyer.
I had a good month.
There you go. Dave had a good month. Be like Dave. Have a good month. This is what this was all about. This whole entire thing, I build a WordPress site, Idea to Impact. It's to help empower you guys. I could do this in a different way. Like we could just, and it would work and it'd still be so valuable to have this live stream and how we just launched this live right now today. But what's crazy is I'm giving you everything, the keys to the kingdom. You get everything that I have right now at my disposal. You have that too. And you're able to build and go live. So what I'm wondering, just a quick question, just a quick check-in. How come I don't have links? I feel like I'm the only one who gave a link right now. This is not fair, to be honest. So.
Well, wait a second. I will be the first to tell you that I cannot make my cursor move as fast as yours, no matter how hard I summon it.
It's okay. You gotta do it right now. But I'm going to show you guys when you're done, right? And it's all said and done. You're like, great, amazing. So what you want to head over to your dashboard. I'm doing this on stream. If you go to your pages, you can click this new page that you just made. And when you do, it'll either say draft, this is the empty one, or this is the live one. Now, this is the confusing part a little bit, but you can unconfuse everything. I'm gonna show you how. Step one is, here is your URL. So this is where it gets a little bit confusing. This is the number, the link. So if you don't change anything, you go here, click this. This is your actual link. You can click that. That will go to your website. You can copy that and you can post it to us. If you have not hit the save button, then obviously you can't do that. So you want to make sure that inside the builder, when you've made any changes, it could be 1 change, it could be 30 changes, be sure to hit the save button. It's really important.
So Ross, I've got a secret, kind of weird question. You have like the keys to the kingdom. You are the omniscient, the all-seeing God over all of us, right? So technically, if we're hitting click and save, from the back end, you could actually look through the roster of folks that have all of the backpacks, right? And kind of see what they're building, correct?
Yeah, if you're into this, you'll be able to see everything and I'll be able to help anyone. But in order for me to help you, you need to follow 2 directions. 1, do not go to Discord. That is not for this. So like if you do not get answered, well, that's why. Only in Slack will we be answering these questions. So everyone get in Slack. You should have an invite in your DMs if you DM'd. If not, DM now. Get in Slack. Slack is where we can have meetups or huddles and we can help each other.
For those that are not familiar with Slack, Josh Hellman always talks about collaboration being the new currency. Slack is a very important tool for collaboration and for teams that work together. So if you've never used Slack before, it does take a little bit of a tiny learning curve. Yes, you're not going to be happy with having to learn a new skill. But that being said,
Easier than
it is
Discord though, Sarah, right?
so much easier than Discord. And as an entrepreneur, as a business person, eventually you're going to hire some folks, right? You're going to want to understand how to connect to your folks and have that kind of collaboration. So it is a skill that you need to learn. All of the things that Ross introduces you to, whether it's, you know, when we were in the SAS class, for instance, you learning Supabase and Vercel and GitHub. And in this ecosystem, you're learning what a cPanel is and Divi, and you're learning, you know, the ins and outs of maybe Pixio or an outside source of an art generator, and then bringing it into modifying it into Canva. These are all ecosystems that you as a person that is being reskilled and retooled for an AI age needs to have on their fingertips, at the tip of their fingertips. And so, you know, when we're telling you get into Slack, that's not saying we're digging our heels in the sand and making you, you know, forced fun activity. No, it's also a very pertinent part of the curriculum, is that as a person that is now becoming fluid in the digital overlay, where you are a digital nomad, you are working as a solopreneur in many cases, you're going to have to learn how to collaborate. And how are you going to do that? Right. One of the things that we learned earlier with Jeff, I'm using you as an example, Jeff, just know that's with love and respect, right? He was using Brave. Brave is like a fortress, right? It's not a sharing tool. You're building a castle instead of a bridge. Slack is a bridge. Chrome is a bridge. You know, when you're thinking about having an ecosystem with lots of little nodes that needs to connect really quickly, those are the kinds of things that you have to think through, right? And so in your notes, think to yourself, am I building bridges or am I creating giant walls for myself, right? And that is one of the things that we're thinking through with that. So definitely take advantage of Slack. And it's also to help Nick, Alisher, and Ross, because they know that if you are in that channel, that it is this class. Because you have to understand, they teach hundreds of classes. They have thousands of students. They have so many of us in one ecosystem, the other ecosystem, or both ecosystems. They are answering DMs, and they're on every platform. This class is being streamed on multiple platforms simultaneously. So you may have people in this class that you're not seeing because they're not here on X, right? They might be on a different platform, right? So there are many different people coming in from multiple different sources. And so this is guaranteeing that you don't get lost in the shuffle. So I just want to put that out there. Dan, you had your hand up first, and then we'll go to Kathleen.
Hello. I think the internet is working for me now. Yay! So I wanted to just kind of piggyback on what you were just saying, Sarah, and express just gratitude for Jeff and asking that question. Because here's why. I shared like this idea to create a one sheet of links that connect all these different pieces we need for this puzzle we're building together. But just that the fact that he asked that question combined with, you know, this discussion of branding, it would be so easy to create in Canva a one sheet that has your colors and then your code, like your color codes. So you can just put those into AI and say, I would like you know, blue 56949er. And you know, like it's just like you always have that one place to go. And with AI having vision, it can see, it can always, you can just say, refer to my branding guide and do this. So that could be really powerful. And that came about because of this collaborative space. So I wanted to share that. And then I have a super specific question. I asked it in the trouble. If it already got answered while I was like kicked off the internet, that's okay, just keep going. But I just wanted to make sure, like if we add a link to like an online store or something, some other portal that we've made. I wanted to distinguish what Ross was saying about like not breaking Divi, and then adding outside elements like, you know, that are link based. So can you go through
To
that?
quote Ross, he said, "We're not there yet." So just so you know.
Yeah, we're not there yet, but it's
Okay.
100% possible and doable. We're going to get to a point where we're going to be embedding bots from AI Tutor onto our WordPress as an example.
Heck, okay, awesome. I will buckle up then.
What you want to make sure is that you are able to do everything that we did up till right this moment where the live stream is. So my page is live. You can see it. It's customized. All the copy is customized.
That's awesome. I'm driving right now, so back to Sarah's question, like, can you see that on the back end? I'm totally willing to have you pull mine up. It's a hot mess right now, but I did all the things and then I saved it. So are you able to do that, or do I need to put it live just to?
You got to put it live. You got to
Okay.
save.
I've got it
You got to
saved.
save
Yeah,
it.
I've got it saved.
Okay. So do you know? Can you see it?
I can't right now. This is the wonders of social audio because I'm driving, so I'm going to be a safe driver and
So
not look at my
DM it
Divi
to
page.
me if you want.
What's that?
DM it to me.
Okay, I will when I stop for gas. Awesome. Thank you.
So you should be good. So guys, hang on 1
Wait,
second.
wait. I was unmuted. Kathleen has a question for you, Ross.
I have one of those never a dumb questions. So it looks like I've already created like 4 pages and published them. Is there, and I didn't mean to. Can I just delete them and start over?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to break something. I was going to ask.
Truly, I don't think there's very much that you can totally break unless you're like adding stuff or being in a place that you're not supposed to be in. But I mean, by and large, they can usually fix it, or at least they'll laugh at you and have you laugh with them as they do a redo or a restart. But that's the benefit of having being inside the play yard that they've created, that we're in their little contained bubble, so they can kind of help us out. But I did the same thing actually, Kathleen. I have created many different pages unawares, but I think it's kind of delightful. Yes, thank you. You are my people.
Yeah, so if you guys have any questions, you can let me know, but I want to see if you can get your links posted. DM me your links if you want, and I can tell you if it will work. Or if I could actually see it, because unless I could see it, that means it's not published to the actual world. So I want you to send me any links in via DM or post them. Getting your link, I'm going to do it on stream again. You want to be in dashboard. And again, we can change this. It's going to be like nice links. Right now, they're bad links, but it's okay. You guys will get over it. So you go to the one you like, this one, no title. And you'll see over here on the right, you have a little link called URL. When you click it, there's another URL. That's the one. That's the one you post to everyone. Also, can you guys hear me okay? My phone's like glitching off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you go over that one more time? What link it was, because
On the page,
I didn't see your
before
screen.
you hit edit, when you click the page again, there's going to show you URL right here.
Now I see it. Gotcha.
And then you click it, and it will show you the actual URL, which is down here. And you can share that with everyone. We would love to see it.
Ross, I chose something, but I just have to, yeah, I need to take time to do this, but I've been playing around, just that you don't think that I didn't do anything, okay? I did something, but I'm just not ready to post anything.
No, post it. It doesn't even matter. Literally, just post it. And Bill, check your DMs on Slack, please. Guys, just post it. It's okay. It doesn't have to be as done as mine is. I did it super fast. Well, not super fast, but to you guys, it's super fast. But for me, it was just my normal workflow. But I'm happy to go back and we're going to do it. We'll do it again. But I just want to see if you guys got to a point where it's live in a theme that you chose and there's like one or two things changed, or maybe a lot. Who knows? And if you have Pixio, you should be generating and making things. And if you have Canva, which everyone should, it's free. You can do what I did.
I put mine in there, but I don't know if mine counts.
Yeah, I'm not finding that URL when you're mousing over the menu on the left in the dashboard. I'm not finding that URL that you were talking about. I can find it when I go into the actual page, but I don't think that's the one you want.
Yeah, so like in the dashboard, it looks like this. And then you hit the one you want. I'm doing it again. And then you go there. And then
what? Okay, I didn't see what you just clicked on.
I just dashboard. So you get to
Oh,
the
okay,
dashboard.
you're just clicking on that link up there.
This one. The one that says like not draft. So like this is bad. I'll delete it. See, just the one, this one. Then I click
I'm
it.
trying to get to the page you're on at the moment.
So my page is just the dashboard. So to get to the dashboard, you just go to the URL and you do /WP-admin. So your URL /WP-admin. That is going to get you to here. And then you go to pages, then you go to your page, then you see your URL, then you click it, then you get the actual URL.
Hmm.
So if you still have a problem, I would say like message us in Slack after the fact, or try again, or DM us and maybe someone can help you. Because we don't have the ability to screen share yet here, unfortunately.
No, that's fine. I'm doing okay with everything. I just was trying to follow through with the steps that you had recommended here, but 'cause I'm not entirely green in WordPress. I just haven't worked in here in a few years.
That's fine. You know, it's pretty easy with Divi. You're gonna get a lot of the hard things that were difficult normally kind of fixed for you. You just have to focus on following the steps really, because if you do, then you're gonna be able to get to a point where you're able to do what you see. But again, this is all going to be on the live stream again, over and over all week. There's no rush. You can reach out to us. And please don't change your theme at this point. You want to kind of stay with Divi as the theme. And whatever you're trying to do, you should basically write that down and bring that for next week, because that's when we're going to be doing custom elements in Divi. So like starting with a blank page and making our own elements. And learning how to save elements for later use in Divi.
Okay, I have a silly question. And
They're on one, but okay.
it's silly actually. Well, not really, but all right. So I'm editing because I'm not familiar with WordPress at all. Just so everybody else in the room understands that I've never built a website with this. I've used Squarespace and I've used Wix, right? So I have just picked my theme, just like you had your garden theme. I have a craftsman theme. Finally, I changed it. It's awesome. And I write my title and I click the publish in order to make sure that I am saving things. And I think I have the similar issue with what Jeff is talking and alluding to, because I thought that my website name, you know, which would be pocketfolks.tsiprogram.org, when I'm putting in the link, I must have done something incorrect because it's just showing the Divi main page. And I kept thinking, did I not save it correctly? Or am I missing a step? If that's where I'm at, because I know a lot of folks are kind of at the same point where they're like, they're seeing the main Divi screen. Actually, it's the weirdest thing if I'm putting it there. Yeah, I see some of the hearts from other people. Yeah, they get what I'm saying. So I thought to myself, where is the disconnect? Because I'm feeling like this should be my website name, but it's not showing what I've played with and what I've done today. What am I doing wrong?
So where are you right now?
I'm actually still playing with my template. I'm having
Okay.
so much fun
So,
adding
at
stuff
your
to it.
template at the bottom, do you have a purple dot?
Yeah, the purple dot down at the bottom
Click
where it's
it.
like
If
a
you
little
click it,
circle.
yeah, it turns into stuff, and you can hit save.
Oh, well, that's really kind of wonderful. Okay, but I had clicked saved before.
Yeah.
And
So
in
now,
the publish.
now what you do is you see where it says my blog at the top left, where my mouse is.
Yeah.
You
In
can
the
hit
dashboard.
dashboard. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
But
so I hit.
also, every single page you create is automatically added to your navigation bar. So if you go to the front page, you're going to see several pages on top of your navigation bar. And I also highly recommend to start naming your pages, guys.
Yeah.
When you're here, you can go to pages and you can click the page you just saved. So for me, it's no title, this first one. When I go there, I'm able to get my link, as you can see.
Excellent. 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 Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I think I had also the Kathleen issue. I've had everybody's issue. So I'm just, except for the brave one, because I remembered last time not to do that. But I had created a whole truckload of pages. And the hard part is that a couple of them looked the same. The other ones did not. So it felt like Sesame Street. One of these things just doesn't belong here, that kind of thing. For those of us that have multiple pages, how do you remove some of these without destroying and ruining the ecosystem?
Say that one more time. I'm answering like the end of the call.
What Ross heard was wah, 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 wah. No,
And guys, it's best if you don't DM us, but instead put it in the main channel.
Yeah, I'm
Because
going to do that. I'm going to play in Slack, but I was just going to add it out into the recording also, because there are going to be a number of folks that listen in on the recording, and this is for the benefit of them, that if you are not in the Slack channel, you do need to have a DM to Tech in Schools to make sure that you are in the DM or in the Slack channel, because that is where everything's going to get answered. So having that conduit is really, really important. You will hear on the recording various issues that people have had. Hopefully I'm doing a good job relaying some of them so that I can be the scapegoat. And I don't mind it at all. But I want to make sure that we have everybody on the same page. Go ahead, Jeff.
So I was trying to follow along with Ross, and now when I try to go into my homepage, which I have been editing, it shows me my URL, but it says the template is default template, and if I try to go to that URL, or if I go to the my blog button, all I get is, like Sarah was just saying, that Divi default sign up page. It's not showing me the page I was creating, but I have been saving it.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said.
Like you saved your page, you went to the new page, the URL, and you're seeing the old Divi page?
Yeah, okay, so now when I go over to the menu on the left, go to all pages, I go to my home page. All right. I get an editing page, and it says, with the button that says I can edit with the Divi Builder, but there's nothing else there. There is a URL. It's my
You
correct
click the URL.
URL.
Yeah, you click that, and then you click the one here. Look at stream.
Hang on, let me switch that tab. Yeah, that's the page I'm seeing right now.
So then that link, the second link under it, under the permalink, is the one you gotta go to and share with us.
Under the permalink, I have no idea what you meant by that. I'm okay, right over there.
So share this link with us. Like click it and share it
Okay.
with us.
Well, I wasn't trying to do that anymore. I'm just trying to, but I guess that's what I need to do. But I was trying to get back to where I could edit the page that I've been working on. So let me try and get in there so I can. You say click that link?
Yeah, that's the link you're gonna share with us. If you want to show us your link, we'll put it in the Jumbotron. So once we can
Okay.
see them, I don't see them yet, but if you guys tag me with your link, I could put it in Jumbotron and we could show people what it should look like, which I think is really helpful.
Okay.
It's like the equivalent of calling on people and showing your work. in a
Yeah.
classroom.
Now I'm just trying to figure out how to share it because.
And guys, view your link first. Don't just make a link that's broken. Thank you. Please.
Say that again.
It's good. Things are working. I'm seeing links. So check your links before you post, guys. But yeah, this is awesome.
I'm trying to
So
figure
tag
out where to. I guess I posted. Where's that chat thing?
Just post it anywhere and tag me.
If I can figure out how to get up here and post in this chat.
Also, I have a quick announcement because I have a lot of DMs, so we're gonna talk about it for one quick second.
Where
If
the
you
heck
like
are
what you saw on screen, then I'll help you. I promise, Jeff. One sec. I just have a few DMs and I can address it all. If you like what you saw on screen with what I was doing with Pixio and AI Tutor, feel free to sign up. There is a discount code you could use. If you are a registered teacher or you work in a college with students and that's your thing and this is what you do, reach out to us. If you can prove it, you can get a teacher educator discount, but you have to work in a school and be able to prove it. That is my public service announcement. So if you're wondering, how do I get those tools? Can I get a discount? You could, but the tools are paid and not included in what we're doing here, but they are very affordable. So if you would like them, shoot us a DM. But I just wanted to say that because I have a lot of people asking me, how do I get AI Tutor and Pixio to use when I'm building my website? So I wanted to create that way that I can explain it to you guys. And there is links that we did post. And if you can't find them, feel free to DM TSI or AI Tutor, who is also here. And they can definitely get you links or ask in Slack. If you are curious to try it, again, there's a lot of tools in the world, but the browse feature only exists in AI Tutor. So if you want that feature, you want other features like I was showing, feel free to subscribe. And when you do, you help a student get it for free when we go to classrooms. So we really appreciate that part of this whole ordeal. That being said, Jeff, what is your question? Sorry to interrupt you, but I just got 5 DMs that are exactly the same from different people.
No, you got to do what you got to do. I'm just trying to figure out how to post that into the ITT website, the live feed thing.
You don't got to do anything. All you got to do is hit post on Twitter, put the link, tag me. I'll do all the rest. Just tag me.
I'm not in Twitter on my laptop, only on my phone. But I'm doing all my work on my laptop.
Oh, so then just send it to yourself. Send the link in an email from you to you.
Okay, that's going to be a little slower process. All right.
Or type it in with like your eyes, read it and type it.
I do a cut and paste on the ITT website chat thing, but I can't figure out where to do that in here.
Well, you could do that, and then Josh, I'm sure will go grab it for you.
I'm just trying to figure out where and how to do that in here. And I'm holding up the show. I'm trying not to do
No,
that.
you're good. Guys, I just want to make sure everyone can post links and showcase what they're doing, because we really have to work together and show off what we're doing. And there are a few people that are DMing me now. Bill, you are one of them. I just see your face. Answer the DM if you're interested, and we will create that for you, my friend. And again, if you don't see a DM from me and I say I DM'd you, go to our private Slack. Everyone gets Slack Pro. It's so much fun. Everyone gets upgraded immediately to Slack's paid service. Take advantage of free stuff, guys.
Ross, I did post in the bubble, so I did figure out how to do it.
Well, there you
Jeff,
go.
yeah, I know. It just took me a minute to do the roundabout way in order to do it. I figured out something, and I don't know if maybe somebody else is going to have this issue, that when I went back to the pages, right, that section, and I went to pages and I went to all pages, I realized that I had fracked up last week. And so I had been pushing the URL to something that I had saved last week, and it was saving it as an unnamed page. And I don't really know how I did that, because I thought to myself, that was the previous theme that I had chosen. And I thought, this is kind of interesting, because it does manage to save all of your past work. And so that might trip some folks off, because if I hadn't gone and checked all of the unnamed pages, what tipped me off was actually the stamp off to the right. So I was like, oh, I just saved this, because I had resaved it, and then I understood which one I was looking at. So it was a technical foul on my on my point, but it wasn't necessarily as easy to find it as I thought it would be. But I did post it up for the folks that are in the listening audience. And I will tell you this, I highly recommend actually posting them in the Slack channel as opposed to your Twitter feed, because guess what? Many of you are trying to build up your following, and you are trying to make sure that you have awesome visibility. Well, Twitter right now, if you have an outside link in any post, you get a red card, a silent red card from our dear Elon and minions. So I highly recommend, just saving that, making sure that I know there's no love there. Whoever did that hat tip, you get 25 Ross brownie points, which do matter eventually sometime. But yeah, so make sure that you're posting that also, because that documentation.
They will matter. They will matter.
I know, right?
Sorry.
Do as I say, not as I did, because I did, and I don't care about my visibility or my following. I haven't for 18 years. I'm not going to start now on the beloved X. so there it is. But I will tell you that will get you some demotions and demerits, as they say. So the other thing too is posting them in the Slack channel. That serves as your transcript. So when you have hack schoolers, right? If they're, I hack schooled all 3 of my children. They did not go to brick and mortar. We had to keep careful records of what it is that we did. You, as a student here in this classroom, having a documentation of your journey is really important. And these little steps, when we had the SAS class, after you hit each step, you would have confetti for some certain things, because we were using other people's platforms, etc. The confetti here is you posting that link to Ross, Nick, and Alisher. And it serves 2 purposes. 1, it marks your journey, but 2, it's also serving as a proof of concept that the folks that are sitting in and spending their Wednesday evenings learning this new skill, right? So that Nick Alisher and Ross, when they do their presentations and they have their, slide deck, they can say, look, here's definitive proof that these students actually did what they said they did. And to the folks who are donating these C panels and, all of the trinkets and trash in our digital backpacks, that's $600 worth of stuff. And as a hat tip to all of those folks that have come out of the woodwork to contribute to your education as people that are participating in this program, those links matter. We want to make sure that folks that follow after us have similar opportunities, right? And so by doing that, we're posting our links as verification that, yeah, proof of human. We showed up, we did the thing. It could be ugly. It may not be what you want it to look like, but it's a proof of thing, right? And I think it's important. So if you can do that for us, that would be wonderful. That would be a pay it forward on many different levels. It will be the gift that keeps on giving, and especially for you personally, because if you want to continue along this path, this will be your portfolio, right? This is my first portfolio. This is my first website on, WordPress. This is what I'm building. This is an example to show clients later on. Hopefully, after you use it a little bit more, and Ross helps us out. But by and large, this is a proof that you've been present, and you have to be present to win. So, Ross, if you want to go ahead and chit chat a little bit more.
I was gonna go over a quick little navigation tip for you guys. So the way this WordPress is set up, we have our navigation bar on top. So if you go to your front page of the WordPress, the page that every WordPress came with, this page, in the navigation bar, if you guys are following the live stream, you can actually see all the pages that you have created and saved if you save those pages. So I know Jeff earlier mentioned, how does he get back to the builder? Well, let's go to the pages that Ross made. I think it's this one, number 35, no title, Innovators Farm. And you guys can see, you can navigate to your website. You can navigate through the pages. You can see what each page is. If you can find the link to your website, it's much easier to navigate it from the front end because we're all used to having a little navigation bar. Now, once you're in here, you can actually edit this straight in here. There's a button on top called Enable Visual Builder. It's a purple button at the very top of your screen. And once you click Enable Visual Builder, that's going to open your Divi editor for you. Oh, also, if you are speaking, Sarah, I think this device is glitched. Do you hear us?
I am not speaking, love. You are hearing something weird in your ear.
I can hear Alisher.
Alisher, all the things are not real. So you can see like 20 hands, and it's not real.
Okay, good to know. Good to know it's just as broken on the Android as it is on the web. But yeah, guys, that's just a quick tip. Pretty much any page you go to, so I'm going to exit the Visual Builder. Any page you go to, number one, any page you create is actually added to your navigation bar automatically, because we haven't messed with the navigation bar yet. We haven't got that far. So for now, they're automatically added in. And once you go to that page, you can immediately start editing the page by clicking Enable Visual Builder at the top. And now, once you make your changes, very important to remember, you want to go to the bottom where we have our three dots, our little toolkit, our little tool section at the bottom, and you want to save in the bottom right, the green button. Those are probably the most important takeaways from the last 30 minutes, is being able to navigate all of this. So hypothetically, you don't even need to go to your dashboard. You can just go to your page and edit it. And if you want to add a new page, there's also a button at the very top that says plus new, and one of the options is page. So you don't need to be in the WordPress dashboard as much. What Divi allows you to do is make a lot of changes from the front end, from where you can actually test out your website and play around with it. And as soon as you click Exit Visual Builder, after you save, of course, you'll be able to see what your website looks like live and share this link that you get for it. Does that help everybody? Because I know there's some confusion about the links. This is an easier way for you to access your links, is you can actually see them from the front page.
You definitely have to master what we're doing. You have to understand that this is like how it all is going to happen. So like if you can't do this, how are you going to do like 10 pages, for example? Or how are you going to tell like a client who's like, I'm going to give you 10 grand. I need 28 pages and I need it in a week and a half. And then you're going to say, okay, add 10 grand to that and you got a deal. How are you going to do that? You have to master this. So to show that you've mastered this, you have to show us your link in any form. It could be horrifying. Show it. It could say, hi, I did it. Show it. It doesn't even matter. But what it proves is that you understood the assignment. So please take this time. I'll give you guys like 10 minutes. Get those links posted, please. And if you need help, ask for it because we're about to do another page.
Jeff Love, you have your hand up. Are you still stuck?
No, actually, the last bit of instructions, I just finally realized that by doing what he suggested, and then I hit that little link in the toolbar up there. For me, it's number 32, no title. So the homepage is default. See, I'm thinking that I'm creating my homepage, and I wasn't. All right, but it's not even showing up in my pages list, which is a little confusing.
Jeff, my homepage is also the same thing that you're seeing. It's like a purple Divi, front page. I couldn't figure that out at first because we're adding pages afterwards. It was very confusing for me also. But we're going to work backwards, I think, when it figures it out. I'm going to ask more and show screenshots in the Slack channel after class, to kind of suss that one out, because I'm afraid to erase anything in that section because I don't know where they're linked, because there's so many untitled pages. But I think you and I are in the same boat. I tried out too many templates because I really was unhappy with the one that I had chosen last week. So I think that I caused that problem. It was a me problem, as Ross says. I'm raising my mug that is going to say it is a me problem, and I'm totally owning that one. I know that our friend Visual Life, he has a question in the bubble, and he's asking if he can get a discount on Divi, and that's not what we're here for. You signed up for a class, you have your backpack of tools. Anybody who's going outside of the perimeter.
Who's asking you for a Divi discount? Who?
Visual Life down in the chat
Okay,
bubble. He's no
but here's
longer
the thing,
in.
guys. I have a question. What could you possibly pay them for that you already don't have? Do you have
I
the
know.
$300 version? Is what you have right now. Everyone has the $300 version of Divi, which
Well,
is a
he's not-
lifetime membership.
He's not in the room at this
That's fine.
particular
He'll
moment. but-
listen to it and he will hear it.
Exactly.
So you don't need to buy anything at all. The only thing you would need is AI. And if you pay Divi AI, it's really expensive. I would just grab AI Tutor, even if it's for like 4 months. Just grab Plus. It's very, very helpful. It's what I use tonight. And Pixio is used for all of the graphics tonight. So
When I
if
wa-
you do want to buy anything, I would get tools that can help you, not things you already get. And this is for the recording, Sarah. We had 3 people already buy cPanel. Let's not have a 4th. cPanel's $28 a month. You don't need to pay this.
I think what people are not understanding, and this might be a communication error on my point, when you signed up for this class, that digital backpack that I keep telling you about has everything in it that you need. If you go off the beaten path and they ask you for a credit card, you are in the wrong place, because the umbrella of TSI. And the reason why I brought this question up is not to irritate Ross, although sometimes it's like, you just want to pound your forehead on the keyboard. We understand that many of us, I'm included, we own our own domain names. I have over 900 domain names, right? I have a lot in terms of
Holy crap,
I
Sarah. I thought I had a
no,
lot and
I
mine was
have
like
I
70.
have
We need an
quite a few.
intervention on this.
No, no,
Yes, I
no,
think
because
so.
every time you create a project for a client, you buy the domain name because you are from tip to toe, right? There's lots of different reasons, but you have your own assets. We know that you're coming to the table with your own assets. We know that some of you already have an existing website and you may not want any of this, but you just want these trinkets and trash that we have in our digital backpack. What you have to understand is that if you want to buy those a la carte things, fine, go ahead. But that's not why you're here this evening. And so if you do have a domain name that you can bring under the fold, or if you can, use the bits and pieces like Dave Meyer is going to use, great. But that question is kind of a hard one because we have obviously, or at least me, I've made a communication error that you should not be buying anything else outside of the class. Now, I will say there is an exception and only one, and that would be either Pixio or My AI Tutor, because they are going to enhance your journey. And those are tools, once you invest in, they are the missing link to all of this. But can you create this website? Can you create this class without having any extra tools? Absolutely, you can. There's all sorts of things that you can use that are free to add to your experience, but you have to understand the things that are in your digital backpack, they go in the digital backpack. You can't just take them out and use them separately. You might be able to after the class, but for right now, not, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
And it's really important that before you buy something, if it's not AI Tutor or Pixio, if you want to buy it, let us know, because there are some caveats. Like, we can hook you up with $200 at DigitalOcean at the end of the course, which is what we're going to do, where you guys can then build your own server and take almost like an imprint of your website. And we're going to give you all the tools to do that. But I wouldn't go and buy like themes, because you don't even understand how to change images and you're out here buying a theme. Just remember, walk before you run. Make pages before you can make custom pages. And I will nominate Dave Muir for just like 2 minutes if he can give you a little bit of like, I don't know, advice, like how important following directions is now for what it could be in your future when using WordPress.
I just want to add one more thing before Dave starts talking. When you have questions, you're asking TSI, you're asking in Slack. You are not going to cPanel people. You're not going to Divi people. You're not, adding them or tagging them in the digital overlay, whether it's on any of the channels that you are in, because this is all in one contained unit. You have to go and talk to TSI. TSI is the conduit. We're playing within the TSI playground. And you know what? Divi and cPanel and all of these little, things out in the ether, they don't even know you exist because you're not in their playground. You're in TSI's playground. So be cognizant of that too. That I know that some of you, if you don't get an answer tonight, you're going to reach out and they're going to say, we don't know you. We don't have a credit card on file for you. We do not have an account for you. We don't know who you are. That's because you are playing within the TSI playground with tools that have been gifted to you inside their arena. So just to give that a little caveat also. So Dave, go ahead and explain to folks why we're not going to like tap dance on our keyboards and go astray at this point in our journey.
Yeah, look, this happens quite often that we want round one to be perfect instead of what we're learning is functionality, how to do this again and again and again. And while we're going through this, I'm designing what's called a brand persona for a client. It's like 20-page document, probably has like 25 images in it. But as I'm laying out the page and I'm putting all of the stuff in, I'm just using the same image again and again and again. I don't really care about the image now. I'm just figuring out how it looks. And even when you're putting stuff in, you're learning the functionality of putting an image in right now. It doesn't have to be the best image, the most perfect. That I would recommend that you don't spend an exorbitant amount of time getting the ideal perfect image right now when then you run into trouble after this space and you don't know how to put a second image in or a third image in. That's the ideal right now, is just put in any image, put in any text right now. And then you have Ross and all of the team here to say, I can't put an image in. Ross is not going to say, let me have a look at that image. I don't like that image that you're having difficulty trying to put in, or I don't like the words you put into the page. He's just going to say, what's broke? I don't care what image it is. How do we fix getting the image back in? And I think the look and the feel of the website, that's the polish phase. And I spoke about this before in ITT. I talked about Tanran and Toji, which is Tanran's phase of hammering, just getting a basic shape, a semblance, some images, some text. Now I know how to do that. I can do that 100 times now. After this space, I can go back and I can then do what's called Tanran, which is sharpening the blade. I can go back and get a better image because I know how to upload images because I've done it 5 times. I can put in better text. I can create 100 new pages because now I know how to create pages and I've done it 2 or 3 times. So I think less perfect first time around and more you're stretching your legs. You're not an Olympic sprinter today. You're just learning how to, run essentially. Don't worry about the expertise of it. There's a saying that runners have, which is laces before latitude. And it is get the fundamental basics right, and then you can tweak and then you can get all the fancy gadgets and all of the other stuff. The capabilities of WordPress are endless, but when I build anything, when I'm learning something, it's from an arbitrary point of view that I'm doing something. I'm using Next.js at the moment and playing around with some apps and all that sort of fun stuff, but it's just arbitrary. I'm not trying to build the best web app that I'm going to sell tomorrow. I'm just figuring out fundamental blocks. How do I create a page in that app? How do I add an image? I don't care what the image looks like right now, because when I go to build the actual app, I know how to create an image. That's the fundamental skill I'm learning. And that's what you're learning today, is how to create a page, how to add some content, how to add some images. Just get those few pieces, those basics in, and you can rinse and repeat, and you can sharpen the blade afterwards.
The muscle memory part of it is also, I mean, I can't say that enough. Every time you go through the process, you are relaying the neurological pathways. You're reminding yourself, this is the way that I have to go in order to get from X to Z. You're kind of plotting as you go. And it's no different than what Dave had just mentioned. Yeah, you have to learn to lace your shoes. You have to learn where the track is first before you can even, sometimes you have to walk the track. Or if you are a hurdle jumper, you're not jumping over the hurdles right away. You're basically kind of one at a time, just kind of leaping
Yeah.
over. And it's not a full.
You're learning how to stick Lego blocks together.
Exactly.
You're not learning
is
how
what
to
you're
build
getting. Yeah.
you're not learning how to build the Millennium Falcon on day one. You're learning the fundamental concepts that 4 bricks connect to 4 bricks and then create something else. And the possibilities of Lego are endless. But the concept of Lego is really, really simple. Let's just attach a few bricks. And if you have a problem with attaching 2 bricks, like putting an image into a page, that's where you have the Lego master right now. And you say, Ross, I have a question. That's the really easy. You have a few blocks in here. You have pages, you have images, you have text. They are the fundamental blocks of every single website. Get those right. Don't worry about the look and feel. You can rinse and repeat all of that stuff and get diamond encrusted Lego blocks tomorrow. But also, I would recommend tomorrow, if you're scratching your head, even after the recap, you're still scratching your head. That's what AI is there for as well. WordPress is used by 48% of the internet. It's like 500 million websites. AI will have a lot of knowledge on how do I do A, B, and C. 3 weeks ago, I'm doing WordPress like, I don't know, 10 years. 3 weeks ago, I used AI Tutor. and it built me an amazing script in WordPress. I have no idea how to build that script, but I knew what I wanted to do, and I knew AI had the knowledge to guide me step by step. But I did not say, I want this amazing script that's going to do A, B, and C. I said, let's do one piece and let's check that works. And it didn't work. I said, let's keep doing that till we fix that. And I got the fundamental 2 pieces of Lego blocks to work. And then I could build upon that and build upon that. So it's a systemized approach to get the basics, because you'll intimidate yourself. You'll feel like you don't know what you're doing, but really what you're doing is you're mentally overwhelming yourself by adding too many components and trying to sing, dance, play the harmonica all at the same time. Instead of, let's just do a 2-step shuffle for now.
And one other, little asterisk. I'm using that word a lot lately because I think they're cool. But you're going to go to bed tonight and you're actually going to start thinking about the site. It's going to infiltrate your dreams. You're going to think of maybe different kinds of imagery that you want to plop and drag in there, and you're going to kind of think on it. You don't have to finish it all tonight. If you take a look at the link that I put down below, it took everything in me to find the template that I thought was cool. And sometimes that might be the only thing that you can do this evening, or maybe change a title without erasing the box, or whatever your win for this evening is going to be. But ultimately, the first step tonight is figuring out how to save the changes of that template and posting that link for your class. That's your win tonight. That's all you have to show.
Getting over the fear of
Yes.
the red button.
Exactly.
It's not going to break.
This isn't the
there's
garden.
more fear if you bought the new team and you've picked 17 beautiful images and you've wrote some copy. There's more fear of what you can lose, instead of, I don't actually care about the title right now. Any new technology, you will see it starts with "Hello World." It's just some arbitrary text that they add in because the developer is just checking that it works. They're not saying let's write something amazing like Hemingway, because they don't want to invest that time if it's broken. I'm trying to fix the fundamentals. So don't add more pressure on pressing that red button in the first place to say publish or to say delete or to share the link. It's like, don't make it something that, you will be stressed about losing. It's just a bit of text, just a few images. It's okay. We can fix that. We can do it again tomorrow, and we can create a new page if we've broke it. Don't have that kind of extra sunk cost and investment for your own psyche.
Well, and Dave brings up a really good point. Okay, so a lot of us here, I will raise my hand first. I'm an absolute perfectionist, and I demand perfection in my studio. My joints have to line up. My weld bead has to be meticulous. My handwriting is even scary when it comes to how meticulous it is. Most people look at it and go, I can't believe that's your handwriting. Same. There are some things in life that you just have to, you demand perfection or whatever it is that you do. And that's an ego, right? When you are creating something in an open space like this, you're in a class, right? It's very difficult. And I'll speak for myself as an artist, as a person who teaches art. It's very difficult because I can never take a class. Why? Because people are looking over your shoulder and you're thinking to yourself, they're going to judge me as an artist. They're going to look at my scrapbooks or my sketchbooks and they're not perfected. And therefore I'm not worthy of being their teacher, or, fill in the blank, whatever imposter syndrome you have, right? This is not the moment to get bent out of shape about publishing something and having it adhere to your public currency, as they say, right? Or your public reputation. The fact of the matter is that you're publishing something as proof that you are expanding your own education, that you are investing in continuing education, and that you are practicing a skill in public. And so I'm telling you, so flipping what? If it looks terrible, so be it. This is the
It's your
macaron.
first car.
Exactly.
It's your first
It's the
car.
duct
Don't
tape
build a
mobile.
Ferrari when you can't drive. Can you imagine when you scrape that Ferrari on day
That's right.
one and you're like, oh my God, it's like, just get a really bad car online because we're okay putting some dings in it.
My very first
The
car was
difference
a
is,
convertible LeBaron, and I called it La Duke Top Hay because the entire convertible top was duct tape. So that's what we're
my
putting up
first
tonight.
car was red with a green door because somebody had tried to break into the car and I got the door replaced. And you know what? I didn't care. And I didn't care where I parked the car, what I done, but I learned how to drive. And my next car was nicer, and the next car was nicer than that because I was not going to ding that car. But it's like, just make it really, really basic. Make it messy because all of that stuff, if you don't have those fundamentals, that's perfectly fine. But like, I think sometimes we can have these aspirations of grandeur, and that's okay as ambitious people. But I think it's swim in the lane that we're meant to be in right now. Like it's okay. Have some armbands on and just make a mess. That's what it's meant to be. I much prefer to make a mess because I actually, in the end, know the fundamental components and have much more control over it because I was breaking it again, or I was deleting a page, or I was adding another page. And I think, what you said, Sarah, about that kind of putting into reps. Well, reps build reputation, not just externally that we all worry about. They build internal credibility to say, you know, I've made 15 pages now and I've added 25 different images and I've changed it from a big heading to a small heading and I've added a YouTube video in. I kind of start to feel like I know what I'm doing now. But that can be a little bit overwhelming if you try to add the YouTube video in on hour one.
Well, and I think too, um, your reputation's everything. And if folks understand, you know, on my wall in my studio, my in the biggest pride of place is my white belt. That's the very first belt that I ever earned as a karate student. As when I was working side by side with a bunch of kids, I was the only adult in the room. My children were taking the class, and I was there as the big, beached panda is what I would call myself. Compared to these kids, I was mammoth, and that white belt was such a pride of place because as you go through the colors, and they're all of my belts, and for those that are in martial arts, there are some belts that take years, and you have these little pieces of tape as you go up before you can, exchange belts. And it's the same thing here. You're working or in public, but you're also proving your proficiencies, and it's very difficult, when you think about sometimes we tell people in business, especially, a customer comes to you and says, I want this. And the first thing we tell them is say yes, and then we'll figure out how to build it in the background. And you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants. Yeah, some people can pull that off. There's no question. But let's say you're building a website for other people. You really do want to understand what you're doing a little bit. You want to make sure that you're not going to frack it up or, have a liability. There's lots of little bits and pieces. But if you have a track record, if you are keeping your portfolio, right? All of my children have a portfolio. It shows all of their work from, kindergarten all the way through, their 12th grade. And when they went to the colleges and they said, well, we need proof that you have the skills that you say you do, they just simply open it up. And that's what you're doing now, is you're opening it up. And there are some people that are going to be wickedly talented right out of the box because they have a fluidity. They know how to play with all this stuff. This is their ecosystem. Exactly. They're just going to run with it. You're not competing against them. You're competing against the person you were the last class. That's it. That's the only person that you're
And I
competing
think
against.
during the class is extremely, like in between each class, that's the important part is like now break stuff and ask Ross and fix it. But you have to go away and practice. And I remember an employee of mine came to me 4 years out of college, done web design, and I looked at what he'd done, and he wasn't ready to be employed by me. And I gave him some advice on how to tweak some stuff. And I said to him, "You're not ready to be employed by me, but go and find a local sports club or a charity or something like that who don't need or can't even afford me. Go and help somebody out and they'll kind of be okay with you experimenting and figuring stuff out. And 2 weeks later, he checked in with me and told me he was starting to help a local sports club. And 4 weeks later, he showed me a really basic website. It was terrible. I didn't actually care. I called him that day and I hired him that day because he had that tenacity to take away the information and the advice that I gave him. And I upskilled him for maybe 4 or 5 months to be at a much higher level. Worked for me for a few years. I upskilled him to a level that then he could go to another company and get an even higher salary. And I'm really glad I've done that. But I've had many people over the years come to me and say, here's what I can do. And I've given them advice and they go away and they don't do anything with the knowledge. It is going to be, you have to have some of that tenacity and mad scientist to go away and start playing around with this on your own. Because if you're dependent on Ross and his team, not just fixing, some of the problems you may encounter, but if you're dependent on them to take you through every single step just in this space, it's going to be really hard for you when all of these spaces end to go away and do it on your own back with your own motivation and your own volition. I would say, like, they're the best questions is what do we need to do before the next class? When I went and studied web design, I had a great teacher and I obliterated him with emails throughout the week before I got to see that specific teacher again. I was the only person in the class that sent him so many messages. Years later, he ended up working for me for months. It was a really, really nice point that I could go full circle from that guy teaching me to me actually employing that guy. But that was only from tenacity and addiction and obsession and all of those crazy things that we have as
All right, all you amazing innovators who showed up right on time for this build session, we will be starting in a few minutes. Do yourself and your network a huge favor, like and retweet the room. We're going to let a couple minutes of silence here to begin the space, let everybody fill in their seats, and then we'll launch into this. It's great to see each and every one of you who are here. Again, let's like and retweet the room. We'll be beginning very shortly. All right, folks, we're going to be starting at 5:05 on the dot. That's about 2 minutes away from me, maybe a little bit less. Again, like and retweet the room. We'll have a nice intro, and we're going to launch off this amazing event here in a moment. Like I said, great to see the amazing familiar faces that are in the crowd. Guys, I'm so stoked of what we're going to launch into here in a couple minutes. Again, at 5:05, we're going to do it.
Hey Josh, I'm just gonna do a quick test, okay? Give me 1 second. I just need to hear if I hear myself.
All right, it is 5:05. And as promised, I think that we go ahead and launch off this event. Folks, welcome back into the Innovators Think Tank. We are now going on our second course in a series, Building Our Idea to Impact. And I'm so stoked about what we have in store for you guys, not only today, but the next 6 weeks. I just want to start off by saying, guys, the Innovators Think Tank, this is a place for any of you, anybody working on a project, a business, an idea, to come and collaborate with folks who have a different background, different expertise, different talents, different perspective. We have seen over 300 hours of doing this event, over a number of build courses, over 1 full year of hosting this space. There's no doubt that collaboration is the new currency. That when we work with folks who have a different background than us, we're actually able to unearth insights that can allow us to craft impact in our life, in our business, in our families that's even more meaningful. So guys, I appreciate you for joining me here to kick off Build a WordPress Site from Idea to Impact week number 1. Look, I just want to say that here inside the Innovators Think Tank, and in a very real way, the definition of innovation is the transformation of ideas to impact. So what we do every Saturday is we help everybody in this community learn pillars, core skills of what it means to transform your ideas to impact: leadership, communication, business management, and so much more. So folks, up in the nest, we will here in a little bit have a link to ITT number 54. That is this Saturday. Don't forget to show up, learn those pillars of innovation, sign up for 60-second pitches, and dig your heels into this community. Look, we are kicking off something that is beyond words today, and we're going to try to put it in 2 words. But first off, I want to say anybody who came from the first build series and trusted Sarah and our team and Nick Alisher and Ross at the TSI to be good stewards of your attention, of your time, I wanted to thank you guys, because without you guys having been in that first course, there would be no second course. And I'm so excited about what direction we're headed with this. The Tech in Schools initiative, without a doubt, has been just such a core part of what it means to transform ideas to impact here inside this community. So I wanted to thank them. We have some key sponsors and partners that work with the Tech in Schools initiative that I think deserve a shout out before we get into this. So first off, I want to just thank you so much out to DigitalOcean for making all of this possible with the Tech in Schools. I know you have been partners with them since 2021 as a simple and reliable cloud hosting service. This is going to do wonders for our community. So I greatly thank you to DigitalOcean for what you've supplied. It means the world to us. cPanel. Now this is an incredible a piece of software and service for you innovators. This is a control panel. It's your dashboard, right, for managing the elements of your website. Everybody's going to get a cPanel here today. So thank you to cPanel. I don't know if we could do this event also without TSI, DigitalOcean, and you guys. Divi Theme is another company that is making this possible. If you want to talk about like a complete design framework from your site, from the ground up, custom, Divi Theme is going to be there to support us as we build out the custom elements of our site. Immunify 365 is another partner of this. Like you're talking comprehensive security suite for your site as well. So nobody's going to be left at risk of being hacked and information stolen. We have that locked down, and big shout out to Immunify 365, or excuse me, 360 for making that happen. And the last partner here would be WordPress. Everybody knows WordPress, right? The content management system. This is where we host and where we build. So with these partners, and last but not least, the Tech in Schools Initiative, who is an amazing partner of the ITT. Their team is leading the charge here, making this happen, calling the shots. And I just wanted to shout each and every one of the partners who are making this build space possible. It would be nothing without you guys. Let's continue with transforming our ideas to impact. We are at week 1. We are setting up. We might have some of our ideas, but let's go ahead and get some of the amazing people who are going to be leading us through this 6-week course up inside the mix. Let's do this. Ross, do you want to come on in and share with everybody, for the sake of the recording, for the sake of what we're doing here, who you are, what we have going these next 6 weeks in a very rough way? And then I say we get Sarah in here as well to kick off the event. And I am stoked to be doing this. Well done to your team. I will say that even before we go into this event, I wanted to do these intros. We can talk about what resources are needed, and those are up in the nest. But I think for now, Ross, I want to give you the mic. Give us a little intro. Tell us what we're doing here over the next 6 weeks, and let's do it, sir. Thank you.
Hey, how is everyone? I am so happy we're doing this. This is gonna be so fun, guys. So we are actually streaming across a few social networks. So hopefully we get some new Twitter people in here for the first time. And what we're gonna build is really fun. It's gonna be really easy. It's not gonna be crazy hard. What's gonna be crazy is coming up with content and making sure you're sending the right message and your colors are correct. But the coding part, we're going to help you with all our tools and resources. So hopefully, if you're on the live stream or you're not on the live stream, and I do agree we should intro everyone, Josh. I just want to make sure one quick thing. If you're on Twitter, there's a live stream. If you click it, it will show it to you, but with no audio. If you're on desktop and you go to Josh Hellman's website, Innovators Think Tank, you should be able to see the whole thing with audio. You could just mute it. The purpose of this is after this is over, you have a complete full video and audio in 1080p of everything that happened. And let's say you're not in Twitter and you want to be in the Innovators Think Tank Build a WordPress site from Idea to Impact. This is going to be the first time ever that you can go to the website and actually participate in this event, and we will even see your comments. We will see comments across every social network. So I hope you guys really enjoy this, and I look forward to all the introductions. I love hearing about all the cool people that make this happen. But we worked really hard to put this together, and I think you guys are going to have so much fun. It's going to be so insane.
Ross, I absolutely love it, and I will double down on that. Like going from the first Idea to Impact series, or you could say course, to this one, folks, we've leveled it up a lot. Go to the link in the nest at the very top and swipe to the far right. There's only 3 things in there right now. Right, so go to the very far right. You'll see all resources and live stream link with a couple arrows pointed downwards. Folks, that'll take you right to the Innovators Think Tank website, where we have the video up, all of the resources you need, the agenda. And like Ross said, if you're not on X with us right now, you guys can head on over to the Innovator Think Tank website and use the comment box, in which our team and Ross's team will be able to see your comments, and we're happy to reply in live real-time audio from here. If you guys want to come over to X, click on the link in the upper right-hand corner of the Innovators Think Tank website. You'll be taken to the X space. Request the mic and feel free to come up and grab it at any point. As Ross mentioned, we're live on many different platforms. We're trying to bring as many people into this event and make as big of an impact as possible. So look, you don't necessarily need to be inside this space right now. You could be on the Innovators Think Tank website, listening to the audio, putting some comments in there. And guys, I think that this is a really, really great way to evolve what we're doing and take a bold step into the second course of this series. Without further ado, let's get Sarah in here to talk a little bit more about, some thoughts she's having in terms of taking ideas to impact WordPress sites for innovators. On an individual level or even businesses. Sarah, my thought is you might not only have a great intro, but also be able to touch on the ways that people might want to use what's in front of them right now. So Sarah, thanks for joining us. I'm stoked what we're doing, and Mike is 100% yours.
Well, greetings. Congratulations to each and every one of you that are here. You got to be present to win today, folks. There's a couple things housekeeping things. I want to make sure we're all on the same page when we start this. how many of you, raise a hand, I know that you're on laptops, so you can just kind of wave, have already signed up for tonight's class? And we want to make sure that you have all of your tools before we begin opening up this segment. So if anybody does not know what the heck I'm talking about, that you did not link your Twitter account or sign up for an account for this evening, we need to know now. This is one of those things that we need to know now. So it doesn't mean that you're going to be left behind, but some of you are new and may have not heard our talk on Saturday night. Maybe you were just invited by a friend, and maybe this is your first time on Twitter. I know that we have some anonymous listeners, and we also have listeners across multiple platforms, right? So I wanted to welcome you, each and every one of you. You're taking a bold step in hacking your own education and, creating something that is going to be the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes in the digital overlay. First and foremost, make sure you have something to drink. I know that this is going to be a long night for some folks. This is a digital makerspace, which means you come up to the mic, and if you have questions, comments, or concerns, we'll make sure to see you and call on you as best as possible. The little purple bubble down below, you can also add comments, questions, concerns down there, and I'll do my best to look at them. If we're following one another, you can always DM me as well. Any of the crew. We're all here actually just to see you guys succeed. So if you have a notebook, a pad of paper, it's really important. I know some of you have giant whiteboards. Those are awesome too, because this is facilitating many different things. We all have a different why for being here. Why do we need a website, right? In the first place, it's so much more than just a website. Like I said, it's the hub of a wheel with many, many spokes. In the digital overlay, each one of you are your own private kingdom. You don't realize it yet, but you are. Some people will call that an influencer, but really it's a microcosm of the folks that you hang around with the most, that you serve and that you help simply by showing up. You are kind of the center of an ecosystem, a pocket family. And to give you some inkling, there are people, we'll take, like we did on Saturday, Taylor Swift, right? She's going to have the gross domestic product that's bigger than some small countries because of her influence and pull. The things that you guys are wanting to build, you folks, I should say, guys, I shouldn't say that all the time. I just do. Apologies. But everybody here has an ambition. We all have mobility at the very core of our beating hearts. We want to go somewhere. We want to be relevant. We want to build something of relevance to other people, but also that we can profit from. Many of the ideas that we had in the SAS class were jumping boards, were springboards, were platforms to something else, right? We're building these things, and each step of the way, giving you tools along the way to help you hone your skills and your capabilities, whether it's learning how to speak with Tim Brown, or maybe you get stuck and you need to go and help, get some help from Dave Meir, or maybe you need to pitch an idea. And Josh Hellman has so many wonderful, wonderful guests on Saturday that can help you with that. Tonight is you're going to get a website. That website could be, like I said in the post earlier, it could be a repository of wonderful things that you're doing. It could be a glorified resume. It could be an actual site where you're selling stuff. It can be all sorts of things. Those are the questions you need to ask yourself right at this moment. Why are you building it? There are many people here who have been building websites their entire lives, and then they're given the opportunity to have a wonderful backpack full of stuff from our wonderful sponsors. And that's good too, because each and every one of us needs to hone our skills and kind of learn how to re-navigate with new tools and things. So without much more fanfare, we have a very packed agenda. And so I'm glad that all of you are here. You're taking a first step in owning yourself. You're owning your own journey. And, in a day and age of AI, we have a collaborator that can help us smooth out the rough edges and fill in the gaps of our own skills. It's not going to replace developers. It's not going to replace all of those things, because as you build, you're going to realize, I have delusions of grandeur. And these are outside of my skill sets. That's when we're going to tap in and then look around to our left and right and see folks that will take us to the next level. But the point is here tonight is to dare to learn something new and be a little bit vulnerable, because sometimes it's unnerving and we understand that you're going to yell at the screen, you're going to cuss, you're going to learn some wonderful words. Please don't use them in spaces, because we have a wonderful group of kids from the New York public school systems that are joining us. So be on your best behavior. This is a Montessori classroom of sorts, right? So keep it family friendly. But I will tell you, yes, it's going to test a lot of folks, especially if this kind of stuff is new to you. But don't worry, we're not going to leave you behind. And no question is dumb. We want all of the questions to be in the recorded line, especially since this is a beta test, right? This is what we're doing. We're making sure that we're, testing everything so that other people that come after us will have an easier time. So without any more jibber jabber, I see that Dave Meir has his hand up, and I always love to hear his voice, especially going into new class. Dave, how are you this evening?
Very well. You probably hear in my voice that I don't have my usual energy. I've been working a lot the last week. I've intentionally left everything to the last minute, so I want to try kind of ask questions that maybe other people are not asking. And I followed the link in Innovators Think Tank. I am on the TSI DigitalOceans portal, and I see billing cycle, and I see enter your domain. And I don't know right now, is enter your domain a requirement, or is that kind of optional and we can figure that out later on, or is that something that I need to put in or would trip me up if I just went, pay now and continued on?
So great question. It's not gonna trip you, but I will say one thing. We're gonna go through it on the live stream, but when you get to that portal, for the most part, everybody's gonna get a domain that will end with .tsiprogram.org. So it could be your name .tsiprogram.org. Because at the end of the day, after you click pay now, even though you're not gonna pay, of course, we have to approve that order, and that's how the account will get created for you. So we're gonna be back in this platform, and it's gonna have your password, it's gonna have your login, and it's gonna have your domain that we will create for you. But everybody's domain is gonna be at .tsiprogram.org, and then you can add your own domain afterwards.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to chime in real quick, and Sarah and Dave both making excellent points. Dave, I'm so glad that you held off, because a lot of the questions that you have will be questions that other people have. And I want to invite anybody, again, no question is a dumb question. If you're on the Innovator Think Tank website, put them in the comment section. If you're here on X, grab the mic or put them in the comment section as well. We invite that. We're about to jump into this event. This was really, an intro. I wanted to be sure the Tech in Schools, that Sarah, that anybody who wanted to kind of come up and share a quick note had that opportunity. But I think that we jump right into it, because Dave, my hunch is that question in which you have will be answered as we get right into this. I'm thinking with the live stream and with the agenda on the website, nobody will leave this first week without being set up and feeling good to go. So if you're nervous right now, if you're feeling a little clinched up, anybody in the audience, relax, you're in the right place. Just pull open that live stream. The Tech in Schools, Sarah, and our amazing teachers are going to take us step by step to set all of this up. So again, you won't leave here today. I see a lot of people in the bottom right-hand corner putting up some comments and some questions. Great questions. We'll address those one at a time as we get going. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to hand the mic over to Alisher, to Ross, to Nick. Allow them to jump right into it. Again, guys, we want to have the live stream open. The live stream is up inside the Jumbotron. If you want all of the resources, the whole package, the whole Christmas tree, go to innovatorsthinktank.com and click on this week's agenda. Also in the Nest, it's the very first post on the far right. So just click on that, get signed in with your account on Innovators Think Tank if you're not already, and get ready to rock and roll here today. So Sarah, Nick, Rosh, Alisher, let's launch into building our WordPress site from idea to impact week number 1. I'm going to go ahead and give the mic over to Nick, Rosh, and Alisher. Alisher, let's do it.
So guys, here's the thing. If you don't follow this process right now, you're gonna actually not leave here safe and unbothered. You're gonna be like mad because you didn't do it if you don't pay attention right now. And this is not a recording thing. This is a real time, you take action type of situation. Then after, week 2, 3, of course, if you can't show up at the first 10 minutes or stay the whole time, we understand it's all live stream. But it's really, really, really important that you get the authentication and you get the servers and you're able to do all those things. So if you haven't had the opportunity to sign in, get the link, sign up, purchase a thing, get to $0, and where it says unpaid, if it says unpaid, you did the right thing. If it does not say unpaid yet, you need help. This is your time to raise your hand, come up and talk, and we have the live right here. We can actually simulate and show you what you should be doing. So please come up, raise your hand, join the speakers, and ask your question. This is interactive learning, not a lecture.
Some initial people up on stage that grabbed the mic. We have Jeff, Dan, Lucia, Brad. Welcome on up here. Good to see each and every one of you, and our co-host Mattia grabbing the mic as well. Sharon grabbing the mic. Let's see. We got Mukshad. Guys, I'm getting everybody up here. Apologies on the delay. All right, Mattia, I see you got a hand up. Any questions you have for Ross as we're launching into week number 1? Sharon will come your way next.
Yeah, honestly, I have the same issue that Dave brought up, Ross. I get to the checkout page, continue shopping, empty shopping cart, but I don't have like a pay now, proceed to next page.
Question, do you have an account? If you don't have an account.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I haven't been able to make an account yet because I'm trying to keep up with you.
Hey, Mukshad, if you'll do me a favor, my friend, we're going to keep the build session to a raise hand etiquette, just kind of like a classroom. That way, everybody can get that opportunity to ask a question in good order. Really, really appreciate you being here, my friend. We're glad you're on stage as well. Just toss that hand up. If you're on the PC, there is no hand going up in the air, right? So be sure you wave it. Cash Money Kev just waved his hand just like that. That lets us know and our team know that you have a question, and we'll call on you 100%. Mukshad, thank you so much, my friend. We'll go right on back. Who was speaking at the time? I think that was Mattia. Asking a question, yes, to Ross.
Yes. So Mattia, you need an account to actually check out. So at the bottom, it should say create an account. Go do that, and then come back, hit that link, and Pay Now will be available. And for the domain, it could be mattia.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ross. I think that's what I tried to do earlier, but must have just messed up. Thank you.
Yeah, you just can't check out without an account. There's no way for us to actually give it to you without you logging into the platform first, then hitting the link and checking out.
For folks that are questioning whether or not you did it right, you will have a verification email. It will actually say, yep, you have this waiting for you. So when you get to that last piece and you have the invoice that's zeroed out, if you got yourself an email, you do have an account. So that gives you a clue just to set your mind and hearts at ease that you're on the same page. And I guarantee in a minute, after we start going through these spots, if you don't start showing what's on your screen, then we'll know, this is a Montessori classroom. We know when the square thing does not fit into the round thing, and we can clear all that stuff up. So just, don't have to anxiety or anything like that. For those that are DMing in the background, you did it right. You showed up, you have your number 2 pencil, and we're all ready. I see that Sharon has her hand up. Go ahead, love.
I guess I did everything right. Is that all I have to do to be part of the course? Just that? When it comes to signing up?
For now, yes. But
Okay.
I actually wanted to go through signing up first. So I posted the link on top in the Jumbotron, where you guys can go to the Innovators Think Tank website, sign up with X, and you'll have a link to this portal here, where us and DigitalOcean manage our resources and can give you guys an account. What we're gonna do is we're gonna click Buy Now. You should have only one option available here, TSI and ITT hosting. And if you don't have an account, if you're not logged in, you'll be greeted with this screen. So here you can see already have an account or create an account. Well, I'm going to create an account. I'll make a quick account for myself. You guys can fill out your real info, but I'm actually going to fill out my real info as well, in case I want to receive any emails. And we disabled email verification for now. So for today, you guys can go through, easily sign up, and then we're going to enable email verification, so it's a little bit more secure. But for now, for the ease of getting in, you can all sign in, make an account. It's free. Now from here, you want to go to place new orders, and you want to get back to TSI X ITT if you just signed up. And then I can click buy now. And we're going to have this option to enter a domain. So what I recommend you guys do, I'm going to zoom in, is enter a domain that's, your first name, last initial, your first initial, last name. So for me, it's going to be afarhadi.tsiprogram.org. So everybody's domain should end with .tsiprogram.org. If it doesn't, we'll automatically, when we're approving you, paste in a domain for you. So it's okay.
And Alisher, real quick, we have a couple hands that went up. As we go along here, I want to be sure we grab those questions, eliminate them. That way, if anybody's curious or has the same one, they're not held up in their mind or in the process. I think Adil, I believe that's how I say that. If I messed it up, sir, my apologies. Welcome on stage. I know you were in Unstuck earlier today with Dave and Miles. Now that's one heck of a place to be in the morning. Good call, sir. But Adil, welcome into the ITT. Any thoughts or questions or holdups you might be having with the tech in schools or the flow of information? Mike is yours.
Hi, Josh. I'll try and make this quick because I know we're trying to keep this moving. Thank you very much for having me here, guys. Just two questions. Number one, as it is in the UK, I'm on a bit of a tight schedule tonight, so I'm not going to be able to stay for the entire duration. I'm conscious that I might miss out on some of the signing up processes and things like that. Is there going to be a recording or anything like that that I can watch tomorrow later in the day and be able to catch up on any steps that I might miss? And number two, I was on the phone with Morgan earlier, a fantastic lady, and I was going through this exact part on the checkout, and the enter your domain, she said, you don't need to put anything in there for now. It's okay. So I just continued without actually entering anything in there, which it allowed me to do. So I just wanted to clarify if there's going to be a way for us to go back and change that for me as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so you'll be able to change, but we're actually going to set that for you. So everybody's going to get a domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org. And then from the cPanel side, you'll be able to easily add whatever domain you want, however many domains you want. So whenever you're making your website, you could always switch it to your new domain. Whenever you do get a domain, but you don't need a domain right now, we will actually provide you a temporary domain that you can use.
Okay, perfect. And in regards to the first question about not being able to stay for the entire
Adil, I
duration,
got you for that one.
That's totally okay. We're going to be recording this live stream, and also we have written documentation that's coming. So I already wrote up the first part of it where it describes how to get an account and how to claim your free cPanel. So I'm gonna write the next part of it, which is how we're gonna make the WordPress, how to access cPanel, and also how to edit your WordPress website eventually.
And Alisher, I want to just double down and make sure everybody knows also, Adil, that you're not able to sign up after week 1, although the recording will be available. So we'll have a full recording with the audio, with everything you're seeing on the live stream, Adil, but folks listening now, or even if you're listening back, you will not be able to sign up after week 1. So make sure that you're locked in, you have your account, you have everything you need. But I get that it gets late across the pond, my friend. If anything, we welcome you in here during the 6-week course, and I'm glad you stopped by today. So Alisher, excuse my interruption. Adil, did you have another note before we swing it back around to Sharon?
No, that was it. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it gets a little bit difficult, especially prayer times in the UK, being Muslim, are a bit complicated. About 2:30, 3 a.m. is the first one, so sleep schedule is a bit messed up. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thank you guys for having me, and I can't wait to see what you guys can produce for everybody.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, make sure you sign up today before you leave the space, so we can approve you and you'll have access to it. And also,
Yeah, I've done that.
everybody who's listening to this in the future who did not get an opportunity to sign up during week 1, we're gonna probably come up with a resource that will allow you to have a free WordPress website locally, or something where there's a service that gives you credit and you can launch your own WordPress. So if you weren't here for week 1, you still will be able to continue with the website. And of course, if you're maybe listening to this in the future and you want to repeat this and you no longer have access to the cPanel, well, then you can launch your own local server or your own cloud server that's free. So we'll figure out some sort of free resources where you aren't left behind if you weren't here for week 1.
Beautiful. Sharon, I see you got a hand up. We'll go right over to you for a question. And Sarah, my dear Sarah, feel free to never put that hand up. You are leading this course. If anything, I got to pop a hand up now and again. I'm sorry, I'm stepping on toes. I want to get these questions answered and be sure that we're continuing to move in the right direction. Sharon, what do you got for us?
I accidentally entered a domain that's also the wrong domain. So I just wanted to ask if you guys can delete that for me and just put, and just change it, or can I change it?
We're going to change it. We're going to go through everybody's request and we're going to approve it. And that's when the account is going to get created. So we're going to be changing everybody's domains anyway if they don't fit the format.
Thank you.
And it's going to be something simple. It'll be something like yourname.tsiprogram.org.
There are no mistakes, Sharon. Well, there are, but we can fix them and reverse them, so don't worry about it. I've done the same, so I was like, oh, I misspelled it. I just wanted to make sure that down below that Umuk Sud, I know that you had your hand up, honey, and I didn't see and hear your question, and I didn't want to overlook you just in case you're on the laptop. Did you still have a question for Ross before we continue on to Katie?
Sarah, I had noticed that I think he dropped off the stage. I know that the X
okay.
Spaces has been one heck
Excellent.
of a challenge recently. We're going to fight
You
through
have
it.
no idea. I will tell
man.
you.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure because we do have phantom people in the speaker box. And so if you're listening to the recording, we were thinking of you. So hopefully your questions are answered. I see that Miss Katie has arrived and I wanted to tell her her new PFP is stunning. So welcome to the stage. How are you, my friends? What question do you have for Ross?
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Sarah.
It is.
Thank you
It's
so
great.
much.
It looks
Oh,
lovely.
thanks.
I'm very, very
Oh,
proud of you. Yes, go
oh,
ahead.
so kind. Two things. When I first signed up, I did not use my Twitter account to sign up, so I'm signed up through my email address. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay. As long as
Okay.
your name is there, we're going to know you're coming from here. We know most of the people that have signed up already, so we're able to place most of you. And yeah, I don't think we have Twitter sign up here, but when you go to Innovative Think Tank, you do have a Twitter sign up, and that's kind of like a way for us to verify that you're coming from Twitter, which is thank you, Luke and Josh, for providing that resource.
Is that okay then? So I'm okay in the position right now, just having signed up by email.
You're absolutely okay.
Okay, and the other question that I had was, I definitely do not have a domain yet as part of the process I went through to sign up. Is that okay at the moment?
That's okay as well. Everybody's going to get a domain that ends with .tsiprogram.org.
Perfect, thank you.
And when he says, shout out to Josh and Luke, he's really saying shout out to Luke in the audience, who is the developer of the ITT. And everything you see on that Innovator Think Tank site was brought to life in amazing ways by Luke. And even a lot of the design was done by the great Dave Meir, who we have on stage. So guys, give him a follow. We're building out these sites. Don't hesitate to reach out to some of the people in here who have put together world-class sites before. I highly recommend it. Dan, my friend, thank you for being in here. Also, I see 30, 35 people on the site right now. Guys, well done. Go over to that site, get all the resources you need. Dan, my friend, welcome up. Any questions you got? Mike is yours.
My hand up, but hello. I was just awaiting the next step. I think I'm caught up.
All right, no problem. It was a phantom hand. It just like Talladega Nights, Will Ferrell style. Just put those hands up there. Kathleen, I see you got a hand up. Any thoughts that you have for Ross or Nick? We welcome them. Thanks for being on stage. Mike is yours. And your mic is still muted, Kathleen, by the way. May need to unmute that.
Yeah, somehow, I'm sorry, the soundboard always pops up these days and then I can't get the mic. Quick question, because I'm using my own name at tsi.org and I own my own name through GoDaddy at .com, will I have any conflicts later with that?
No,
does-
you will not have any conflicts. What we will show you how to do in the following weeks is how to connect your own domain, how to bring your own domain from GoDaddy and connect it to your cPanel. But you're not going to have any conflicts. You're all set. Most people are going to have the same domain. It's going to be something like their name.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right, the board of questions seems to be clear. If you don't have any big questions, guys, and we have any more folks that are requesting, don't feel offended if I move you down and we bring somebody else up. We're just rotating the questions that we can take. So, Alisha, I'll bring it right back over to you. Sorry about stepping on toes. My thought was let's just answer these along the way and make sure everybody stays totally up to date with us. So, sir, Mike is yours.
No, that was perfect. And the next step for us is you can click pay now on the screen, but you're not really paying. This just puts in an order in our system, and it essentially lets us know you're here, and we're going to approve it, and it'll automatically make a free cPanel for you. So I'm going to put in my order, and from here, you can go back to the client area, and you're going to notice you have an order, but it's pending. So what we have to do now is me and Nick, we're going to go into our accounts, and we're going to start approving people and setting usernames and passwords for everybody and setting your domains. And in the meantime, you'll learn a little bit about WordPress. So as we're approving you, you're also going to learn about WordPress, cPanel, and then we're going to jump straight into WordPress. So I'm going to hand it over back to Ross, and I'm going to go start approving everybody.
We're talking about duplicates because they're going to see it.
Right. So another thing we noticed is since a lot of people signed up several times, you're going to see only one. We're going to delete the duplicates. So if you signed up 4 times and you don't even know about it, you're only going to see one order in there that will be active, that will have all your info leading to your cPanel.
Hey guys, how are you? So, do we understand what to do? Are we putting in our orders? Anyone have a question? This is important.
Yes, I do. So I already do have a .com that I put in yesterday. So I guess you guys can delete that one and then it'll keep the tsiprogram.org, right?
Yeah, so any duplicates we'll delete, any misspellings we'll delete, any wrong domains we'll fix. We're only going to activate the ones that actually are good to go. And hopefully by the end of this process, everyone has a shiny new fancy cPanel. Now, we will be cross-checking everyone. So if you are here in anonymous, I don't know how to see it, don't be anonymous so we can see that you're a person. Because we don't give cPanels and this kind of resources to people who we actually don't know. So the only way we can verify is with Twitter. So just keep that in mind. You can listen, I just can't activate you unless I know who you are. Any questions at all? This is the time to ask random questions. Because what I don't want to do is like start doing what we're doing or week 2, and it's like, how do I set this up?
I have a question,
Ross.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Nope. You go first.
Just for clarification, Ross, I'm waiting for Nick to approve me in the background, and then when my status changes for pending, I'm good to go.
Correct. Yep. And you'll be issued
Thank you.
a server, an SSL, a domain, databases, and all the other resources which we're going to start to claim together. But if we can't claim it together and it's like me and 6 other people doing it, and then like 35 of you, 40 of you not being able to do it, that's no good. And if you're listening not inside Twitter, you need to come to Twitter. That's it. So you need to take yourself from wherever you are and come to Twitter, and you can get verified. And we can give you a cPanel too. this is the first time we're actually broadcasting kind of everywhere, which is kind of fun. So we're making a lot of new friends tonight.
Ross, to jump in, there are a number of folks that have one device. So they are on a laptop only and are watching the live stream through Innovators Think Tank. Is there any way that they can give you a heads up or a tap if they cannot listen to both at the same time or access Twitter?
But they can, because no matter where they are, they're hearing Spaces.
True, I agree. Okay,
So if
so
they're
I'm
on
going
the
to make
live
sure
stream,
that they're not on one or the other. Maybe
yeah,
they'll
well,
have
if
to
you're
mute one
if
or
you're
the
on your
other. Yeah.
computer, right, and you're on your computer and you have the live stream open and you have Spaces open, just mute the live stream and you're good to go. But if
Excellent,
yeah,
excellent,
it's
excellent. I
perfect.
just want to make sure that they have to have their face here in the crowd so that we can identify. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
the
asking?
face being here is identification and getting approved. If you're not here, you're not going to get approved.
Got
We
it.
have to know who you are via DM, something. You interact on the other platforms. Drop a comment. We'll see comments from every platform tonight, like in real time.
Also, I will say, if they have an account signed up with their X account through Innovators Think Tank, we can verify on the back end as well. So I can send over a list of people who have accounts with the their X linked to the
Oh yeah,
Innovators Think Tank.
that would
Yeah.
be incredible if you can do that, Josh.
Yeah, we'll kick over a list to you guys right now just to verify. But so again, if you guys are somewhere else and just over at the Innovators Think Tank site, you're doing fine. No reason to pull up X right now unless you have a question, or if you just want to come join us on stage. We'll get you approved on the back end of that Innovators Think Tank site. So if you don't have your X account connected with the ITT ecosystem, now's a great time to go ahead and do that. Dave Mears, so you got a hand up, sir. Mike is all yours.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about verifying and having people show up here. I'm kind of interested in what could be the block for you guys to verify. So, for instance, if somebody put in some random spurious domain name to register, which is not connected to their name on X, and the email address has no correlation to X, like, do they need to DM you? Like, I'm assuming you will have no idea if it's a random domain and you look at their name in here, you've no real way of clarifying.
Yeah, Dave, that's correct. So what we're gonna do is either they could DM us, right? If they hear us, they can come to Twitter. They could DM us on Facebook. They could DM us anywhere where we're streaming, on Twitch, on YouTube. They could drop a comment. They could privately DM me and not come to Spaces. But they would need to I need to know who they are because they're getting an insane amount of resources, and we have to know everyone who is on the server. You have to be confirmed, like first, last name, that you're like a human, not a bot. So I have no problem giving it to anyone who's not here and listening on the live stream currently, because I know that's happening. Just reach out and DM us. You can go on our website and reach out. There's a lot of ways that, anyway, wherever you can see our name, you could reach out to us and we'll get you activated too. But yeah, Dave, it is a manual process. But this is not like something you would do at scale. Obviously, it would be automated. You put in your card, you're verified, you're a person. But we're missing that crucial step of verification right here.
And part of the reason why it's not just to deter bots, you're also testing a platform and testing a whole entire ecosystem for young kids. So, having these extra, steps for verification are helping our guests that are teachers and principals and facilitators in the schools. So it is kind of, sometimes you look at it and think to yourself, well, this is dumb, or I don't understand, or I'm just used to, click, 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 and I'm in. Having those layers of security and protection are also helping you to make sure that, one, we know who you are, but two, let's say we frack up the the website or whatever else, getting help, but making sure that we have all the dots connected and things like that. It just adds another layer because we do have so many people here who have never built a website, and this is all completely new to them. So I hope that folks are understanding the why, because sometimes it can be frustrating and we understand it. But definitely, if you've ever read the book Horton Hears a Who by Dr. Seuss, we are here, we are here, we are here. If you're on the stream, participate, right? If you're here in Twitter, send up some emojis or come up on Space, or just, blast us in the DM so that we can, see you, hear you, and that you're not just a speck of dust mote
So go ahead, Ross. Go ahead and continue. I think we've got everybody. I'm looking into the audience. Everybody who is hot, straight, normal, we got them all on the same page. Is there anybody that we're leaving behind here that are not caught up? Give
No,
me a
I hope-
thumbs up if you
yeah.
are struggling. If you have a thumbs up, that means we're going to either call on you to come to stage, or you need to comment in the purple bubble, or be the Horton that hears a who. We need to hear you. So put a thumbs up. Try to get our attention to make sure that we know if you're struggling, because I can't be a mind reader, and I don't think the boys can too. So we're gonna continue to plow ahead if that's okay.
Also, quick thing. As we start the approval process, a few things are going to happen. One, you being unpaid doesn't necessarily mean it may not be active. So what I want you to do is head over to your account. It should look like this. And you should be able to hit like the home page, and you should be able to see this recent order. So don't pay attention to the invoice right now tonight. The invoice may or may not change for you tonight. It may change later on or in the morning, but that's not going to mean it's not going to work. Look at recent orders. If it says active, you have been given the magic, amazing activation. If it hasn't, keep refreshing. Second, during this process, due to our partners and the awesome greatness of what we're doing, you will also be moderated. So if your domain is something that would not be given to like a 13-year-old, you're going to be moderated. It'll be changed to your first name, first letter, last name, or first name, last letter, something like that. It won't have your original because that won't be allowed. So keep that in mind when you check back and you're like, oh, it changed. Well, it did change. And so that's going to be the new one. And there's no changing back. And so, yeah, just keep that in mind. I want everyone to go and start refreshing their pages. Things should start to say activated. Can you please join us on stage or give an emoji if you've been actually activated?
I can tell you that I'm invoice number 184 and I'm still pending. So if you are after me, I think that you will also be pending, if that gives you any kind of security. Because sometimes that anxiety and that button mashing, refresh, it's okay. And like Ross had mentioned, it's not always instantaneously. We do have some incredible solar flare activity that is knocking out all sorts of stuff. And, weird planet alignments coming in hot on June 4th. So, the cosmic, powers that be, sometimes it doesn't get there instantaneously. Don't worry about it. You're going to get approved. Everything will come into place. The only real kind of red flag, what should we be looking for, Ross? If there's something on our site that is kind of blaring obvious that we might be on the wrong path, is there any indications that you can give us?
I would say if it's not something you would tell your 13-year-old cousin, you probably shouldn't make it your domain. And
I think that's a subtle hint to whomever is testing the boundaries and the playground rules. I will just put that out there.
Don't try to break it on day one, people.
Yes, don't
basically.
try to break it. Remember sandbox rules. Play nice, share your stuff, be kind, have fun, don't die. We can't die on the first day, guys.
I'm active.
yeah, guys, let's not break it like yet. It's been like 2 minutes.
Kathleen, go ahead.
Okay, I'm active, but it removed my last name, but I just get to be the only Kathleen at tsi.org. That's kind of cool. Is that right?
Correct.
Wow, thank you. It's kind of beautiful.
I'm active. Yay.
It's happening, guys. If you have any questions or you don't know what to do, you really want to speak up right now, I think. Definitely.
I just wanted to chime in and say it is so cool that all of these students are getting activated. It is awesome to see everybody who's in the space right now. Those of you who have been waiting for this day and for this class to start so you could get going. Now's the time. All of the approvals are happening. Dave Mir, it is so cool to see you here, my friend. I was going through some past ITTs, and I was noticing like you have been part of this family for a long time. A lot of you in here have been part of the ITT family for a long time. So I just wanted to shout you guys out. These approvals are coming in. Let's get excited about this kind of first sponsored space of taking this WordPress site from idea to impact. Lucia, welcome up to the stage. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross and Nick and Alisher? We'll give you the mic. Lucia, thanks for being here.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, so I was just kind of wondering, I don't know if I did this exactly right, but I know I have like
Anybody hear
four.
her?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I have like 4 things that are pending. I'm not sure if I did this right, if I was supposed to be trying to get 4 things.
Well, you can't get 4. You can get
I was
one.
I was trying to figure out which one I was supposed to be getting. And because they all said 0, so I just misunderstood something.
It's okay. We'll activate you. We'll get to you. Everyone, please check. Sarah, I need you to make sure that this is working.
It's
When
still
you go,
on pending.
I know. You're definitely not approved yet. I'm going to go check it manually in a quick sec. But Sarah,
Okay,
go
cool.
to your recent orders. It should say active. If it does,
Yes, sir. It
can you please
does.
click the order? Do you have a password and a special, cool, awesome, amazing link?
I am looking at the order number. That's Alpha 2 Beta
Yeah,
H.
you want to click that.
Yes, sir. And yeah, I have a username Pocket Foe, which is delightful.
Yep.
Yes,
So
I have a
basically, guys,
username.
this is
and
what it looks like when you're activated. So, Dave, I need your help. Are you ready?
Shoot, my friend.
I want you in just 5, maybe 7 minutes tops. Can you give them a quick overview of WordPress while I activate everyone right now?
Yeah.
That'd be really amazing because you have so much experience in WordPress, real life experience, and I think it's
Yes.
cool.
More than happy to. Give me a second, people. As I move, I'll be ready in 15 seconds.
While Dave is doing that, for folks that are behind the scenes, if you have your invoice number that you can DM me, I do know that there are some folks, invoice 206, I see you. I want to make sure that we have you all aboard. And for young makers, if you're here with your parents, make sure you're using the DM buttons behind the scenes to TSI. We want to make sure you have a direct link with our coordinators tonight, and that your teachers are contacting them directly, so we can make sure that's the case. To each and every one of you, take out your notebooks because you're going to get a world-class education. WordPress from Dave Mir is pretty spectacular. So if something goes over your head, do not be afraid to say, whoa, I don't understand it. Can you slow down? We're trying to make sure that we are accommodating all of the different folks that are in the system tonight. So if you're hitting any speed bumps and you're not getting that active symbol, just like Ross had said, when you have your invoice that says in the little far corner pending, you keep refreshing. And when you refresh, it should say active. And when you have that active, go off to the left-hand side, and you're going to have the kind of invoice number. If you click on that, you will have your status active and a username. All right. So for the giggles of it, mine is Pocket Folks, but it's just Pocket FO. So if you are following along and you can see things, if you need me to post my screen, I can do that. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for filling that gap. So I've been designing websites for maybe 15 years now, and I started making basic websites and eventually graduated to WordPress websites. And I'm kind of now at a point where I do really highly bespoke, customized websites, but they're still inside WordPress because it's so easy for people to use. And just to put it in context, WordPress websites power about 48% of the internet, which works out at nearly 500 million websites, 500 million websites that are live. That's really important because as you kind of start building this, there may be pieces of it that you're unsure about, or you may build something magical and starts to grow and transition into something. And being the most widely used platform means there's lots of help out there, whether it be just from AI or Google, YouTube, or experts to fulfill that. But essentially, what WordPress does for everybody is it makes it really easy for you to update and edit the content in the back end, and then makes it look really pretty on the front end for people. But the
Divi is the
abilities that you can have content in the back and you can edit and edit. And as time goes on, you can improve the front end without having to re-engineer and redesign the back end. But also, I know with people kind of, this being, say, your first website, it could be daunting. How am I going to learn to build a website? Well, actually, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be taken care of for you. Like WordPress handles all of the logins, and if you lose your password, it handles the email resets. And to go beyond WordPress, it's full of plugins. Even some of the plugins Ross is going to give you hugely extends the functionality of it. So you want to add a contact form to your website, there's a plugin for that. You want to make it a little bit more secure, there's a plugin. You want to make images easier to edit, there's a plugin for it. Because it's so widely used, people are building plugins non-stop. So there's a lot of Lego blocks in the kind of modular fashion that you can start with something basic, but you can really kind of extrapolate and build upon that. And even with the custom stuff that I do, it's still the same. It's still that modular approach that when a website's built, if somebody comes back in 6 months and said, I need new functionality or I need a new section in the website, we don't have to throw everything out. We can add on to this and we can build it. So just look at kind of the beginnings of the website as a really, really simple foundation that you can build upon, but also something that's broadly used that you can find advice. You can find, I know that you're getting access to tons of teams with Divi. There's going to be so many of them, an exorbitant amount of them, but there are like absolutely millions of website teams out there that if you decide, I want to change the look and feel of it, there's probably something already out there. But what is really good about this is you can go from beginner all the way up to kind of my expert level of this, and you're still using the same system. So there are simple stuff for drag and drop, but as you start to learn or you decide to interact with AI and something's not there that you want to add in, you can still do that. You can still build upon that and you can customize as well. I think Britta has a question, do you?
Dave, I wanted to thank you so much for giving us that background on WordPress. For those of you who are curious, Dave is a world-class web designer. He has built sites for universities, for professional corporations, and so much more. So getting that quick insight on WordPress from him, so valuable. Dave, thanks for doing that. Britta, I see you have a hand up. Welcome in to the ITT build session. You're across the pond for sure. Any thoughts or questions you have for Ross? Mic is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We got you. You sound good.
Okay, fine. Hello. Yes, it's middle of the night here. And I followed you, and some of you said you are activated. I'm here on the mytsi.org DigitalOcean portal, and my recent orders and recent domains, there are 2, and they say pending. Is this all right, or?
It's perfect.
Ross, we'll give it on over
Yeah,
to you.
that's
She's got some
okay.
pending.
Britta, you just got yourself the fast pass. You'll be activated in a few seconds. Hang tight.
Okay. Well, I just want not that I messed something up here. Okay, thank you.
Just so folks know, Katie, I do have your DM invoice 164. Caleb, I see you 154. I do believe they are in the pending, so don't fret. And Karis, I did send on your DM, so I think you're
almost good to go. We are working on it. Dylan, I also see yours now. No, you do not need a domain name right away. You'll be assigned one, and then you can change it later. So,
Sarah, can we get
yes.
merged with our invoice numbers like Squid Game?
You know what? I think that would be delightful, wouldn't it? As long as I can be the doll that shoots things in the beginning, because you should see my DMs. But I wanted to
I
make
think
sure
me
that
or Hendo should ridicule AI image prompt for that.
Sarah, did
I'm
you
just
see my
laughing.
DM? Where are we supposed to click that link?
Don't click anything else. You're already
Okay,
set and gone.
thanks.
Wait until we get everybody cleared through the funnel. The boys are looking at each of your faces to make sure you're real. For folks that don't know behind the scenes, this is a recorded line. You know what? There are some folks in this world that just like to either A, see the world burn, or are the reason we can't have nice things. But we usually don't mention them simply because I don't believe in anybody stealing my joy or anybody else's in the room. If I'm having a bad day, you will never know it. That is my sole mission in life. And so those folks that do decide to push buttons, I'm a 50-year-old woman with children that knows all of the trinkets and trash and secrets. And so if I can suss it out pretty darn quick. So just so you know, it takes a real lot to get us flustered. But making sure that yes, everybody's getting their approvals. The other thing too is sometimes if you're hitting the refresh button, right, that is a key piece of the puzzle that you want to hit refresh, and sometimes it's even necessary to either back out of the system and then re-sign in, but I don't recommend that for anybody right now. It seems to be a quick and easy. Bjorn Free, I do see that your hand is up. I'm going to go to you first, and then Dave's going to continue. One of the reasons WordPress is so powerful is because so much of the internet uses it, right? That's the question that I had behind the scenes, and I'm hoping that Dave will flesh that one out, because there's something very powerful about open source kinds of tools. But when you have something so big like that, it means that there's loads of help. You know, when things come crashing down and you need help and you have an ecosystem that is so used by so many people, it's the same for robotics teams. We all use Java, right? And if something goes wrong, we have so many people that can come out of the woodwork and help us. So I think that might be part of it, but I'm going to let him, that's his ecosystem and wheelhouse. Bjorn, go ahead, love. Did you have a question?
I did not have a question. I threw my hand up when I thought there was going to be a little awkward silence while they were approving. And so I'm just a little weird. I missed all you guys. I missed my Wednesdays from all of you guys.
I'm
Everybody
not
in the
sure
room,
if it's
I
just
missed
me.
you.
I think it might be. Bjorn, I cannot hear you, my friend. I'm going to drop you down and bring you back up just for the sake of the recording to make sure we have everything in sorts. I'm so sorry
I'm
about
going to
that.
give you a heads up, Josh. This is a glitch that is in Twitter. So those of you that are hosting spaces, usually the host, if the host is doing the approval and bringing folks up, you have a 50-50 chance of not hearing those folks. But if your co-host brings them up, you probably have a
Can you hear
higher
me
chance
now?
of hearing them. So we'll see how you go. Bjorn, test your mic, hon.
Test, test. Can you hear me now?
All right, test is an A+, Brad. Thanks for dealing with that, sir. Mike is all yours.
Yeah, what's wild is my voice played back to me when you sent me down. I was like, man, I sound like a creep. So anyway, everybody in here, I'm really not a creep, at least I don't think, but I missed you guys.
Beautiful.
I missed my Wednesdays with all of y'all. I'm so glad we're back. Thank you all for being here. Really.
Brad, I'm so glad we're back as well. We are back in action 100%. And Dave, apologies if I stepped on any toes. I know Britta had a question. We fielded that real quick. And Dave, we'll give it right back over to you if you wanted to continue chatting about some WordPress.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
let's do it up.
I'm happy to do that, and Ross can just interrupt me whenever he's ready. You know, what I wanted to kind of preface for everybody is something I said when we were building web apps is you're learning foundational skills that you can use again and again. And I can tell you, as somebody who's designed their own agency website, probably about 24 times now over many years, that first version was terrible. It was really bad. And I still have screenshots saved somewhere, but it was foundational skills I was learning. So it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay for it not to look perfect because you can do it again and you can do it slightly better. And you're going to be learning some technical stuff. Then you're going to be learning some kind of, layouts and look and feel. And then you're going to be, painting by numbers by adding in some content as well. There are lots of different skills and they're all different foundational skills. And don't put too much pressure on yourself because that's what's really good about WordPress is I can be good at design. Maybe somebody else is good at coding. Maybe somebody else is good at writing copy. I'm lucky I've spent a lot of time and years doing all of those. So I'm kind of an all rounder on it. But lots of other people may bring me in because they couldn't do the coding part or they weren't great at the security part of it, or it was too, they wanted a lot of technical functionality. So you can always bring in other people, but you can also enhance your own skill set. And because it's open source software and because it's so broadly used, even what Alistair was saying earlier on, that you can run WordPress on your local machine. Every single website I build for a client, I build it locally first. Doesn't get to see the internet, doesn't connect to anything. It's much more quick for me to do that in that kind of safe sandbox. And you can also, like, you're getting a ton of value, but also hopefully you get to a point where you actually outgrow the resources that you need in there. And there's different sizes to fit everybody for WordPress. Like Josh was saying, I build for universities, a lot of people who get lots of traffic and do transactions and different stuff. And I recommend different technical features for those people than I would for somebody building a website for a restaurant. But all of those can be done in WordPress, so you can build a really small, simple, what you would call, say, a brochure website, right up to e-commerce and taking subscriptions and having memberships and paywalling some of your content and stuff like that. But sometimes we can have these big aspirations of, yes, I want all of that right now, Dave. Please give me the subscriptions, please give me the membership. And what I don't want people to do is for their eyes to be too big for their stomach and to be ended up bloated in week 2 or 3 and realize you've created some sort of mammoth task. It's okay to have a 4 or 5 page website with, here's my about page, here's a contact form, and here's my home page with some services, because that's a great foundation. And you need to build upon that afterwards. The skills you're going to learn here, you're going to repeat again, and you're going to get better at that. I think, some of the first websites I done were very, very basic websites. And I learned, and the next website I done, I was slightly better. And the next website was slightly better. And the opportunities are huge for you. Even though WordPress is used by, 500 million websites on the internet, there's not a lot of people that are maybe A, technically proficient to build them, or B, have the time or priority to invest in that as well. So you can actually offer this as a service to people if that is something that you want to do. Or when you have your next idea that comes to impact, now you have all of these tools and these lessons in your toolkit of, now I can build a marketing website to promote this service, and then I can send them directly to the web app that we've already learned about previously, and I can actually take the payments and I can fulfill that as well. So you're learning to kind of like build a whole business ecosystem that I think you're able to move a lot faster and be a lot more agile as business owners. And that's all you're trying to do, is just get a few people there. One thing I would remind you of, though, is a website, any website, it's not going to be field of dreams. It's not going to be, if you build it, they will come. It is a conversion tool for people that land on your website. You have to consider, when you have a great idea and then you have a great website, that you actually get people to see the website. Because I've seen tons of people invest tons of money with me, and I've actually had some people where I've had to stop them investing money with me because they weren't concentrating on getting people to the website. They were concentrating on beautifying the website. So that's why I say, get the core basics, get some foundational skills. It looks okay. If you wait till you're extremely proud of it, you've probably waited a little bit too long to launch it to the world. I look at my agency website. Look, I do good business for it. I win awards. I get featured in books. I still go back and look at that literally 2 weeks after we launch a new version of the website. Oh, I don't like it. I could change stuff. I have to resist that because, like how important is perfectionism and my ego and me being really happy with it compared to the people landing on it and it working and achieving the aims of it for people to whether it be buy a product or join your newsletter or fill in a contact form and arrange a meeting or become a lead. Just think about what the goals of the website have to fulfill. And I've seen a lot of people have just average okay websites that have really good businesses that get enough people to the website and they do well. And I've seen people have amazing websites and it's ghost town and nothing happens and nothing exists. I think that's really important is you have a tool that you then need to shout about and everybody needs to come to it because that is now like what we had back in the day with business cards. That's where people go to interact with you, where they go to do some due diligence. But the website will set the initial first impression and intention of how people will consume. And then your next kind of level will be how people will actually consume what's on the page. Is there some value in that? So there's going to be more foundational skills of writing the copy and stuff like that. Sarah, do go ahead.
Yeah, I did want to say that Jeff has his hands up, but one of the things that I was thinking about while you were speaking is that we're all here for a different purpose. And just as you had mentioned, you could have a super, super simple website and it converts like a charm because it's so on point with its messaging and everything else. Sometimes we do get in our own way where we want all the bells and whistles and we want everything else, but you really at the core have to ask yourself, what is it for? And why is it here? And I think that's one of the most amazing things that you do, Dave, is you distill down what it is folks are struggling with. Sometimes they can't even communicate what they're looking for, but you can kind of distill down. You did it this morning in the space where you're thinking, okay, I'm stuck. I don't understand it. With your websites, it's the same thing because sometimes we don't know what we don't want or we don't know what we do want, and a lot of folks just kind of look at it and say, well, this website looks perfect. I want that one. Not realizing that that was an interior designs website and you're fixing carburetors, so there's kind of that disconnect. And some of that I hope we get to talk about a little bit more because you have a very unique way to kind of suss out what it is that we actually need. I did see that Jeff's hands are up, and I don't know if he has a question for Ross or for you. Jeff, did you want to go ahead and ask either Dave or Ross a question? Are you struggling with getting your invoice from pending to active? How can we help you tonight?
No, I was one of the first ones that got active, actually. So I just kind of wanted to touch on something that Dave had alluded to when he was talking a bit ago, and that is the fact that by the end of this process, for everybody that went through the SAS build, which I'm still trying to backtrack through, but that whole platform that you learned from Ross how to create to build SAS is something that you can build into this website and turn into a marketable revenue stream, like Dave was just saying. And it's the biggest thing to me is making appropriate use of things like Spaces and other social media platforms to let people know what you've got and how to find it. You got to be your own marketing in that sense. But I suspect with the way things are going, we're going to learn down the road somewhere how to tie some of our AI stuff into the website and everything else. And that can handle a lot of that marketing for you. I was kind of waiting to see where we got further down the line here before I brought that point up, but I suspect Dave will know very well where things are right now with sort of linking AI into a website and where that's going to go down the road. So yeah, but mainly just that point about, especially for everybody that's been through the SAS program already, you've already got something that you can build out there and run with.
Jeff?
I so agree, Jeff.
Oh,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Sarah.
Before you continue, love, I'm going to need you to take a lap because I do think that the bug is whoever brings you to the party can't hear you. So that might be also a feature. I'm not sure. But Cash Money could not hear you. And we want to make sure for the sake of
Who's the
the.
love? Am I the
Yeah,
love?
I'm
I
like,
didn't
right?
know if
It's
Jeff
like
is or
whoever
not.
is bringing
Yes,
you
I'm
up
the
to the
love.
party.
I'll take a lap for you.
No, not you, Dave. We couldn't hear Jeff. Cash Money couldn't hear him. I want to make sure to do a mic check that both or all three of our wonderful hosts, Josh, Cash Money, and Mattia, can hear you, Dave, because that would be no bueno. But yes, this is driving me nuts. So just so you know that Twitter, or X, as we say, to make sure that we keep everybody on kosher and such, is not behaving. So just be aware that we're all getting our patients tested, and the best way to deal with it is to simply giggle. So
We're getting our resilience built.
that's
Let's do the mic
exactly it.
check. Can the guys hear me, or do I need to take a lap as well?
I think they're good. Mattia, can you hear Dave?
I almost want to
Yes.
see Dave just take a lap just for fun, honestly. Just
No,
I
no,
don't
we're
know
not.
why.
We are not tempting
Don't
fate.
tempt
We are
fate.
not
Don't
tempting fate.
don't do it, Josh.
Do not do it.
All right,
I
Yeah,
hope I don't
from
have
sorry
much
for
idea
more
to
stepping on you.
glitter in
silence.
my magic wand right now, guys. So it just you can't test it. We only use it. We only bring out the real glitter once in a while when we actually need it.
Doesn't it remind you of the old TV where you had the antenna and you had to move it at that exact angle? I
No,
find
this
with
reminds me
spaces,
of
it's
my
like
mom.
don't change Wi-Fi, don't move.
It's the rabbit ears with the tinfoil on it,
Yeah,
or your mom pulling the cord of the phone while you're hiding in the bathroom or something else, and she's gradually making it shorter and shorter to tie up the phone. We, for those that understand party lines, this is exactly what happens. So right now, we're getting the phone cord pulled from the wall. Go ahead,
you
Dave.
know what? I think Jeff makes a really relevant point as well. Some people will be further along with the SAS program. Some people will find that easier. Some people may go back to it and find it easier the second time. Some people may find this piece easier as well. And that's what we're here to do, is collaborate. Wouldn't it be amazing if you were really good at building some sort of SaaS app and somebody else was really good at building a WordPress website, and maybe somebody else was really good at marketing that WordPress website? I mean, like, we don't all have to have those skills. They take a lot of time to learn. And I've recently I set up a paid for newsletter called Scale with AI with two of my friends, and they have complementary skill sets to what I do. So I know what I bring to the table, but I'm also really honest about what I don't bring to the table, or I don't want to do, or I just naturally don't lean into. It would be a struggle for me to do it. And it's really helpful to, go with other people who can take some of that slack. And also what Jeff was talking about when it comes to integrating stuff and building stuff, for me, I try to scratch my own itch with stuff as well first. Everything I do, I just look at it like it's another iteration. So even say the SAS stuff, um, I have clients that could be suitable for right now, but I'm not going to just do my first experiment, mad scientist stuff, and stick it in a live website for them and charge them money. I'm going to scratch my own itch. I'm going to figure out what I want to build as a SaaS app, and then I'm going to build it and I'm going to put it out. And I'm going to say to my clients, you like this? I built this. I'll give you a simple example. I took up photography as a hobby maybe 8, 10 years ago. And I went out every single Friday, waterfalls, mountains, lakes, everything. Really enjoyed it. I built a website for it. I got obsessed about photography. I really enjoyed it. And clients would come to me then and say, we're struggling to find images. We don't know what we want to do. I said, you can have a look at my website. Maybe there's some images in there. You can have them for free. And those clients seen those images and they said, would you do the photo shoot for us? Would you create images specifically for us? But because I'd scratched my own itch, I had more competence and confidence within myself to say, yeah, I can actually deliver that. Whereas if I had just said, I'm stage one, I'm buying a camera, I'm going to be a photographer as well as a web designer today. That's what I'm going to do. That wouldn't have materialized. I vividly remember there's a location called the Book of Kells. It's basically top 10 of kind of what to visit if you're in Ireland. It's significant to our cultural heritage, and I got paid a lot of money to go in behind velvet ropes where nobody is allowed. It's one of the oldest functioning libraries in the world. It's featured in movies like Star Wars as the library that's in the background. It's a beautiful building. But I got behind the velvet ropes and I got to see and touch and open and see these books that people weren't allowed to see. And I turned to my employee at the time who was with me setting stuff up and I said, look at this. We're getting paid to do this. But I didn't start with that intention. I started with the intention of, well, one, I want to learn photography because I just wanted a creative outlet. But what's the forcing function for that? And all I done was I built a simple website and I put a simple proposition up to everybody. And I said, you'll get 10 free images every single month. Join this newsletter. And within a year, that website had about 150,000 people come to it every single month. It had probably a newsletter subscription of about 10,000 people. And I got hired again and again and again to do photo shoots that I wasn't trying to sell. I wasn't going in and trying to pitch it, but it made me more creative. It made me more decisive. I went in then and I creatively directed professional photographers because I knew enough about photography to do that as well. And a few years later, I sold the website for good money when I was approached multiple times to sell the website. But it was never the intention. I never set it up with, okay, I'm going to build a business out of this. I'm going to monetize this. I was just looking for a new foundational skill. And I think that's important. Even that website that I built, it wasn't the first iteration that I sold. It was probably the 5th iteration that I sold because I was constantly improving that. But I was constantly making sure that people were aware that that website existed. I went around and I searched Google for every free stock photography website. And if they were mentioned and somebody wrote an article about them, I messaged that person and said, you may want to mention my website as well because it's amazing. Went all over X when it was Twitter. And if anybody said, what is a good free stock photography website? Here it is. My stuff is being used by Lexus. It's being used by tourism boards of Italy. It was used for the equality rights marriage referendum in Ireland, which I'm extremely proud of. And that was all just from a small hobby, but a website acted as a forcing function to show up and be accountable to people publicly. And it forced me to improve that skill. And it paid for a lot of stuff, but it brought a lot of joy as well. When I got married and I went to Rome and I went to Florence and lots of places, the photographs I took, I still look back at and they're amazing because of that skill set. Ross, are you back?
I am back. And Dave, thank you, man. You are so awesome. Your knowledge is always so valuable. And I'm so happy. I don't even know what time it is. But what's great about you? I didn't even have to go on Google. I knew you were going to show up. It didn't matter where in the world you were showing up. And I'm grateful, man, that you come to help out and
You're
great.
just like a drug, my friend. You're like a really good drug with no bad side effects.
Okay, that's the next T-shirt right there. I am happy to say that every single human in this room has been verified, which is crazy. We just went through verification craziness. Each one of you, actually, if you look at the live stream, I'm going to pretend to be you. We're going to be Alisher. So I'm going to click my recent order. It's all activated. Here's the password, which you're going to need. But first, see this link? Don't click it. You got to copy it like this. You see? You're going to copy. And then you're going to paste in a new tab like this. You're going to get put here. This is an actual cPanel. So in addition to the server infrastructure, inference, and domain, you now have world-class server management. And to get in, the password's actually right here. Now, no one needs to steal Alisher's because you all have your own. So I don't care that it's in live stream because it'll just be deleted. But I'm going to put in exactly what it says. Now, keep in mind 2 things. 1, if you try to change this password and you somehow succeed, you've just severed your connection to our servers. Don't do that. If you can't get in, it's simple. Shoot us a DM. Very, very easy. Don't try and change anything.
And guys, I highly recommend you bookmark this link
another way to access this, can you go back? If you guys go to your domain that's been assigned to you, you can go to your domain and you can go to /cPanel. Another way for you to access it. But I highly recommend you bookmark this, you write down this username and password somewhere where it's convenient for you, or you save it with LastPass, just like Ross, and make sure you have it somewhere. And then that way you don't even have to go back to the hosting platform. You can just go straight to your cPanel, log in, and start doing whatever you need to do. When we launch your WordPress, and if the only thing you're doing is WordPress, then you don't even need to log into cPanel. You can just go straight to your WordPress.
And this is what it looks like if you log in. So the step one, obviously, is to get to this screen. If you can't get to this screen, you have an issue, and you need to come up and fix the issue, or the issue will persist and persist, and you will lose track and not be able to follow starting from this moment. So, everyone,
Ross, pretend I'm 5. I'm just doing
Yeah,
this for
what?
the greater good. Everybody here,
Yeah.
I am going to ask the dumbest question to get it out of the room. Can you go back to the very screen that you were and explain what the top number is? And then when you hit view and you see your password, if they're clicking something, how did you get to that cPanel page? I know that sounds kind of odd, but if you blink your eyes and you miss, this is what happens. So we have to go back to the original screen, or you want us to be on that screen that you're on now.
So the screen that I'm on now is how you would start. You would copy this, not click it. Clicking it would result in a not found broken.
Exactly. So what are you copying?
I'm just copying this whole entire link and I'm pasting it in a new tab, and I'm using the username and the password.
Excellent.
Don't try to do anything else. Don't try to reset your password. Don't be like, I don't like my
Yes.
username. Really? It's no problem. I don't care. You shouldn't care. We're not changing nothing. Everything
Ross,
is set in stone.
I think people are possibly gonna get a Chrome, you know, like HTTPS
Yeah.
SSL, just like proceed.
If you get that, yeah. This is normal. SSLs are being issued as we speak. So what you should do is just hit continue. That's all you got to do. It's your own server, so it's not secure yet. It's yours. Like, it's literally just a server with nothing on it but your stuff, and you haven't put anything there. So there's nothing there to make it secure. So the web isn't happy, but you can hit continue because you are the owner of this site. So it's incredibly no problem for you to just hit continue, proceed to an unsafe place, because that unsafe place is your place. So you're good.
Hey, real quick, excuse me. I want to do something because Ross, your team flies at the speed of light in all the best ways. But we just had a big win, right? Everybody got approved. I saw everybody start clapping. So why don't we do a big clap for everybody who got approved? You're on to the next step. Take a deep breath, get excited. And let's keep this show moving. Jeff G, I see you got a hand up, my friend. Any questions you got before we make sure everybody's not only copying that link, but then putting in their username and password and getting logged into cPanel? Jeff, Mike is yours.
Actually, Sarah got the question I needed, so that was it.
Beautiful. Ross, then I think we're at the point. We have a Douglas Hirsch grabbing the mic. What an honor. We'll get him up here. If anybody has any questions on what we're doing, on what an issue might be. Dave, you mentioned a pop-up that might prevent some people from going to that page. Did I hear a solution from Ross or one of you guys on that?
Yeah, Ross, and I agree. It's safe to proceed. He's just making the point that you've created this website with this address, so it's just warning you. Oh, it's not secure. I'm not sure if it's safe or not. Is all Google Chrome is doing, and you're like, I built it, so I know it's okay right now.
Beautiful, Dave. Thanks so much for that note. I hope everybody is feeling good. They're approved, moving towards their cPanel. Ross, I'm going to hand the mic right back to you and your team. I wanted to clap. I wanted to make sure everybody knows that we're celebrating these wins one by one in this think tank as we get from idea to impact. Also, hey, quick note before I give it back to you guys. Everybody post in the comment section to go off of Dave Mears' incredible point. Folks might have built something in the last SaaS session, and maybe this is your first time in an idea to impact series. You should be connecting with people. Figure out where you can collaborate. How can you build bigger, more impactful things together rather than trying to conquer the whole world on your own? That being said, in the bottom right-hand corner or on the Innovators Think Tank website, put a post there. Tell us who you are, what you're doing here, what you want to build, what you're specialized in, and find somebody else to connect with. Connection is the precursor to collaboration. It starts right here. So Dave, thanks for making that point. I want to see innovators come together like transformers and build some of the best services and products that we've seen. Ross, with that being said, I'll give you the mic, sir, to continue on with this week one.
So I just wanted to add one thing. Dave said about it being not secure. So in the next few minutes, the SSL, the authority that issues security certificates for these websites, is going to kick in for each domain. And everybody's going to get automatically secured. And if you have a website on here, well, it's actually going to issue a domain every 90 days automatically. So you don't really need to worry about securing your website. You'll always have that HTTPS secure whenever somebody visits your website that you are going to build on the web.
Alisher, just to make sure, because we're on the recorded line, are folks clicking the cPanel link down below, or are they, where are they going? What are they clicking, just to make sure that folks are following along?
Wait, what do you mean? There's no, it's down below where? There's
If
just
they're
one link.
on the,
You go there.
no, if they're on the Innovators Think Tank, it has a list of.
No, we are way past Innovative Think Tank. You should not be clicking
That's what
anything
I want to
there.
make sure. So go back to the screen where you had the invoice and show folks where they're putting their key into, because I think there are a couple people
There's
that are
no
lost.
key. There's just, you have to go to this URL and you have to type in this username and password. If you can't do that, you have an actual problem and you have to come and speak, or your problem is not going to be addressed and we're going to move on. You get the opportunity now to come up and speak if you don't see what I see. And then if you log in, you see this. If you don't see that, that's an issue. You have to address this issue. I can't address it for you if I don't know what's happening. I could tell you everyone's cPanel works. There's not one person in here who has a cPanel that does not work.
Okay,
So
mine
if you
doesn't
can't log
work.
into this, yes, you need to figure out why and how to log in, because everybody's active.
So I copied and pasted it into a new search bar. I went there, I put in my username at tsiprogram.org and the password.
Okay, but wait, Kathleen, remember, the username is actually given to you for your server here, and your password is here. It's not what you logged in earlier with. That will not work or will never work.
Okay, I thought it was the one that's on my receipt.
Nope, I'm reiterating, it is not.
Oh, I see.
The
So
server
leave off
infrastructure.
the TSI.
Yeah, guys, you need to, Kathleen, for you, right? I'm going to explain this. When you have server infrastructure, it's different from logging in to a platform. You're going to log into the platform, and then you're going to do a secondary login to your server infrastructure. And if you think that's annoying, well, get used to it, because that's how servers work.
Okay, I don't think
But
it's
you can
annoying. I
bookmark.
just don't know if I just put in the
No,
basic
I didn't say you
username
did.
or
I'm
the
saying
TSA
anybody.
program.org.
Yeah, we have to do 2 steps. So step 1 is I log into hosting. Step 2 is I go to my cPanel, I bookmark the link, right? And then I log in with the credentials from the hosting platform. It's 2 steps. And I don't think you think it's annoying, but I think people may find it a little annoying because it's 2 steps and they would think, why isn't it together? But it can't ever be together because server infrastructure that is yours, like wholly owned by you, can never be connected to the same login. It's just 2 totally different
Yeah,
things. It
you'll
doesn't
have
even
one
accept
account and you could have 25 servers on that account with 25 logins for different websites and different processes.
Exactly. So you could have 20 servers, Kathleen, with different logins, basically.
Sherry, I see you got a hand up. We'll go right over to you. Any questions or comments for the Tech in Schools?
Well, I'm actually on Android, so I've been blessed enough to be able to get tied up with a couple of guys on this platform, but I still don't have access to what you have because I'm on Android. And I see, like, allow me to finish. I see.
Wait, quick question.
Yes.
You said you're on Android?
Yes, I'm using Android. Not
like you don't have a computer right now
that would be
tonight.
correct. That's what I've been putting
Okay,
in comments.
so
I've been back channeling all of you, and no one's been responding to me. So here I am.
Yep, I can address it. So first, you're activated. But you actually can't do this on Android. Your phone app actually can't handle it to open cPanel
So
and log in and do
what's
things.
my
So
hope for my
you
future
have
tonight?
to. So what you have to do is you have to make sure you can log into cPanel mobile. It's mobile friendly, and if you can, you could follow the directions to get your first site started and get everything ready. When it comes to editing and like changing around your site, you need a
Okay,
laptop.
that's not going to be a
So I
problem,
would
but for
say,
tonight, I'm asking you, what is
yeah,
my hope so that I can keep up with you? Because I'm letting you know right now, I'm not where you're talking about. So if someone can kindly DM me exactly where I need to be, like for instance, you're doing the /CPAT, I get all of that, but I don't know where you're at because I can't see. And in the
well,
tiny little thing that you guys have going down below, I can't see it. I mean, I can't make it bigger.
this is totally, yeah, I fully
Okay.
understand. It's not meant for a phone situation, but what I can tell
Mm-hmm.
you is you put do you know your
I don't
domain?
have an answer to your question. No.
All right, I'm going to tell you your domain. What you do is you go to that domain and you do /cPanel,
Okay.
and then you'll be able to log in. So your domain is sherryr.tsiprogram.com. So it'd be that, and then /cPanel.
Okay. Now
And then your
can you
password.
okay, I only got to Sherry R. Then you went too fast. So please repeat.
So it's just sherryr.tsiprogram.org.
Okay, thank you.
And are you able to see your
Well, you
password?
just gave it to me, so allow me to get there. Or are you
No,
saying no,
that's just the
no,
domain.
then the answer would be no, I can't.
Okay, so I can't log in as you like right now, I don't think, but I can shoot you a DM in a few minutes with your username and password so you can log in without going to the other website.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's exactly what I was asking, what my hope is for tonight. So thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Awesome.
I just really hope that next time we're gonna have an overview
Yes.
tomorrow in the
Yes. What
morning.
time in the
If
morning?
you can come to that with your
What time?
laptop, that would
Okay,
be
what time in
awesome.
the morning?
What do we do?
I'm Eastern Standard Time, so what time?
We'll do like a quick 11 to 12. 1 hour.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll take lunch during that time. Sherry, I got you.
There you
Sherry, I
go.
got you covered. I sent you the link that you need to click on. Go back into desktop mode on your browser again. And I think I might go ahead and donate this laptop that's sitting next to me.
You're a gem. Thank you. I appreciate all of your help. Thank you.
Okay, well, as long as we got Sherry covered, anyone else have no idea what's going on or can't log in? It's really important. If you can't get in tonight, you're most likely not going to be able to get in at all. So I would definitely make sure you can log into your cPanel now.
Yeah, Ross, I was completely distracted. I'm at the cPanel now. Where do I find my username and password?
It's in your hosting. It's in your hosting invoice. So when you go to the dashboard, if you look at the live stream, also Sherry, Alisher is in the room. I need
Got
you
it.
to follow him and message him so he could help you. He can't actually message you until you follow him. So you would click this, and then you're here, and then you go here, and then you're at cPanel. You're logged in, and you see the cPanel logo, and you know you're good. If you don't have a cPanel logo, you're not good. Come up here. You need help.
And we want to make sure each person is good, ready to go, has what they need. Sherry, thank you so much for coming up. And I get that it can be definitely frustrating when we're working with this kind of stuff to make sure we're in the right place, doing the right thing. So I just wanted to say you're welcome to come on up. And folks, during the 6 weeks, we might find some times where we get a little frustrated, or maybe we're just trying to click on stuff and it's not working. Take a deep breath, come on up, raise your hand. Explain the problem, and Ross and his team have been excellent at making sure everybody gets caught up. So, Sherry, thanks for doing that. And folks, don't hesitate to come up and grab that mic at all. I think, let's see, Lucia, welcome on up. Again, any questions or comments for TSI? I think I noticed something in the comment section. We'll let you get an audio to it. Lucia, mic is yours.
Yeah, I wasn't able to log in. It says user not found. It says the login is invalid. And
Okay, what's your username first?
Lucia W.
Okay, is that who made that? You?
You made that.
Okay, we made that. And you're putting in the password?
Yeah, like some star Q something or other.
Are you sure you're getting it right? Like double
Yeah,
check.
I kept putting it in. Like I copied and pasted it first. And
Remember your username should be Lucia W. I'm gonna try doing yours right now. It works. So yours works.
it
Check.
does work?
Double check. Look for those crazy spaces.
Oh,
Ross, I just want to add, because
Huh.
I just got in, it's Kathleen. I would at first was trying to put in Kathleen and tsiprogram.org. And as soon as I took that off, I was able to get in with just my name. So maybe some other people are getting that there.
Oh, now it's working. Yeah, it was. I just needed you to do that.
I did something in the back end. I told it to be nice to Lucia. I told the server.
Good.
That's it.
The server has decided to accept you into the
All right.
mainframes.
All right.
You are now one
All
with the
right.
technology.
You have made it. The singularity is here, Lucia.
Yes.
Ross made it happen. This is just a note. I would say we're, it's obvious we're not in a simulation, or all this technology would work 100% always. Barbara, thanks for being up on stage. Any thoughts that you might have, or any questions for Ross before we keep charging forward here?
Yes, thank you for giving me the mic. I appreciate it. I am not sure what this is. Are we building a website? And is this a website that, I mean, I appreciate you guys doing this. I'm just kind of confused. I'm not real sure what we're doing, but it does look like I'm signed in, but I have no idea what my username would be. I signed in through X and it says I'm already signed in, but I don't know, like, I mean, I just came in late, so I apologize. I'm a little embarrassed to even ask, because everybody else in the room probably already knows, but I I just thought I'd ask so that I wouldn't be completely lost.
Barbara, no worries. And don't hesitate to ever ask that. For the next 6 weeks, anybody, if you come in, I know week 1, we're saying, hey, if you're not here and signed up, it's going to be really hard for you to partake in the next 6 weeks. But Barbara, I just want to note for you, what we're doing here is a whole series, 6 weeks long, every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Eastern. We're helping folks with a number of other partners transform or build a WordPress site from idea to impact. So we're at week 1 right now. You're here at a really good time. If you're signed into the Innovators Think Tank website, go to the calendar, click on the date from today, scroll to the very bottom, and you'll see a list of resources. What I'm going to have Ross or Nick or Alisher do for us quickly is give us a speed recap of where we need to be as of right now. So Barbara, that should help you get some notes and get to where we are. I don't think
cpanel. That's going to take you immediately to your cPanel screen. You should have gotten an email that has your username and password. Ross and them knew me well enough that they made my username Code Cons. It was, short for my company name, and then a unique password. Paste those in, and it takes you immediately to your cPanel screen with a pop-up, and then that's where we are. Hope I did good on that. Anybody got any questions? Because it's quiet. I don't know if I've disconnected.
We can hear you, Brad.
Okay, cool. If anybody's not there, I swear I'll walk you through it right now.
Brad,
No,
I
you're
think
good.
you're good. I'm trying to figure out. Stephanie Love, did you get all caught up? Because I'm trying to go through the bubble to make sure that we're all on the same page. And
Yeah, I would say let's spend 10 minutes making sure everyone's good. This is your last 10 minutes to get registered. So like from this moment, we're going to be building and we're going to start doing other stuff. Everything's going to be linked to cPanel. So if you don't have a cPanel and you just got in here and you're like, OMG, what's happening? This is your 10 minutes to actually sign up and because there's people waiting to move forward. And I respect my own time, our team's time, and everyone else's time. So we're going to have to move forward because we haven't even got started yet. So what I need to make sure is everyone's here, and if you're not here in this session, that's not good. So if you plan to participate and you plan to come or be a part of this, you need to be able to get here. If your invoice is still unpaid, that's okay. Try to get here. Go to your hosting, click it, and log in. If it's and I will check. I'm getting a few DMs. Hang on one second. We're checking everyone who's DMing. I think we pretty much got everyone. Remember, the invoice is not synonymous with your activation. It's like one means you paid or didn't pay, one means you have it or you don't. So in an ideal world, you have it and it says paid, but we're live and this is not an ideal world. So what we want to make sure that we do is just not worry about the invoice for right now. By tomorrow, all invoices will say paid, but you got to understand this was like all of you hitting the server at the same time and we all had to activate quickly. So don't worry about the invoice. Worry about if you have a domain that says TSIprogram.org. If that is your domain, you're good. Stephanie, do you have a question? And also, I'm so happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here finally. I don't want to dwell. I was hosting a space and got kicked out. Suspicious activity. My own space. I have gone through a X nightmare. So I apologize for being late. I would have been here on time. Anywho, I am in my invoice. I do have a domain. I'm just not sure how I now get to the dashboard or the cPanel that I see live.
I got you. You're looking at when you say you're looking at your invoice, are you looking at your home, basically your dashboard within DigitalOcean?
Yes, Brad, thank you.
Yeah, so at the top you see it goes kind of like shop, AI tutor, home, place new order. That's going across the screen?
Yes.
Okay, underneath where your profile picture would be, do you see the block that says recent orders?
Yes.
Okay, do you have an order number and a domain populated in those fields?
I do.
Okay, under the domain, grab that, copy and paste the domain, or just copy the domain. Sorry about that. Just highlight it and copy it.
Done.
Open a new browser tab.
There.
Paste it, but do not hit enter.
Paste, I didn't hit enter.
At the end of it, click and put /cPanel.
/cPanel is done.
Enter.
I'm at cPanel login.
How about that? Check your email.
So that email with the credentials that are not the same as my DigitalOcean, I never received. I don't have, and I've checked my spam folder as well.
So you can just look at in hosting if you look at the live stream.
Okay.
I'm on like one that's activated. You just click this thing with your domain in it like this, and here's your password like this.
Wait, let me get
And
there,
here's
Ross.
your
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. That's why we're doing this. Got to get everyone activated. Because if you don't have the toys, you can't play
I
in the
know, and
sandbox.
I'm in
You
the
guys,
sandbox.
you
I
got
want
the
to toss
toys.
some sand. Let me go up. Okay, I'm seeing you back live again. Where?
So if you're looking live, here's what you see on the home screen. Recent order. Then you have some crazy order number.
Yep.
You click it. Now you have a new password and a username. Ta-da!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I appreciate it. I'm there.
Yeah. Luckily for you, I got pockets full of patience.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me?
G Banga or Benga, welcome on in here, my friend. Did you have any questions for TSI before we keep charging forward here? I believe our next agenda item we're moving to is getting started with your WordPress site. So we'll be headed there.
Yeah. Sorry. The problem I'm having now is I can see my what's it called? Like I can see there's the stuff after putting /cpanel in front of my name.
Benga, I
Sorry, do you
think
get
you're
that?
coming in and out, sir. I don't know if it's just for me.
I didn't
Okay.
hear him like at all. I heard like
All right, we'll give it
seconds,
another
then
go. Benga, if
went
you want to
out.
go ahead and share your question one more time, speak a little bit louder for Ross there.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that I can access my dashboard. I see my what's it called, my domain name, but after putting /cpanel in front of my domain name, I can't access the password for my
Okay, but the
website.
password's in the hosting. You have to actually get it. You got to hit view. So if you look at my
Okay.
screen, if you look at live stream, this is why we're live, guys. We are live. Go to the live stream like now. Look at the view button. You click it and you get a password. Guys, passwords are encrypted, and I can't. So two things I want to really share. One, tomorrow, don't forget about my words right now. Don't change your password. It will let you do this in cPanel. Resist the urge. Because if you do, everything stops working. Please remember that as you do this. So in a week, in 3 weeks, don't wake up one morning on a Sunday and say, you know what? I'm changing that password. It's stupid. I don't want to remember that. Nope. Remember it. You're not allowed to change it. If you do, everything, like the sky is falling. So don't do that. Number one. And number two, make sure that you bookmark the URL or you go to your domain /cpanel. And if that does not work, only two things are the reason. One, you have not been activated. Two, your password's wrong. Remember the password. Remember the username. Remember, you do not control them. You cannot change them. Please don't forget this. Because then it's nearly impossible to help you because then no one can get in, not even you or me. So that means you would lose your work. So don't do that.
Beautiful. I think we have another question. It's Cheris, the AI. Welcome up on stage. Thanks for all the support leading up to this session as well. Much appreciated.
Woohoo! Yeah,
Um,
I'm so excited to be here. So it is Karis, the AI, and thank you all so much for all of the wonderful tutorials and help. I just wanted to say one thing to where did he go? Jabenga. So one thing that he said was he copied his link and put the /cpanel before his link. It's supposed to go after. So that might be one key thing if he's still having trouble.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Wait a second. So I heard that wrong. Okay, you get like 10 Ross points tonight. Thank
Ross
you.
points.
I misunderstood that. You are correct. Yeah, one day Ross points will be valuable, guys. I'm telling you. Oh, I have one more thing, Josh, to say. I forgot. So, two important things. First, at the end of the 6 weeks, you will lose access to the cPanel. You will be able to transport your work. You will have a grace period of 2 weeks to do so. You'll be able to export your entire website, and we will actually, in the DMs, in a Google Meet, in a space, we'll reiterate, we're going to hook you up with our partners at DigitalOcean. You're going to pay $5 a month, and you're going to be online with whatever you build in this program. And when you first sign up, guys, when you first get there, you're going to get $200 to play with before you even get charged your $5. So they're going to make sure that you are able to get a home for what you're building here tonight. That's number one. Number two, there's three things. I lied. Number two, you're going to get the ability to have 2 weeks, and we will help you, each and every one of you. We will help you go production onto your domain. Number three, I don't know how many, and it's not like 20, because by the way, Josh Hellman, congrats to you, my friend in ITT, because there were over 67 signups tonight for cPanel. That's a lot. Like a lot in like 1 hour.
Clapping noises. Clapping noises.
And you are proving that people do want to create and build their future. And the numbers speak for themselves. And during this whole time that we've been streaming, there have been over like 1,100 people that have stopped by to see what's going on. And that to me is what the definition of impact is, my friend, Josh Hellman. So thank you for proving it to everyone here what the definition of impact is. In case you didn't know, it's what you're feeling right now. It's called impact. And the fourth thing, sorry, I'm bad at math, but I don't know how many, but we're going to actually be letting a certain number of people continue their hosting for free. Think of it like a game. It's not about winning and losing. It's about, if you take this very seriously, you will stand out. And if you stand out, we're going to have a panel. We're going to treat you all like students, just like we do in college. And if the numbers add up and you got the most numbers, you get to keep it. How cool is that? Imagine your own server for free. No money, no dollars, your own domain. You just go buy it, import it over. You're online and there's no bill. There's no monthly, no nothing. But you do get support. So there is support. You get a lot of support, but no billing. So I urge you to be in the running for such a cool prize. And it's not just one, and I don't know how many, but it's not one. I can't wait to see what you guys create. And that is the final time I'll say that, but I wanted to say that and I almost forgot. So that is my quick announcement. And Josh, if you have anything to say, please obviously step on the toes.
All right, yeah. I mean, I like to dance. I'll step on some toes. Ross, 67 people signing up on week one. That is impact. And I genuinely believe we're going to times that number by 10 and by 100 as we continue these series. I think we're just getting started here. We're proving some incredible points. Those of you who are here today or listening to the recording, or if you're on another platform, don't forget to make sure you have an account on Innovators Think Tank. Don't forget to come and join us in these live spaces every Wednesday here, 5 p.m. Mountain. Ross, I love all the hype. I just want to channel it into even more action for everybody in here and let them know we're not going anywhere, but to dig their heels in, because these moments, they won't come again. This week one is imperative. Sarah, you got a hand up. Any questions or comments? I'm looking at the agenda. I think we have a little bit more to cover, if I'm not wrong, right? We got to get started with our WordPress site. I think we have a bit more to do. So Sarah, I'll give you the mic. Any thoughts that you have?
Real quick.
We'll keep going.
I just want to make sure that Monique got into her cPanel. I will tell you something. Capital letters matter. So when you have your username, even though it is a capital letter, make sure they're little letters. I know that sounds absolutely mind-numbing, but believe it or not, Bjorn was helping me behind the scenes because I could not for the life of me figure out why it wouldn't go through. And yes, make sure that you are using your username, even though it's capitalized in the invoice, that it could be that you are using all capital letters. But I just wanted to make sure and verify that Monique had gotten her cPanel to work, because I have cleared out all the DMs. So I think we're all on the same page. The live stream, if it does freeze for you, make sure that you're constantly refreshing that so that you are always moving in tandem with Nick Alisher and Ross behind the scenes. So if you are on the Innovators Think Tank video, so you see that cPanel. If you do not see that cPanel, you are not in the right place. And I do believe we have everybody caught up, Ross. If for some reason something goes terribly wrong, just make sure you continue to DM or scream in the chat bubble. You're great. Thank you, Monique. I was actually concerned. I was like, okay, she's my last person. All right, then we are good to go, Ross. Go on to greatness.
All right, so there's a message that will stay up for 3 minutes on the live stream. If you don't follow directions, the wave will crash, and we are moving on. So, if the live stream message is appropriate for you, please DM us. So a few things. They're like, I was tagged in a bunch of stuff. So, Zan, you are good and approved. You should be okay. Anyone else who has like any issue, you should probably tell me now. So 3 minutes for approvals. And Cyril, your issue is now solved. It actually will say paid. It doesn't matter. It's superficial, but it will say paid. Again, does not matter. So everyone, throw an emoji if you're on the screen that I am, because now we have to talk about this. Because this is a situation. Okay, only some of you, but I'm going to just pretend it's all of you. If you have any problems at this point, I mean, we've been really going really slow. So now we're going to kind of move a little fast. So if you know what this is, I would urge you to raise your hand and come up here and give your one minute spiel on what it is, because it will help the community. Hearing things from me is great, and I'm going to give you really good information. However, hearing it from other people has so much more value, because all I'm going to do is chime in, you know, but hearing someone else's interpretation or what they understand would be really helpful. So if you're sitting here in this audience right now and you know what the word cPanel means, I urge you to come up. This is not just a Twitter space. It's not a podcast. It's not just a conversation. It's an education teaching environment, or as Sarah likes to say, a digital makerspace. That being said, if you're not talking here, you are missing out on the best part of this, the part of collaboration and your voice being heard. So I need you to come up, and like, if you're up here and you're not talking, you can go down if we get full and come back up later. Like, who cares? But honestly, if this is new for you, you should have 100 questions. And so if you're quiet, don't be. In life, one thing I can tell you that I've learned is don't be quiet. Be so loud that no one cannot hear you, no matter where they are. It should echo, and they should be like, wow, I still hear that person. That needs to be you. Be so loud they can't not hear you. That's the goal, no matter what you're doing in life. With the web, we need to be loud digitally, and that's what I'm here to help you do. So be loud, make your voice heard. Use the thing that is called freedom of speech and speak your truth and ask your questions. And if you know what cPanel is, before I give you my spiel, tell us. We would love to hear it.
Ross, I didn't know what cPanel was, but looking at it right now, it's the answer to all my craziness trying to do a Wix site and all the other times I've tried to do a website and failed. It looks clean, simple, like I'm going to understand this. It's super cool. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Isn't it pretty? I mean, isn't it so great? I mean, when you see it, I'm so giddy for all of the folks that are building and struggling with their websites, because you're absolutely right, Kathleen. It is very pretty. I've never seen it before like this. I've always had Wix or something else. And so seeing it like all in front of me, I feel like, ooh, I've got a whole bunch of really wonderful little lovelies. We have a lot of hands coming up. I see that Johan is up also. Jeff and Sharon. I don't know what order you were in because I have the Twitter glitch. I've already had to escape from the space a couple of times.
It was Jeff. I think it was Jeff first.
Okay.
And
Well, we'll
Johan
go.
can go and then I'll go. Yeah, whichever
Well,
way.
I
Yeah.
love you, lady. Thank you. Thank you. So, Jeff, go ahead, fire away, and then we'll work our way around the circle and make sure everybody's on the same page.
Okay, first of all, radio check. Am I coming through clear?
Affirmative.
So I have always thought of cPanel as your infrastructure facilities management system. Basically, everything else you're going to do with WordPress and all these other toys is controlled from this platform. If you think about it like a high-rise building in downtown somewhere, it's sort of like the facilities maintenance and management office and all the things that they do to maintain that building.
Okay, I'm gonna comment after I hear everyone because that's what teachers do. I want to hear from Johan if you have something to add, and then I want to hear from Douglas, and then I'm gonna answer and address all of you. And I got thoughts.
Yeah, it's more of a question. It might be a tedious one. Yeah, so I came a little late. Well, hello everybody. Sorry. I love what you guys are doing. I'm very familiar with WordPress, but what I wanted to find out is how advanced is this impact class, because I'm very familiar with WordPress. I stumbled across it in 2015 when I was building my photography company, and it was great. So, but I'm just wondering, how much more are you open? Is it like just a basic, let me show you how WordPress works, or you guys, yeah, that's kind of really where I'm going. Like, is it more of a, can I show you how to build anything else, or are we using templates, etc., or AI to help us build the templates? What's actually happening? I would love to know more, because I did come in late, and forgive me if you've already said this. I apologize, but I'm here and I definitely wanted to ask, because you just lose out if closed mouths don't open, you know.
Johan, first of all, I just was talking about being loud, so be as loud as you want. And if you just got here, here's what we're gonna do. First, if you think we should extend our deadline, which I think we should, I want you to put emojis. But more importantly, you need to share this space now. Everyone share this space. And I wanted to promote people getting in here. And I'm willing, if you are, to extend our deadline a little bit for Johan. Because I know Johan, and honestly, Johan's awesome. So show emojis, share the space. Should we extend the deadline?
I already say yes. And I think that it's definitely cool because, Johan, you're getting a cool backpack filled with goodies, and you want that.
But wait,
All right, then I
Sarah,
have a
you
second
have one-
question. I already have an
No.
account with DigitalOcean for my personal stuff outside of my business. Is that an issue, or do we have okay?
No, Johan, I'll get to your question. But Sarah, can you, since you decided to talk, now you're plagued. You know how it is in the classroom. Now you have to tell Johan what we're doing and why it's different than what she would get when she's just building her own WordPress. One. And then I will tag team you and answer her part 2 question about DigitalOcean.
Hey, you guys mind if I interrupt real quick?
Wait, so Sarah, do you accept this lifeline?
Of course, I'm going to accept the lifeline.
All
Bjorn,
right, so
go.
Bjorn, you're good.
Yeah, so I don't know actually how to address it, but I just got a DM, we'll keep it anonymous, that a person pulled themselves and other people out of the group because they got a DM stating that hackers and phishers use DigitalOcean to scam people. And that's a complete misrepresentation. If you got a DM in this space tonight that says anything about what Ross is doing is unsafe, you are being played and you are being misled. Hackers can host anywhere and they'll use any platform, but nothing about this has anything to do with that, right? Like that. Anyway, Ross, if you could address that a little better, because that's absolutely absurd.
Okay, wait, no, I'm going to address one quick thing before we continue with this at all. Johan, give me 1 sec. I got you. And I'll explain everything. One, So there was a person in here who has probably DM'd a bunch of people saying DigitalOcean's a scam. Guys, do your research. Don't go to Google and say, is DigitalOcean, y'all, it's generative answers up in here now. Generative AI. It knows nothing. If you think DigitalOcean is a scam, please tell me. I will delete your account and delete your server. You can raise your hand and tell me how much of a scam DigitalOcean is. I
Hey,
am here
can
for
I,
all of it.
Ross, can I just jump in here for a second on the DigitalOcean thing? Because you and I
Yeah,
were on the
please,
phone.
please.
You and I were on the phone and saw
Yeah,
my
no,
first
this is really
invoice.
happening, guys. People are getting DMs right
Yeah.
now
Oh,
on how DigitalOcean is a scam in this
I'm a
space right
customer
now.
since 2013. I've been a customer of DigitalOcean since 2013,
I'm a
y'all.
customer.
Yeah. So I just want you to know, we went and looked up my first invoice, and we're shocked when it went, how far back we went. So I've been a customer, and
I'm
why am I
gonna
getting
jump
thumbs
in.
down? What's going on?
No, I'm going to jump in real quick. Okay, that the tools that folks are using, this is okay for the public school systems, for the, Department of Education for the United States. And I understand that people are apprehensive. There are always going to be people that do terrible things, but I will tell you the good wins. And deciding to leave a space and not having the tools at your fingertips that are going to afford you the opportunity to have mobility in the day of AI, in the age of AI, is cutting yourself off at the kneecaps. Each and every one of you are given a wonderful opportunity tonight to have literally a backpack full of goodies, things that you would not have access to. Folks that come in on week 2 are going to have to pay full price for each and every one of these products in order to use them. We wanted to make sure that anybody, anywhere could come to the table, this banquet that we set out for each and every one of you, and have a place set for them at our table. We are not limiting anybody. And if you feel apprehensive, I will tell you, I have erased everything off of my laptop. I can tell you behind the scenes what kind of absolute nonsense goes on in these classes. I will tell you also, no one gets to steal our joy. There are people that are anti-AI. They try to bot our space. They try to close down all of these classes. They try to hurt people. They try to intimidate them behind the scenes. They try to come up as speakers and then block all of the speakers so they get kicked out of the space. The kinds of things that go on in the background are terrible things, and we don't usually share them. But I will tell you this, if you are fearful, I have kids here right now that are in this space. These are high schoolers that I would risk my life and take a bullet for. And I would not say that lightly because I am teaching in Flint and Detroit. And it happens, okay? We would not give you links that would hurt or harm your businesses. We want you to learn a skill that is very, very, very important. If you do not have your own website, if you do not have the hub and all of the spokes that go out, you are not going to be able to participate in a digital economy. You are not going to be able to have a seat at the table. You are not going to have a voice. We are giving voices to the voiceless. And so I hope that each and every one of you, if you feel intimidated, skills. Do not sell yourself short. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. Somebody else in this room will pay you big, or you will have to pay them big money to set up a website. And guess where it's going to be hosted? Guess what tools they're going to use? Why? Because 80% of this entire ecosystem uses exactly the platform that we're putting at your fingertips. So give yourself a chance. Do not sell yourself short, and do not give in to fear, because you know what? All of us are a little bit scared. Sometimes when you log in and you see a site and it has something weird and you all of a sudden think, oh my gosh, did I do something wrong? There's nothing here that can't be fixed. And I just want to put that out there, that we're erasing the table tonight, and I'm making sure that you understand. If you don't have these skills and tools and techniques, if you don't understand your co-collaborator, if you don't understand AI, you are going to not have mobility in this next upcoming iteration. And I don't want any of you, not one of you, to be left behind or not have the opportunity to succeed, because that's why we're here. We're here to see you succeed, achieve, adapt,
and so have just unlimited success. So whoever is doing that, you know what? Karma is swift. It goes both ways. So I apologize for interrupting and getting on my soapbox, but I will tell you, you'll get one shot at this, guys. You're cueing Eminem in the background. It's dun, 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 and you know it. You're walking into the arena. We're all going to put down, and you are going to learn these kinds of things, and we're not leaving anybody behind tonight. So, Douglas, go ahead, love.
I just it is beyond my imagination that and it's unconscionable that someone is out here giving resources like this to try to help people, and there is a person in here poisoning the well, because DigitalOcean has been around for a long time. I have been a customer. I've always been dependent. I can always depend on them to be up. I've never lost a server from them, and I have been happy to pay them because they're actually one of the least expensive providers out there for this kind of infrastructure. They're reliable. And so you kind of hear a little bit of alarm in my voice, but I just want y'all to know that, DigitalOcean is a top tier provider. They keep improving all the time. And on top of that, Ross's connection to DigitalOcean is documented. You can actually go to DigitalOcean's website and see the article that they wrote on him, where they talk about his partnership with them and what he's doing. And he's extending some of the access that he gives to people within the school system. And yes, Ross is actually licensed to go into the school system from the Department of Education. He is allowed to actually go into schools with these technologies and with this system and set them up. And you're getting this through this space. And so if anyone out there is thinking that this is a scam or anything like that, message me. Message me if you think it's a scam. Message me, because I can talk to this all day, and I'm not gonna I'm gonna let it go right now. It just I've not really been upset in spaces about something a lot, but this one actually kind of knocked me a little bit to the side. That such a great amount of free resources would be offered to people, and that someone would come in here and try to poison the well.
Yeah, listen, Douglas, right now, before we move on, we're about to move on. But if you have a question, if it's a scam, come up and speak your truth, because it's not. And Johan, don't worry, did not forget you. I'm about to explain a 2-minute what you got to do to get to where everyone
Now, Ross,
is.
you were just with the Secret Service last week, and you're scamming people this week. How dare you be with Jill Biden last week and know you're presenting scams this week? The audacity, Ross.
Amen.
Okay, that
Amen.
is
Amen.
true. That is true. I did have to go through Secret Service to get lunch last week at an event. That is true. It is true. It's not a scam. If you think it's a scam, go ahead and just leave this room. This is not the room for you, because you shouldn't be in scam rooms. But this is not a scam. If anything, it's reverse scam. I can't believe that actually happened, Josh. I'm so sorry for getting derailed, dude.
Ross, there are people in this world that do want to put shackles on other folks. There are people that legitimately do not want you to have the tools that would compete with them.
But
and it's
Sarah,
horrible.
You also have to know, you have to know, you and Josh and Mattia right now, I wouldn't have said anything if it wasn't just a mass DM to people. A lot of people got DMs. And this person was like, I'm DMing people. And I'm like, okay, great. But honestly, I don't know, if you can use your brain, right? Use your brain. We're giving you stuff that costs money, and you're not paying money. So your brain should tell you that is not obviously a scam. That is the reverse of what a scam is. Scams want to take your money.
One last jump in, right? Every single person here is a volunteer. We are not being paid. Our pockets are not being lined. We are all donating our time. And I can tell you, there's some of us that get paid an awful lot of money. And to be the resident expert. And I can tell you, Douglas, resident expert. Dave Meir, resident expert. Ross, resident expert. Each and every one of us are here at the table to teach and to transfer our skills to other people. We're going to stay up till midnight. We've been preparing for this class for weeks. We tested every single piece of this puzzle over and over again. Not only this morning, the morning before, Ross and Alisher and Nick have been DMing me links all day to test. And it's not just me. It's a whole cadre of people behind the scenes who want to see you succeed and are volunteering their time, energy, tools, talents, ideas to make sure that that happens. And all of us are putting our reputation on the line. I've taught in public maker spaces for 22 years. And these are the kinds of things that you have access to. We want to make sure that everybody gets a shot. Open source tools, yes, they come with a risk, but I can guarantee you, once you have a command of these kinds of tools, you're going to be able to do incredible things. But to say it's a scam, how are we actually benefiting if none of us are being paid? That's all my question is. And I want to know what the motives are in terms of why somebody would want to cut yourself at the kneecaps and prevent you from learning.
Johan, I promise we didn't forget about you, and I don't know why, Sarah, but Douglas and Zan, I'm happy to hear
Go ahead, get them. Fight for it. We're going
your
to
questions, and then I'm
and then we're
happy
going
to
to
answer
reset the
Johan's
room
question.
and we're going to have some music and I'm handing out imaginary cookies because I made cookies today and we're not going to get any crumbs on the computers, but Douglas, go ahead, love.
I need some cookies. That would actually be really nice right about now. I do need some
I
cookies.
do send them.
I think
Ask the boys. I have sent them stuff.
I think that all
I'm
we're
still waiting on one.
Yeah, what?
I think that all we're trying to say here is that you know, I guess that we were going to talk about it's gotten so far off from there, but we were going to talk about what cPanel is, and then we got like knocked off into you know this issue that we had going on. But I'll answer that question really quick. So cPanel, think about this. When you log into a server, typically you get something that looks like a $sign, and you had to type everything to do what you wanted to do, right? And you had to know all the commands, and you had to know how to secure it and lock it down and do all of this stuff and how to configure everything. And actually WordPress is pretty complicated to configure when you do it the old way, when you log into a server and install everything by hand. But what you get with cPanel is you get this nice little interface that you can log in, and they've handled all of the really hard things. They give you this nice graphical user interface. You'll hear us call that the GUI sometimes, but they give you a graphical user interface to log in, to be able to associate things like a custom domain or to be able to install a whole set of applications. There's this really cool little part of the cPanel that I know Ross is going to show you, where it'll let you install all of this stuff that is really complicated. Like I used to do this stuff. I used to spin servers up and install databases and install WordPress and do all of this stuff and try to configure the HTTP server to be secure and, you know, firewalls and all of this happy stuff. And I don't have to do it anymore, and because we have something like cPanel that can go in and do it for you. So that's kind of what you're getting there, is you're getting something that gives you this nice user interface that will let you log in and be able to do these things with clicking buttons that would take someone, you know, maybe a year or two to figure out on their own, maybe even 5 years of needing to understand systems and how to get in there and really be able to configure this stuff. It is fairly complicated. So that's the first thing, was that I wanted to give my rundown of what cPanel was. But the other question from Johan was about, hey, I have a DigitalOcean account already. Am I cool? And the answer is, you're cool, because I've had one since 2013, and I did sign up for the program, and I was able to go in through Ross's into DigitalOcean's space using the cPanel, and it doesn't affect anything on my main account. It's not on there at this point. So it's all under the TSI program account, under their partnership, and that's why you're not paying money for these servers right now, is that it is under his account. It's your server, but it's under his account through the partnership that he has with DigitalOcean. That's all I got.
I will add one thing. You got it like 100% perfect, Douglas. You're the best. Thank you so much for for staying up. I know the time is different. I appreciate you, man. And I will just say, yes, he is right almost 99%. Actually, no, he's right 100%. But the only thing is, your server is being created in our UI. So the 1% that he didn't say is we have figured out how to further abstract creation of droplets and creation of servers to so much that it's like going to like a website and purchasing a product, and then it gets activated almost, actually no, autonomously. I'm not even gonna say it is, and it's not AI. It's autonomous. So you're able to spin up a droplet and get a server without ever going to digitalocean.com, and that abstraction I think is super important to our students, thus important to you all. Or you want to say something? Alistair is here. Hang on one second.
Add, we actually automated a lot of this process. We went through it the last few days, and what you're going to see is when you're making a WordPress right now, it's gotten to the point where you're not going to need to go to Divi. We already preloaded it with Divi, already activated. You'll be able to pull whatever template you want to pull in. They have hundreds of beautiful templates. And of course, you'll be able to, use the Divi builder for whatever you want. You guys are getting an unlimited version of the all-in-one backups. So you're going to be able to back up your websites, transport them, really do whatever you want with them, restore them if you made a mistake. And it's pretty much all pre-made for you. All you have to do is just make a few clicks, set your login information, and you'll be good to go.
Hold on. Nick has something to say, which is rare. So we're gonna let this opportunity happen.
No, but if you want to pay for Divi, it's $300, and it's all yours.
Divi is one of the things we're gonna have to give you access to, and by accepting what we're giving you, you're actually activating a license key. Now, here's the interesting part. Yes, you do at some point have to take your server and like export your website. But wait, I have a small update. Josh Hellman, can you believe this right now? We are not gonna give one. Josh Hellman and Mattia and Sarah, y'all need to hear this firsthand right now. We're giving 10. Can you even believe this? 10 people in this room right now. Their hosting will not end and will remain online for the foreseeable future. Do you know how crazy that is? Guys, not only is DigitalOcean not a scam, but they are one of the best partners we've ever had. And they have made sure that our students always get everything they need to build their dreams. And if you did get a DM, I hope you're just like, okay, that's dumb. And if you're still on the fence, go to their website, read my article. Don't read my article. Read about who they are. They're a publicly traded company. Like, this is not, like, it's definitely not a scam, but do your own research. Listen to the people like Douglas who are telling you about it. And I'm sorry we got derailed, but you know what? It's important for you all to know that this right here is probably one of the safest places on the internet. If you see the TSI logo and Josh Hellman and Mattia and Sarah, you're pretty much like good. Like, no matter what's going on, you can feel okay and that it's safe. You want to tell a story? Oh, there's story time happening, guys. Hang on.
So, story time, guys. Back in 2021, when we just started this nonprofit journey, we wanted to upgrade. We were a very avid GoDaddy customer because we're all, we like that customer service aspect of GoDaddy. And what we wanted is something that will provide us with that, but also be a lot more scalable. And GoDaddy kind of expensive. And so we had two options. We applied to two nonprofit programs, Azure nonprofit program and DigitalOcean nonprofit program. And Azure was a very big learning curve for us. While DigitalOcean was actually a lot easier, they had a lot of interesting images already preset. But over the years, what we've noticed while having both of those infrastructures up, we had half of our infrastructure on DO, half on Azure. We noticed that Azure is quite expensive to secure. I mean, our infrastructure would be, quite agile, small, so we wanted to keep it very light. Um, However, the security for that was just numerous times larger than the actual cost of the infrastructure. But DigitalOcean, we noticed, never really got attacked. It's always kind of like protected itself. They have very good protection internally with DigitalOcean, but also they provide you with pretty good support, especially if you're a nonprofit partner. I think we've had a very close relationship with them when it came to being able to launch whatever droplets we want, making sure the droplets are secure, and also being able to troubleshoot any issues, even if they're down. The big thing with these VM providers, with these hosting providers, is their 99.999% uptime. And I think DigitalOcean was always very transparent with whatever issues they're having. While what we experienced with these even larger hosting providers like Azure and Google is they don't really care about the customer support as much. DigitalOcean is like the perfect middle. And also the costs are a lot more acceptable for a small business as opposed to GoDaddy or even AWS and Azure, which ends up being very costly, especially if you want that top-notch security.
Yeah, and now, honestly, we are getting on to the fun part. And before we do, we're going to hear from really quick. And guys, Sarah, Douglas, Zan,
Yeah.
you guys have like 5 total minutes.
I was
so
just going to jump in real quick
how you
because
do
I
it.
have a bunch of DMs.
Yeah, go for it.
Listen, we're making primitive websites here, right? We're learning how to build a website.
Wait, Sarah, I got one quick thing I want.
Go
I
ahead.
don't know if it's in your
Fire
DM,
away.
but everyone's like, let's get to the learning.
I know.
And I
That's
know
exactly
you.
what we're
I
doing.
know. Okay, you're going to talk about it? Thank God.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was like,
Here
you know
go,
what?
Sarah.
We're not giving this fire any more oxygen. If you are a person in the health community that has HIPAA laws and such, you're going to be hiring an IT professional that is insured and licensed to do so to make sure your security is there, right? We are teaching people the basic building blocks so that they can have autonomy, right? And from here on out, we're not going to discuss it anymore because you know what? Your time is precious to us. And the fact of the matter is that each of these nights there's a 5-hour class, and most of the folks in this room have to go to work in the morning. Half of the other folks in this room are future dwellers, and it's like dark 100 in the morning at their time, and they are still sitting in here. And I'm looking directly at Dave Muir because his time zone is way ahead of ours. So he is here as a professional for each of the people here learning how to do these new things. So we're moving on. And I understand that there's concerns and things like that. I will be more than happy to answer every freaking question. But I can guarantee you, nitpicking and parsing this out, it's not going to be helpful. It's not helpful to the young kids in the room today who are still going to have to graduate this week, and are pulling all-nighters for their final exams and also putting in the time to build these websites. You're denying them, and that's really cruel. So Douglas and Zan, let's do this real quick and let's move on to the next step because we don't want to keep everybody else up, right? So Douglas, I love you to the moon and back. Thank you for being so patient. Go ahead, and what would you like to say to the people tonight?
Well, did I have my hands up still? Because
Yes, you
if it
did.
is,
Did you have
it's
something to add?
bugging.
Listen, if you got nothing to say, it's cool. We move
Excellent.
on.
Zan.
No,
Your
no,
hand is
no.
up.
It's bugging because I don't have my hand up. So
All right, well, let it bug out.
Wonderful.
That's fine. Zan, is your hand for real up or is it fake up?
No, it's not fake. I want to tell you guys something. So I got logged into the account, and then I have to go to school. It's 8:40 in the morning and 9 a.m.
Zan, I got you. I know your question. You
Yeah.
can
I need to
leave the
go.
space right
So
now. You've already been approved.
yes.
Watch the recording, and I'll see you next Wednesday, my friend. You're good. You're approved. You're live. It's happening.
Thank you.
And Zan, I
So
hope all your good dreams catch you. I understand how late it is. And so if you
yes.
have any questions, you can just holler.
Yeah, and that also after, like, DM me tomorrow. Be like, hey, where can I watch the entire thing? I want to watch it because it'll be here on Twitter. But if you can't find it, DM me. You can watch the whole thing. You can do everything because you're active. You have a cPanel. You have a domain. You are activated, my friend. That is the most important part of today. And I know today was going to go long, but I need to make it very clear that if you're not registered on today's ITT WordPress site from idea to impact, you will not be registered in number 2. So I know you got to go. You're good. You have my DM. If you need help, you already know. You shoot me a DM. It won't be long before I answer, my friend.
Thank you very much. So goodbye, everyone. Good night, everyone. I'm about to go to school. See you. Talk to you all later. Bye bye.
Now, no hands. So, y'all, if you're here, what you got to do, step 1, is you can scroll down, you can search, or you can click applications. When you click applications, there's a lot of things you can build. But you're not about to build all of them because Rome isn't built in one day. Johan, question with your voice. Are you being helped? Are you good? Do you have questions?
I'm trying to switch from my phone to my desktop because I realized I shouldn't be doing this on my phone.
You can't do it on your phone, sister.
Yeah. So I kind of figured that quite quickly, so don't worry. But I've got the domain. I'm just logging in, I guess. I'm where everyone else was.
So you understand what's going on, right?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I guess I need to know my next move. I think I'm where you were before we started derailing. So
Well, you're good, that means. So now, can you log into cPanel? Are you there?
yeah, because I'm switching. Give me a second. I'm switching from my cell phone to Mac. Give me a sec. But I am in there.
And Josh, listen. Sorry, Johan. I'm gonna use Josh's phrase. I'm gonna step on some toes for 1 sec. Josh, I know, man. That's the DM people are getting. It's cool. Listen, if you think it's a scam, you can go ahead and leave. And I will just tell you, we had our first account suspension. So fun. And we'll suspend anyone who decides that it's a scam. That's your decision. Make your decisions wisely. If you still think it's a scam and you're still sitting here and you're like, it's a scam, you should probably hit the leave button. It's red, it's at the top right. If you have any questions on how to leave this space and disconnect from this so-called scam, I will gladly help you. It's leave at the top right. You hit that button, and all of a sudden, you don't have to deal with what I'm saying. It's magic. But if you're not that person and you understand this is not a scam, please don't hit that button. Because the only thing I want to do tonight is help you build. So that's really all I have to say on whatever DMs you're getting. Like, ignore them. Like, they're not real. And if you think they're real, honestly, and this is what people say is my catchphrase, that is a you problem, not my problem.
I have that on a coffee mug, by the way. I did print it because I have had many you problems when working with Ross side by side. He's like, Sarah, I'm looking at your screen. That is a you problem. And I'm like, yes, I understand, but can you commiserate with me and understand that it could be an us problem really easily if we want to work together here, friends? But actually, yes. So Johan, I want to make sure that you are caught up, love. And you're in your cPanel. If you have the invoice that zeroed out.
By the way, Sam, she's all the only thing she's missing is logging into cPanel. Johan, can you get into cPanel?
She's firing up her Mac. This is very good. Douglas, his hand is up, but it's really not up. And he's just saying hi to the folks.
I did.
So.
I actually did. I did raise my hand, but I can't believe I'm plugging out.
Wait, is this time you have something to say? It's real?
I do. It's real. It is real.
Okay.
And here's the thing.
Yeah,
if y'all
please,
agree with
go
me,
on,
but one of the things I learned in my training that I took and how to win friends, or not how to, the Dale Carnegie training, I actually corporately took Dale Carnegie training. And one of the things the guy told me, the trainer told me, is that you know, when someone says something that you know is negative, you don't want to repeat it over and over and over again. So, you know, I think that what I'd like to do is just talk about how great the program is, and let's go and move forward. And like you said, you told everyone what to do if they think it's that other thing, but I think it's great, and I think we should move on.
I agree. That's why we are. So if you're on my live stream, the way to get here is to hit the word applications on the left-hand screen. So on the left hand, you see applications. You click it, you see what I see. Now, if you don't see what I see, you just gotta, you know, scroll down a little bit to the W, WordPress. Do you see the W? If you see the W, that's a good thing. Put an emoji up. And it's the only way I know. Like, it's the only way. So please put an emoji up if you see the applications button. We're going to go step by step. And if you just joined, that means you're not approved. That means you got to come up to speaker. You got to tell me you're not approved. And then we have to get people to do emojis to make you get approved. Because emojis get people approved. Because collaboration is the new currency. But emojis are the currency tonight. And emojis are collaboration because it's you connecting with us. And that's what we need. You know, I'm going to share with you one quick 5-second thing. The only reason why we do this is connect with you guys. So connect with us, please. It's the reason why this is happening
I'm so
right now.
excited. That was quick. Y'all
Sorry.
are sharp. Oh, love it.
Your giggle is adorable. I love that. And I hope we hear more of it.
I swear it is. Do that again.
Sorry,
It's just like
can you
it
hear me?
was an instant win, wasn't it? It was a
I stuck
collective
my
win
tongue
for
out.
the
If
whole
all
group.
of you could see me, I was like, ah.
Did you do the happy dance? Because I did the
I did
happy
that
dance.
tongue stick out like, yeah, those that didn't do this is quite easy. Thank you.
Sorry. Hello, sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Gabenga, is that you? Or do you want to be called Fagbenro? I want to make sure I'm ruining or saying your name. I'm not ruining it. How do I say your name, love?
Or you can call me Fabinro, anyone. So I'm from
Benga?
Nigeria. So yes, you can call it like that. That's good. I'm sorry. My question now is I've been staring at my cPanel, but the username and password, like, am I going to be using the username for the think tank, or what am I going to be using for
Yeah,
my,
so
like,
we're
where how
actually past that part. So feel free to DM TSI.org or Alisher if he's in the room, or Brad or Bjorn, and maybe he'll feel like being nice, or
Of
Douglas
course.
or Dave or anybody. But we're moving on, and we're not going to answer that question. And I'm so sorry for this, but you have to understand people's time is valuable, myself included, everyone included, Johan, Hendo, Brad, Britta, Stephanie, Justin, Luke, everybody. And we have to move on. So please feel free to DM. There are people in the back channels that are working on my DMs and helping everyone. So don't worry, you will get answered, and you won't get answered tomorrow. You'll get answered right now. So feel free to DM me now. But that being said, who's on my screen? I need emojis. Emojis are what makes me stay awake. So if you're not putting a thumbs up emoji, I'm tired. Do we want me to get tired?
Go. Keep going. Come on. Break the fucking rules.
I could get tired.
Part of my
It's so
friend.
easy to get tired. See, I'm gonna tell you how this works. So no emojis, I get tired. Like sleepy, like go to bed. Emojis, I wake up. So you have to do emojis. And I have no idea who's doing emojis, and I don't even care. Like, I'm not even counting emojis. Who cares? I need engagement. If I don't have engagement, this feels like I'm talking to nobody. Help me bring humanity to this. Do emojis. If you like what I say, do an emoji. If you hate what I say, give me an emoji. It could be thumbs down. I'm okay with thumbs down. Do a thumbs down right now. Watch. It
I'm
makes me happy.
sorry. Can somebody send me
I
the
don't care.
link to the live stream?
Live stream link. It should be in the first
It's the
comment.
innovationsThinktank.com. So you're going to go right to the live link, and you will see the ITT. You can also click on Josh Hellman's, our host, his PFP, and you'll have a direct link there. Benga, I did DM
Ross,
you,
check
love.
your DMs for me, will you?
Dave, why don't you tell them what to select, will you?
Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Are we
Tell
there
them.
yet? Are we there
If
yet?
they get there, tell them.
Well, we haven't clicked.
Tell
We
them
haven't
what's
clicked
proper.
the big fat install this application
I
button
know,
yet.
but Dave, if they did, tell them what's proper. What's proper?
Okay, so after we click the install application, you're gonna have an option that says domain, and we want to choose the HTTPS version, which the S stands for secure. That was when you were getting the warnings logging in, and all of your SSL certs have already been issued. We want to make sure we pick the HTTPS, not just HTTP.
Yeah. And if anybody's jumping the gun, listen to him. Listen, Dave knows his stuff, man. Like, I respect Dave and what he does.
Dave, just to
And
make
I
sure,
also
there's only one
Dave knows-
WordPress and it has a blog underneath it, correct?
Yeah, but you can change that. But we're gonna talk about that in a minute.
No,
But
I mean, that's
Dave,
the only icon. So that's what people are pressing.
no. So if you look at the live stream, you'll see what I see. But what's really cool about Dave is he's like really smart, but also he likes to break things. Like he actually DMs me and says, "I'm going to break this," and it's both like kind of nerve wracking, but also good because that means that like other people are gonna try to break it, and he's breaking it and telling me about it. So I really, really, really appreciate that. And what he's telling you is real. And if you're looking at my stream, and Sarah, if you see blog, it's lying to you. You need to click and select the one that looks like what I have. Directory should be empty. If directory is not empty, you're not doing the right thing. If you're not doing the right thing, there's like a little hand that you could raise and you can make your voice heard. And if your voice isn't heard, I am
Okay,
no longer
go back
responsible for
one
what you do.
screen.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
want to make
Sarah.
sure.
Go back one screen.
Yes, because there are a lot of folks that hit the application and then they see all of the icons, and there are a bazillion of them. And I just want to make sure
Yeah.
there's only one WordPress one.
Yeah. So if you go back
Yeah,
to the
so go
bazillion
back that so we
icons,
can have the same screen, just because I don't want to lead anybody astray. And I'd rather be looking like an idiot and saying, "Hey, Ross, I hit the applications button just like you did. And then I saw that this WordPress, the only one that has the icon looks like this one, and it had the word blog underneath it. I just want to make sure I'm pressing the right one." And we're having it here on the recording that Sarah was not paying attention. I just want to make sure that that's in the right place because I don't want to lead folks astray. So I think we are in the right place, but I did see Johan's hand fly up. So go ahead and take the mic, love.
yeah, if you have a question, please just jump on the mic.
Yep, go, Johan. If your hand is up, go and yell. If not, then Sharon's going to jump in.
Well, I'm on WordPress blog, but I don't know where Ross went after that, what he clicked to get to where he can enter or just pull down.
So Sharon, when you click
Yes.
WordPress, what do you see?
Well, hello world, my blog, blah, 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 all that stuff.
But what
Okay, there
does
might
it
be an
say
echo.
when you try to
Yeah, so I'm there and I'm watching the live stream. There's a slight delay, so maybe that's confusing me a little bit. Am I meant to be following what's on the live stream or just pause? Because
No, just you should be logging into cPanel. You should
I
be
clicked on WordPress. There was a lot of icons, but I figured that out. I'm on the WordPress. Just sit. Is that it?
okay. So guys, everybody, go get like a drink. Go relax for like 5 minutes. I'm here to answer your questions. Raise your hand and I'll answer. But you can't do anything because let me tell you a story. It's a funny story. The story is y'all are crazy, and there's like 100 of you now. And so guess what you did?
Crashed
You
it.
made server go.
Yeah, I was just about to
Yeah.
say, DigitalOcean's or
Yeah.
cPanel's down.
That was totally
Yeah.
me. I did it. I
Yeah,
jumped in.
No,
I
no,
was the
just
last
wait.
person.
Just wait. Just
It's
wait.
Dave's fault.
Go get a Red Bull. Go exercise, stretch for like 5 minutes. The DigitalOcean is upgrading to some monster level infra. So hang on. This is okay. You're good. Y'all just hitting
We
the
just load
servers
tested, didn't
like
we? We just load tested 100 people.
you Josh Hellman, you just sent 100 people plus to create an account. You should be proud of yourself. You have taken down TSI hosting. That's a milestone.
I bet the fans are kicking on wherever that is.
Well, I just think it's wonderful. Actually, I think that we should test the loads on everything all the time. We do this often on Saturday nights. For those of you that are new to the space, Saturdays are Josh Hellman's Innovators Think Tank, and it has many different segments.
By the way,
Yes?
Sarah, you can continue whatever you're about to say. I just need to tell everyone. If it's not loading, don't DM me. And do me the favor. Just don't. Wait 10 minutes.
I'm helping.
Servers are
They're cooling off.
Servers are being upgraded. Like so much so that there's nothing you can do to make anything happen. So just give us a sec. And please, if you want to explain what's going on, Dave Meyer, don't come for me. It's a long night.
Well, I'm going to
Please
fill in
explain,
a little
but
bit.
you could fill in too. We need fill in. We need about 10 minutes, guys. We're gonna change the servers to make sure they're super giant and amazing and awesome.
You're not going
Ross
to
is
and can
just
handle
getting a
all
got
of
it.
bigger
you at the
bucket.
You've
same.
already
He's just getting a
wasted
bigger
5
bucket.
minutes. I know, that's
That's
it.
all.
He was like, wah, 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 and we already know that Nick and Alisher are like, dude, they're Scotty, in the Star Trek. He's given it all his power he's got. I don't have the Scottish accent, but I wanted to make sure that folks that are new to the space, because we do have not just the folks that are in this space, we are across multiple channels. So we also have people that are behind the scene in the live stream. We have people that are in the classrooms. We have all sorts of folks in different places. So there are multiple streams, and we just did the Ghostbusters where we've crossed all the streams and, summoned a demigod called Zool. But what I wanted to tell folks is that on Saturdays, for those that are unaware, part and parcel of the whole gig here is not just building a website. It's like the whole entire idea of building a business from idea all the way until it goes out into the wild to impact. Right. And so once you have this idea and this little nugget, and then you have your website and you have your thought process, then you're going to go into the innovations think tank and you're going to pitch your idea, where there are a lot of folks that can help hone your skills, hone your messaging, make sure that you're doing it right, have a 2-minute pitch to one person, maybe another one to an investor, and help you have the business acumen that many people do not have. And then it also includes things like Alex Damsker, where you'll learn finance in a different way. As a former security exchange lawyer, you'll have many different experts. Tim Brown comes in and he teaches you how to public speak. So some of you that struggle with that, he has a space. Dave Meir has his space where he gets you out of a rut or out of stuck, or maybe it's just you've got so many awesome ideas you can't just pick one. But ultimately, on Saturday nights, after everything quiets down, all of the interesting things come out of the woodwork, and you have an open playground where Ross, Nick, and Alisher, they often, create different kinds of applications specifically in AI for all of us to play with. This is, my AI tutor and Pixio. So we help people learn to navigate AI just in general. And the best way to do that is just like your inner 5-year-old. You go into the sandbox and you go and play. You try to break stuff, and we encourage it heavily. Actually, we try to crash every single server on Saturday night. We try to make sure that their rails are not on, and my job is usually to make sure that you guys have a little bit of extra time with some heavy duty servers in the background. Most people don't really know. We're all GPU poor, right? We don't have the big bulky tools and the wonderful things that the boys have in the background at TSI. And sometimes when we have so many people in the room, you have to reallocate those resources, just like any other entrepreneur. You know, they're shuffling some things behind the scenes because they're also running all of my AI Tutor and Pixio, which are very intensive for those of you that don't know. Things like Beam, which is all of the large language models that you can possibly imagine sparring in an octagon with, you know, for the best ideas. Things like that are just crazy. Greedy when it comes to the energy sources. So I highly recommend each and every one of you go and visit, because especially with this, as you are now getting kind of a taste that sometimes AI can bring out some interesting folks, and it makes you think to yourself, well, maybe I really actually need to know how to use these things because it's going to matter. And you really do want to play with people that are building alongside of you. There's something really crazy, creative, and contagious about cross-pollinating with other people from other places in the world and other projects. I'm going to use Bjorn as an example. In our last class, he created a SaaS that was just spectacular, and it had to deal with roofs. And just hearing the process of his thinking process in terms of how to analyze a roof, and how important what he created solved a pain point. It's the same kind of thing that we're doing here tonight. We're solving a pain point for a lot of entrepreneurs. They don't have two nickels to rub together. I know that I don't. Most of the money that I have goes into, you know, robotics and trinkets and trash and stuff that we need to make sure kids are fed on the weekend. If you're not having, if you have what do they call a champagne taste and a beer budget, that's what most of us are here tonight. And so being able to come up with ideas that are instantly implementable. I know that's not really a word, but actionable, I think, is a better word. And that's hopefully what we're doing tonight, is giving you an actionable skill set that you can play off of. Is it the best thing out of the chute? No, it's not. It's a work in progress, but you're learning skills. The idea is, yes, you're going to have a viable, minimal viable product at the end, but ultimately, you're going away with a skill and a fluidity and something that's new to you. So I just wanted to point that out there. I see that Bjorn has his hand up, and I actually look forward to hearing what he has to say, because I'm so damn proud of him. I don't use the words very often, swear words, but I think that's the only one that kind of fits, because what he built was incredibly inspiring. And so I'm going to give the mic to Bjorn, and then I see that Starboss has arrived, my very good friend Alice. So go ahead, Bjorn. What would you like to say to the people? We're almost up and running, by the way.
Girl, all I'm going to do is brag. Hold on a minute. So, how about the most complicated thing I ever built was in Bubble? Now, don't get me wrong. Bubble has its own language. It's what they call a no-code platform, but you will beat your head off the wall trying to communicate with that thing, right? Like you really will. But I get through that, and I feel like I'm super, right? Then I fall into Josh's space. Cash Money Kev just sent me a DM that he can't hear me. Josh, will you kick me out, or do I just need to take a lap?
Yes, sir. Go take a lap. Cash Money, can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Excellent.
I just can't hear
Yeah, Bjorn,
Bjorn.
go take a lap, and when you come back, we're going to chit chat with you. Starboss, you're on the stage. What would you like to say to the people, my friend? I am so proud of you for being here, by the way. I know how hard this class is for you, and I know how hard this whole entire exercise is. And man, I'm slapping you a high five, and I'm just so damn proud of you too. Go ahead, love.
I'm sending you one back, Sarah. Thank you so much for having me up. I just want to make sure I'm in the right spot. So I got to the C panel, and then I went to applications. I found WordPress blog icon, and then I pressed that. And then am I installing this application at this point? Is that what's going on?
You're doing nothing because servers are resizing, but we are going to go over cPanel. I mean, not cPanel, WordPress in a second. But once servers officially resize, you'll be able to do all of the cool things that you want to do. But we just have to wait until the servers officially resize, which we're doing right now. The thing is, our servers aren't necessarily ready, and like ready to accept over 100 people at the same time. You guys have to understand, you probably all hit the same button at the same time, which is fine. But the thing is, servers can only take a certain amount of pressure in one initial sitting. So keep in mind all your data, your domains, like that's all set. Nothing's going away. We have to upgrade the droplets that you guys are using because you guys need a little bit more power.
Okay.
And so that's what's happening right now. So like if you were to try to do anything, it obviously would not work. But if you wait just a few minutes, you'll be able to do all of the cool things that you want to
Okay.
do. We're in the middle of resizing right now.
Okay.
So if you did everything and you got to where you say you did, you're actually perfect. And all you need to do is wait until we are actually moving
Okay.
forward in a minute.
All right. So I'll wait here at
And
the
you'll be able,
Installatron.
yeah.
I'll wait at Installatron.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, I would stay right
Okay.
there because basically if you were to refresh, it would break.
Okay. Then I'll just wait.
But in a second, it won't break.
All right. I just didn't know if I was trying to install at this point or not. Okay. Thank you.
No, this
No.
is the
So
part where
if you
everybody
tried, it would have
sits on
worked.
their hands and doesn't do anything. We just stare at the screen. It's just one of those things. It's like looking at your Apple phone or your Android. You're just staring at the screen. You're sitting on your hands.
I
You're
just
not
wanted to
doing
make
anything.
sure I didn't miss a step
Yes.
somewhere.
No, you didn't. You didn't. I crashed it. I was talking to Dave in the background. I said, "What happens if I smash all these buttons?" And he's like, "Let's do this." And of course, we did that just to do it on purpose. I hear them in the background. They don't understand that we actually do these kinds of things. No, we would never do that to waste your time or energy. But I will say that sometimes having multiple folks all at one time, this is the moment where we've all gotten into the elevator and everybody just kind of hip checked all of the buttons at once. And so now we got to go to every freaking floor when we were all supposed to go to the suite up at the top where all the fancy hors d'oeuvres are and everything else. I see that Bjorn is back and I really want him to share his story real quick while we're getting the servers up and running. Go ahead, Bjorn. What would you like to say to the people? Hopefully Cash Money can hear you.
That's
now.
what I was about to say. How about you, Cash? You got your ears on? 10-4. Okay. So thought I was cool because I built something in Bubble. I'm like, man, nothing can stop me. I'm just going to build apps for people, right? And then the further I went in that, I realized how restrictive it was. And I had managed to get myself into quite a dire situation. Fell into Josh's space and met Ross. Now, less about Ross because he takes enough attention. This is more about me right now, right? So I fall in with Ross for a couple weeks. And next thing I know, like my brain's ignited, right? Like I can't say that Ross did anything for me other than lay out a path. And what I can say is I went from building in Bubble to the project I did release about the roofs. I actually got all my feedback today and it's in writing. My measurements were closer than any other tool they tested against, up to and including a $15,000 tool to just start the account. My roof mask fit better than any other tool they tested. The only mistake I made in building the whole app is I put my measurements in square meters instead of square feet. That is the single piece of feedback they had in that whole app I built. And I haven't even got a chance to tell Ross about it yet. I know he's probably celebrating on his end. But to get that kind of feedback, and this thing is wrote in 2 different languages. It's weird. But anyway, I went from building in Bubble to now I can understand and move around in Svelte. I can understand and move around in Next.js. I can definitely understand and move around in Python. So if you're in the room, it's so much more than just the website he's running you through now. If you stick in the spaces, again, from building Bubble to now, I'm not even impressed with my own roof work. I'm now training AI models locally and like going down that rabbit hole. And all I can say is if you just listen to Ross and you stick in these spaces and you want it, it is very, very much worth it. I mean, it's amazing. And Ross, I can't do anything but thank you. Because when I got that feedback today, I was happy to change it from square meters to square feet. And I don't know if anybody's ever released a project, but it's a nail biter, right? While they're taking it to their partners, and insurance companies are now wanting to accept my tool through him. So again, thank you, Ross. I really appreciate it.
Bjorn, just for giggles, because he's behind the scenes, um, can you briefly, and most of the folks that were in this class tonight might have heard this story. Um, that first night that you pulled, it wasn't an all-nighter, it was more like a 3-day binge, in terms of building out what you did. I think a lot of folks, when they get the bug and it clicks, there's a moment in every class where it goes from absolutely, I want to throw the technology, I've yelled and screamed, I've cried tears, I've rage quit. We do have many people that rage quit and then they say, I'm sorry, Sarah, I didn't mean it. It's almost like Happy Gilmore, I didn't mean it, baby, I didn't mean it. And they come back in after they've cooled down a minute, because there are some things that just don't make any sense, especially if you're not a developer or a coder. And there's a moment every night, you can see it. And it's usually about week 2 or 3. They've gone over and done this so many freaking times that it's become by rote. They know what they're looking for now, and it just clicks. And that moment that it clicked for Bjorn was magical, because at that moment we could hear the aha in the background. There was another gentleman, I don't remember if it was Vinod or Bahupen, Bahupen, I think is how I say his name, where he just started to giggle. And it was the greatest giggle, because he was like, I get it. And not only that, this is going to save all of the kids that were in his village at that particular time. And you thought to yourself, wow, the contagious nature of I get it. And now I want to transfer my skills. A lot of times we don't really pay attention to that even a kid who learns how to tie their shoes, the very first thing they want to do is teach everybody else how to tie their shoes. And I think it's delightful, because every time to teach is to learn twice. And that's what happens in these spaces. Bjorn comes up and then he says, hey, I'm going to regurgitate what I just heard, because sometimes disseminating the information in a different way makes that click moment. And he came into class and he showed everybody the receipts. He's like, I just sold this for like $5,000 and I'm getting paid $2,000 a week, and I just made my mortgage payment. Everybody in the room understood that. Everybody in the room understands, wow, I can't get 2 nickels to rub together and I need money now. I need to have food on the table now. These are the kinds of things that we think about. And even earlier this evening, when you think to yourself, wow, if someone understands this and can make it and run with it and make enough money to put, food on the table or make a mortgage payment so that they don't go into foreclosure or something, it's huge. And we all have that collective win, because we know, what, one, we all like to vote for the underdog. We all like to root for him. If it wasn't the case, we wouldn't, be painting our beer bellies and wearing cheesehead hats at a Lions and Packers game. We always root for the underdog. And if either of you are Packers fans or Lions fans, you understand that statement means a lot, because we are always fighting for last place. And so you have to be a diehard fan in those situations. But seeing that was such a win for everybody, because they all saw themselves in that receipt. They all.
Sarah, we are back
Amen.
online.
I love it. I am hoping everybody enjoyed our Ace of Fable for this evening. I see that Justin has his hand up, and also Caleb.
Yes. Also, Sarah, realize my hands are fake, because Justin has a hand up, Dave has a hand up.
You know what?
Douglas has a hand up. Caleb
My
has a
whole
hand up.
entire
Caleb,
screen
is that real?
has all hands up
Wait,
right
hold
now.
on.
Same,
Check.
same for
Caleb,
me.
is that
Same for me.
Caleb, is your hand real?
Yes, it is.
Excellent.
All right. What's your question?
I was just saying that I have to head out, unfortunately. I've
No, you're good, Caleb. You're already activated. So just shoot me a DM and I will fix you all up and we'll get you situated in the morning. I got you.
Hey,
You're
Caleb,
good.
I'm really proud of you too. And thank you for coming in. Many people don't
Yeah,
understand how
Caleb,
awesome you are. I do know.
I'm
So
so
thank you.
just like Sarah. I'm so excited, man. Like you are the literal definition of like social media, real life combining together. And I just have to tell you 2 things. One, I've been super busy. That's why I didn't call you today. But tomorrow I'm calling you. And I'm going to call you. I'm going to activate AI Tutor and Pixio for you. And we're going to get your domain situated. You're already active. You're good. I appreciate you, my friend. And you can come back Wednesday. But you already know everything that we're going to discuss, because I'm going to reach out to you specifically right after this space. and I really appreciate you coming.
Right.
I think you are the reason. Like, everyone here is awesome, but I feel like what Caleb represents is like reality meshing with social media. And I think that is so powerful. And thank you so much for tagging along, Caleb. And I hope to see you next Wednesday.
Hey, Caleb, I hope that you have all good dreams and they all catch you tonight. You're teaching all of us how to be better humans. And so we'll see you next time. And if you need anything, you can holler and tell your teachers thank you too. That was a wonderful thing. You go on to greatness, kiddo. I'm really, really proud of you.
Justin has his hand up, and I think it's for real.
Thank
Okay, if
you.
it's for
Thank you
real,
for the for real
let's do
ones.
it.
Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, I was just gonna do a quick plug for my AI tutor while we were waiting for the servers to get back up. But since they're up, then I can, do this later. But I was just gonna
No,
share.
plug now, plug away, please, sir.
Okay,
Please.
okay. Yeah, so I'm coming at using my AI tutor as a chief marketing officer, okay? And I can attest to, usually I needed a team of about 3 to 4 people to pull off what I've been able to pull off just this week during this launch cart launch your merch challenge that we're doing right now. We've taken 1,000 people, put them into our funnel. They're all starting to build their own e-commerce stores on the fly. And with all the copywriting and all the content and all the images and everything, which again, traditionally, I would have needed a team of 3 to 4 people at least. And now with myself and my AI tutor and my CEO, like we're able to single-handedly like handle everything for this launch the entire week. So yeah, just a big testament to the My AI Tutor tool and Ross and his team. And so yeah, I just wanted to share that use case for everyone out there. Thank you.
Preach.
Yeah, Justin, that's super awesome, man. You like not just you, but like you now, but like really, like this is why we build. We build for that reason because if you're great, which you are, you're only 10 times greater with our tools. And so I'm happy that you found so much success in using what we built. The only reason why we built it is to help people do really, really cool things. And you know what's crazy? Justin, in this space that me and Josh Hellman are leading, you're the only person that talked about AI Tutor. And I think that's so powerful because I have not even talked about it. And I find so much like impactfulness in the fact that it comes from another person and not me. And I'm super excited that you have been able to do so much. And let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Just wait until what comes next. Watch how much you'll be able to do. So yeah, you can always show, what you've been doing with AI Tutor because honestly, that's the coolest thing ever. That's like one of the things we're banking on, that people can be better with AI Tutor. So thank you for proving this.
And the last thing I'll say, Ross, here, and then I'll sign off and go back to listener. Thank you, everyone. So not only the cost savings, right? Not only the cost savings, but the fact that this tool, for those of you who don't know, like it's an all-in-one umbrella tool, the ecosystem that's built behind my AI tutor. It's the umbrella of everything you need, all the AI models in one. That's the selling point, right? And just pick and choose whatever model you want. And yeah, not only the cost savings, but the productivity increases, which, Dave can go on about that. But yeah, that's my takeaways here is just the cost savings and the increase in productivity by 80%. 80%. Okay. So yeah, with that, I'll go back into listener, but thanks guys. Great show.
I think we're good. I see that Dan, are
Nope.
you?
Yeah, if you have any questions, I want to answer them
Yes,
now
sir.
because what we're doing next is we're actually creating our first WordPress, which is kind of not difficult, but there's just like a few things we have to do and we have to do them properly. So if at this point you have questions, we're about to answer them all. We're about to create our first site right now. So what we have to make sure is that we follow the directions. But if we have any questions now, I want to get to them now because I don't want to have more confusion later. And by the way, we're back online. So if you tried to log in, you can refresh and you're able to log in. And we are actually in the background creating WordPress sites for all of you. So if you click applications and you have a WordPress site, I feel like that's a win for you.
Ross, I'm at the, it
We're
went down.
helping
It
you.
went down when I was at the installation screen, and I heard what Dave said about choosing the HTTPS. I'm unsure about the
Yep,
W's.
So don't worry about that. Just hang tight, refresh your screen, go to applications. If you already have a WordPress, you have been blessed by the gods of the internet, and you have a website
Oh,
already
now we can
existing.
manage everything on a single platform. Thank you, Alisher.
Yes. So what we're doing is activating you guys, building websites. We're building everything for you. It's the ultimate white level treatment. And if you all don't feel special, like honestly, I don't know what is going to do it. Because you are getting white glove treatment. We are creating the WordPress sites for each and every one of you live right now in real time. And all you have to do is take your hand, put it on your mouse, right? Are you there? Is it on your mouse? You're gonna navigate that little mouse. You're gonna take control of the little mouse and you're gonna bring it to the refresh. And before you do it, you're gonna hit applications and then you're gonna hit refresh. And every like 1 to 3 minutes, you're gonna take your happy little mouse and you're gonna scroll it up to that refresh and you're gonna hit it again. And I know they say if you do the same thing over and over again, it's the definition of insanity. But no, in this scenario, it's the definition of progress. Because without the refresh, you cannot communicate with us. And if you're not communicating, like, what are you doing right now? How to communicate. And if you have a question, Sharon and Dan, obviously not together, but Dan first, then Sharon, ask me whatever you have.
I'm gonna say ladies first. Go ahead, Sharon.
Okay, Sharon.
I
What do you
just
got?
want to know, I'm clicking, I'm refreshing. No, but so applications is at the moment 0, right? I have no application. That's why you want me to keep clicking
Yep.
refresh. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, wait about like 2 minutes and then refresh. Don't do it every 1 second. That's crazy.
Okay, I thought
Do
that
it every
was,
like 2 minutes.
okay.
Okay,
Sharon, like, how many times can I hit this mouse button?
I could probably hit it 1,000 times if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do
Okay,
it.
don't do that, Sharon, because then you're gonna crash it again. And then we're back to square one. So just wait. Every 2 minutes, hit a refresh. Johan, question?
I clicked installation. Did I miss a step? Because I'm still.
No, don't do anything. Just go back, click installation, and wait 2 minutes and hit refresh. We're actually doing it for you.
Oh.
We're getting in there and we are doing it for you all.
that is amazing. I just wanted to say, Ross, you just had like your Oprah moment, and I'm so proud of you for that. Like it's beautiful. Like you get a site and you get a site. That's just amazing. So I was just kind of checking in to make sure I didn't miss a step too, because I was just literally hosting a live open mic as I was doing this, and so I was passing off like the task to my daughter, who is very capable and 13 and amazing. I think we're on the same page. I think we're on the right step. But I just wanted to check in.
I don't know if I'm on the right
Yeah,
page,
so
Ross, because I just see a Teletron.
it doesn't matter. All you got to do, or everybody, all you got to do is on the left-hand side, you hit applications. If you actively have an application installed, you have been blessed by the gods of the internet. If you don't, you look at your iPhone, it's 10:25 Eastern. Wait till 10:27 and then refresh. And then if it's not there, don't freak out. Wait till 10:29. Do it again. Then wait, don't freak out. 10:32. Refresh.
Love, I saw that your thumbs were down. Are you lost? Did you need something, honey? Because I'm looking through when I see down thumbs.
By the way, Sarah,
Yes, love.
I'm just gonna tell you right now, if anyone's lost at this point, they're not just lost. They're like completely lost in translation.
Well, that could
That's
very
the
well be
problem
because
with
it's very
with
late
this.
for a lot of folks. And when you're sitting here and you're thinking, okay, I'm sitting on my hands and I'm waiting for my little applications up there to say +1. And when I have a +1, then I get it and I understand.
Yep, Sarah, there are levels to confusion.
Yes,
If you're
I'm in the
waiting for
top level.
applications,
You know, we have
no,
Dante's.
I know, but if you're just waiting for applications to have something, and you have to go, I mean, go to bed.
No, I understand that. I just saw that.
When I see you Wednesday, it'll
I
be
know it will
activated.
be.
If you're literally waiting right now, just wait. It's gonna happen. Like we told you, you're gonna get activated. You waited like 5 minutes, and Dave Meir decided to talk. And maybe you want to talk for 5 minutes. You know, maybe Dan wants to. Maybe Sharon wants to talk. Maybe Starboss has something to say for 5 minutes. Maybe Brad's like, I got some knowledge to drop. Maybe Josh Hellman wants a 5-minute fill-in to talk about ITT. I mean, all that can happen. We just need about like 5-ish
We
minutes
got
to get
this.
everyone
But I'm
active.
still going to ask Retro, are
hold
you
on,
good?
just
Make sure you DM me, love, just so I know.
If anyone wants to talk, you don't need to raise your hand. Just be like, I would love to talk. And I'm with you, man. Talk.
I wanted to give a shout out to Douglas down there. He spent some time with me on the phone. Man, he's a quiet killer down there, guys. And if he's offering help, please take him up on it. I'm not trying to flood him over, but man, if you guys ever need anything, Douglas is an assassin. But anyway, thank you, Douglas. I wanted to do that in front of everybody. I appreciated your time.
He's not a real assassin. He's an awesome secret ninja and that is really good at what he does. And he's been a teacher for about 20 years. So he totally understands and has the patience of a saint. So he's not an assassin. He's more like a ninja.
Well, he
And I'll leave it at that.
assassinated me. I reached out to him thinking I was
No,
going to
you're still
enlighten
alive.
him. And I realized that he was Yoda very quickly.
Okay, Yoda works. We can handle Yoda. Starboss, your hands up, bro.
Sarah, I just want to give you like a little heads up, and everyone who wants to talk, please talk. We'd love to hear you talk. We are doing this real time, and like people don't do this real time, and this is super crazy. And I hope you guys like absolutely love our team right now because we are working on overdrive right now. We are about halfway through creating WordPresses for all of you, and anyone who has input, I urge you to speak because, I mean, your voice is probably really important if you have something to say. And I urge you to come say it because this is a learning environment. I don't care if it's your first time or you're a seasoned developer. Speak your mind so people can learn.
And just to point out
yeah.
too, this is not because they're trying to do it for you and get you through the whole process. It's actually they're trying to consolidate it and make sure that they're being hyper efficient with the resources because there are so many people in the room and we understand how many different time zones are happening. For folks that aren't aware, there are quite a few young makers in the room and we have to make sure and be cognizant because when we do stick to an agenda, we try to, do what we say and say what we do. And so making sure that we're all on the same page, at least for this evening, because you're going to do a lot more over the next couple weeks, but making sure that you have this piece of the puzzle. They're also going behind the scenes and checking all the boxes and crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's to make sure that we have something that you can kind of hold on to and say, yeah, okay, I got through the first stage. I'm on the same page with the rest of my classmates. So this isn't one of those things that I'm just getting frustrated and I'm tying your shoes because we have to go to the store. It's like, because moms know this, moms know exactly what I just said. Sometimes you just have to sit there and wait until they do it for themselves. But in this case, it's more about resource and energy management than anything else. So just so you're aware. Go ahead, Starboss, and then we'll go to Dave.
Okay, thank you. So my refresh has happened, I believe. The applications tab says right to the right of Installatron, it says my applications and the down arrow, it says 1. And then it lists under my blog, my .org. and then
Starboss, wait, stop. Guess what?
what?
You're activated. You can click the middle link. So you see how there's 1, 2, 3 links?
Uh-huh.
If you click the middle one, you're in your admin panel. You are live.
Okay.
Starboss has taken off.
Okay,
You are
I'm
live.
gonna click that then because you said I could.
Yeah, you could. You can click all the links. All links are you own all the links, Starboss. You can click whatever link you want.
Let's
Not
go.
gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie here. I'm kind of jealous. Just saying. No, congratulations, Star Boss. This is a big deal. I'm really happy for you, love.
I'm glad I made it
Congratulations.
here. I just
You
wanted
did.
to
You
make
made it.
sure
You made it.
I
You
was
made it.
seeing what I was supposed to see.
Wait, Starboss, can you help us? Can you help us, everyone in this room right now? Can you click your domain? Can you, in words, tell me what you see?
Well, I'm in the welcome to WordPress right now.
No. Click the first link. Go
I'm gonna
back,
go back.
like to the other tab.
Okay.
Click the
Yes.
first link, link number 1.
Link number 1.
What do you see?
It's loading right now. It says manage everything on a single platform. That's what it says.
Yep. You know what that means? And you know what? My thing to you all is I would love, Starboss, if you can start the train. Can you in the comments post your website? Guys, post your site
Okay.
if it's live.
All right.
Like now. Like yesterday, like 45 minutes ago, like 3 days ago,
Okay.
now, like right now.
All right. You
Do
want
it.
me to post this piece that I'm on right now? Manage everything?
Yeah, I want you to post this non-English thing that says manage everything on a single
Okay.
platform. If you do that, what that means, Starboss, is as the kids say, you understood the assignment.
Okay, good. Well, let me get to it.
And if you're like Starboss and you're looking at the live stream, you're seeing what you would see. This is what you get if you've been activated and everything is live. If you don't see this, just refresh. Wait 2 minutes. If you do see this, post your link right now. Because people should see. I want everyone to see everyone's links and you can confirm it's working. The best way to confirm it's working is to see it work. So please post your links. And if you have a question or you think something's happening and it's wrong, let us know. But this is awesome. You guys are awesome. Mattia, Cash Money, Kevin, Josh, you're awesome. People are still getting activated. If anyone has something they want to say, please say them. We need a few more minutes. We're activating y'all. There's over 100 of you. It's crazy.
Ross, how's it going, man? It's Hendo.
How are you, Hendo?
I'm good. It's getting pretty late here, but I'm active. I'm live. It's all working. You guys are brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, Hendo, you're good. So I'll see you next Wednesday, and we're going to be building pages
Amazing.
and making layouts.
Good. Dave, nice to see you.
And everything we do, yeah, Hendo, everything we do tonight, you will get to see.
Amazing.
Like there will be a recording.
Cool.
And you are active. You are good. You are like 100% active. If your domain resolves, great. If not, it will. Check tomorrow.
Amazing.
You have a cPanel. You have your own server. You could build websites. And by the way, special little hint for Hendo. And if y'all don't listen, that's your problem. You don't have to just make one. That's your little tip for tonight.
Yeah, I'm never happy with one. I always like 4 or 5.
Like 6.
Thanks, guys. You are brilliant. I'll speak to you all soon. Hendo needs to sleep now.
Good night,
Sleep well,
Hendo.
Andrew. Good night. Good night. Bye
See
bye.
you guys. Catch
Sleep
you later.
well. Give the little wubbies a big old hug from Auntie Sarah. So have a wonderful night.
See you tomorrow, guys. Catch you later.
And folks, for those of you that have had, let's say you have your thing and it says active, right? There are a number of you that were there. You're good. If you need to log off and have work in the morning or you need to get some shut eye, you can do that. As long as you have that key and as long as you have that active, you're good to go. And we can make sure that the rest of this, when you wake up, you're going to have your installation. Just make sure that you understand that if you're not up to that part, you can't log off. We have to make sure that you're, you know, because after tonight, if you're not and that active, if you didn't have active on there, that means that the next step is going to be ugly because you're going to have to acquire all of the goodies that were in your backpack, right? So we do understand that a lot of you have some late nights, and tonight was very kind of weird. You know, we've got Twitter snafus and we've got people snafus, but I will tell you, this is part of the process. You know what? You can't rush certain things, and sometimes it just goes wonky. But like I've told my students, you know, caterpillars have to struggle to get out of the cocoon, right? They have to. You cannot help a caterpillar out of the cocoon when it is getting ready to get its butterfly wings, because if you do that, you cripple it to the point where it drowns. It doesn't have the struggle it needs to get all those fluids out of its system in order for its wings to kind of emerge and it to fly. You have to have the struggle. And so, yes, it's unpleasant that this is going on a little bit longer than anticipated. And so many of you have been so patient and wonderful. I hope that in some way, a nugget of something, maybe just learning how to do online classes in a beta. I hope all of you learn that, you know, having a team, there are so many people working behind the scenes right now that you have no idea, and they are unsung heroes.
Sarah, question.
Yes, answer.
Do you see two hands or no?
I cannot. So you know what?
All right, so
Colin.
wait. Vinod, I see a hand. Jeff, I see a hand. If it's fake, just say it's fake.
No, I got a
do not-
question.
Well, you've got
Okay,
two people.
what's your question?
Okay, at the bottom of the Installatron page, I'm seeing a red notice that says, to proceed, one backup is required.
No, so you didn't follow directions a little bit. Just hit back, hit applications, and see if it's done already. We're on the back end doing it for you guys. This is like the craziest thing.
Well, I hit the back arrow, but what do you,
No, just hit cPanel, word cPanel, then applications. See if you see anything. If you do, hang tight. If you don't, tell me right now.
say that again, please?
cPanel, click. Applications, click. What do you see?
Jeff, I just sent you a DM. If you don't see that screen, you're in the wrong place. And see the place that I have that big red
Okay.
circle? That big red circle, that application should say a +1. In that picture, it was still 0. I am
Well,
now at a +1.
It shows me with a 1, not a plus, but it shows 1 in there, yeah.
Well, then you are good to go, my friend. Do not touch anything else. Just stay there. You are all done.
Okay.
They've
Jeff?
got you set up. And now I'm seeing Vinod.
Yeah, Jeff, that means you're good. So everybody, including Vinod, if you have a question, hang on. On the live stream, if you don't see that screen, let me be the first to tell you, you've got a problem. Anyone have a problem? Is that a real no? Is that a no problems right now? Vinod, is your hand real?
Yeah, it is.
What's your question?
So I was late. I have created a account.
Wait, how late? How
So I'm
late?
at the point where I created a DigitalOcean account, TSIX DigitalOcean portal account.
Okay, so you're starting from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, you know the rules. You have to share the space and show emojis, or we can't let Vinod in. That's the rules. We are past the deadline, but we'll do it.
You got to.
Vinod,
You got
we
to
will
let him
do
in. I'm giving you all the emojis, and mine count as
We're doing
extra
it.
Ross cookies. So, yes.
But listen,
And I
guys,
see your
share the
hand,
space.
Monique.
Tag a friend. Vinod, did you sign up? Is it done? Yes
Yes,
or no?
sign up done.
Okay, did you follow the directions, or you did not follow directions?
I click at the link, which is at innovationthinktank.com website.
Okay. Did you put in the proper domain? You didn't. It's okay. We're gonna fix that. No, we're good. Vinod, The people have spoken. It's like Survivor. They voted you in. No, I'm kidding. You're in, man. We got you. You are late. So work on your timing, Vinod, because we went through a lot. But we're approving you right now in real time. So hang tight, and I'll tell you when to refresh. We'll catch you up. We'll get you to where we are.
Cool.
It's done. I hear it's done. So the internet gods have spoken. You're good. Now you're getting to WordPress. Hang tight. About 2 minutes.
Okay.
You're in. You ever been to Disney World, Vinod?
I've been few times.
You know the Fast Pass?
Yep.
You have that.
Thank you.
You have the Fast Pass. You have just been approved. WordPress created, cPanel activated, server spun up in less than 3 minutes. That's a win. That's a W for this awesome space with Josh Hellman, Cash Money, and Mattia. And all these people with emojis that are like, you better let Vinod in now. And guys, share this space. We're not going to be letting people in all night. Tag a friend. Be like, hey, you can get a free cPanel and a free hosting and a free WordPress and be taught how to do it and get a free theme. No, X that. 600 themes. Tag a friend. This is like, I know I said I'm going to cut it off on the first night, but I lied. I can be swayed by emojis. Emojis will change my mind. If someone comes in and they want in, all you got to do is give emojis. It's free. Emojis and shares. Josh Hellman created an awesome space. We helped create an awesome space. Mattia and Cash Money make sure nobody gets kicked out, and people that need to get kicked out. But share the
Ross,
space. Share the
I'm
love.
hoping that my mic works. I've gotten kicked out a couple times tonight.
Sarah, it
Yes,
works.
wonderful. Monique
But we're going up
Monique
right now.
has her
We're
hand
going
up,
to
and so
WordPress.
does Johan. So I want to make sure.
Is it
Yes,
real?
they are real.
Is it
They are
real?
totally real,
Okay.
right? I hope so.
If you have guys, at this point, I'm just gonna preface one thing. If you're looking at the live stream, what you should be doing is clicking the middle button. There's 3 buttons. You want middle one. Your screen should look like mine. If it doesn't look like mine, you have a problem. And Johan, I'll take your question right now. And after you, Monique, and then we're editing stuff. We're importing themes. So Johan, what's up?
To be fair, I already did it. I kind of sped ahead maybe. So I don't have a question. I realized I did the right thing.
Johan, okay, fine. All right. I'll take it. But that's good. I'm glad you're in the right track. Monique, you have a question?
No, I don't. I refreshed. It has no question. I see the page that you have. The page that you had before that says men.
Oh, awesome. So you see this on live stream right now.
Yeah, I see your live stream page, but how do I get to that page? I see my application 1, and then I'm still on the page that says install Latron. So
Try clicking the left side, like click applications and see what happens.
Okay.
Okay. Guys, by the way, I want to tell you all one thing, Monique included, and you can answer and tell me whatever your issue is, but this really has never been done. And if you have problems, join the club. I have a lot of them. This is weird, it's new, and it's different. And even seasoned people that are engineers like Dave, and I urge you to turn your little mic off and tell the people that this is crazy and you've never seen this before. Because I've never seen this before. So be prepared for issues. We'll solve them, but be ready for them. They're coming. And we will solve all of them. But Dave, can you please tell them how crazy this is?
Yeah, I wouldn't really like to do what you're doing right now. The amount of websites at once that are going live. It's quite intense. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that you don't see. But yeah, you're doing an amazing job of what you're doing. Actually, it's a good segue. Hendo reminded me I need to go to bed as well. I'm completely drained, but please, everybody, share the links to your website, because I'm just gonna make something to showcase everybody's websites rather than make something random for me. So I've literally done the same as you. I've walked through the steps, I've given it a name, and I've just created Wonder Makers. And that's what everybody here is. And I'm just going to showcase everything you built.
That's so cool. I love that name. Monique, I sent you a DM. That's what your screen needs to look like. And if it doesn't, just yell at me, okay? I'll walk you through.
So guys, if your screen doesn't look like what live stream looks like, that's an issue. We're moving on right now. So that means we're moving on and you have an issue. So if we're moving on and you have an issue, you have like 2 minutes to tell me your issue because then we're moving on. So 2 minutes starts now. Douglas, question?
First of all, did my hand go down? Because that's the big experiment.
Your hand went down.
Amen. Yeah.
All right.
So
Any
no,
question?
I was just gonna say I apologize. I moved to my phone because I realized the desktop is just going absolutely bonkers. But I do want to actually reiterate what Dave said. What Ross is doing is absolutely bonkers. Having 100 people try to sign up through that infrastructure, he really got to test some stuff out, like real good. I mean, there is no way to prepare for what he did, and so it is absolutely crazy what he's going through. And let me tell you why I say this, because I used to teach a coding boot camp where we bring people in from knowing nothing and over 20 weeks, teach them enough to be able to go get a job as a junior software developer. And the fun part about that is that day zero if you're a programmer, but day one, we would crash the network. We would absolutely crash the network into smithereens because everyone's trying to install their tools at once before class starts. And so yeah, it's just this is something I haven't seen anyone do in a space ever. It is new. And I just want to put it out there that we're bearing with you, Ross, and appreciate what you're doing, man.
Well, I appreciate that. And now we are doing the fun part. We're making our website. But before we do, I see a little hand. And Sharon, 2 minutes on the clock. Go.
I also want to thank you, Ross, for everything you and Alisher and Nick and whoever else is participating doing. So thanks so much for that. How did you now get to that page? I have absolutely no idea. So I have the same question that Monique had earlier. I'm clicking on application and nothing is happening.
So when you click on applications, do you see a website?
Well, I mean, I have all these websites there, I'm activated.
No, this one. When you click this on the live stream, do you see this?
Yeah, I have that page. Oh yeah, I see your page. I see the live stream.
So click the middle button right here. Second link.
Oh, the second link. I thought you were clicking on applications because I'm like, this is strange. Oh, the second link. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thanks so much.
Yeah, look at the live stream. Look at where my mouse is. That's where we click. Everybody needs to do the click like now, not tomorrow, not in 20 minutes, now.
Yeah, this link is gonna automatically log you into your WordPress.
Okay, so Vinod, this is just for you, but all you got to do is delete the hosting.mytsi.org/ delete that, and then hit enter. You missed the first part where it was don't click it, copy it. Copy, not click, and you're good. And for everybody else, Britta, wait, you have a question? Is that real? Britta?
Yes, but I didn't want to interrupt you. Just I can wait a second.
Britta, I'm calling your name. By definition of that, you cannot interrupt me. I'm literally calling your name.
Okay, no, I just wanted to thank you. Mine is working. And it's great. And it's been a gorgeous night. I love spending my nights with you guys. always learning something. But it's 10 to 5 in the morning, and I wanted to go
Yeah,
to bed.
Britta, we'll see
I
you
just
next
wanted
Wednesday.
to
You
ask,
are
what do
activated.
I miss now? Can I
It
can I have
doesn't
a live
matter.
stream?
You could miss everything. It doesn't matter. You can miss everything. It's all recorded.
Okay, then thank you very, very much. To this point, I'm going to bed, and see you again. Thank you very much to all you guys. You're great.
Sleep well, Britta. Dream big.
Guten Tag, or Guten Nacht, I should say, Britta. Sleep well, and just thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Good night. Yeah.
But Britta, the most important thing is you are activated. cPanel is live. You are in. You got a website. I will see you on Wednesday. And we're about to build an awesome website together. And until next Wednesday, Britta, have a good night.
Hey, can I jump in, Ross?
You can always
I
jump in.
appreciate you, man. My brother is here online, so I don't know if y'all knew this or not, but there is another Hirsch in the crowd in the listener section. I'm not sure if he is or not because he's never used Twitter before, and he is having a lot of issues with using Twitter on his phone and Twitter on the desktop. And so I'm trying. So I'm speaking for him. He is Bill E. Hirsch. That is if you see him down there, he's there. But what he's having trouble with, he told me that he uninstalled WordPress, and he's a little concerned about that because he thought it had incomplete settings. He hit the uninstall button, and he's been messaging me in a bit of a panic, saying that it won't get reinstalled.
Yeah, Douglas, tell him to just chill
Yeah.
out. Alex is in there, and he'll fix it.
Okay, that's what I told him. It's recorded. I said you're good, and yeah. So I appreciate you saying it out loud, man. Thank you, dude.
Bill, also, this is Sarah with the blue hair up in the top. I did follow you. You're going to have a hell of a time on Twitter because you're not a blue check and you're a new account. And so you've got numerous things stacked against you. But you'll be able to DM us directly as long as I'm following you and you're following me back, until your account has a few more names under the belt, as they say, a few more followers and some more consistent posts. You're definitely going to get nailed. So just so you're aware, it's to prevent the bots. So welcome and thank you for coming into class and learning 2 new things at once. Twitter and navigating that, and this is a big step. So just know that a lot of us are, silently doing a little happy dance for you because you know what? It's a lot to navigate, and just know it'll get better from here on out because it can't get much worse, right? So we're only going to go up from there, friend. So I am definitely following you so you can ask us any questions behind the scenes, okay?
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate that. And I know he appreciates that too, because anytime you walk into something new, there's always this trepidation. Even though I'm there, like I'm not sitting beside him, but his brother is here, but you know how it goes. It's just a whole new group of people and he doesn't quite know how to handle it.
We got him. He's pocket
Thank y'all
family.
so
We're
much.
good to go.
Now, if you're on the live stream, guys, all I did to get here is I went to pages, which we're going to learn about. So if you're here, you first want to click middle link. Middle link gets you into WordPress. Then pages. After pages, add new. Then you're at this cool page where it's like use Divi Builder or no. And it's a broken record, but if you don't see what I see, you're doing the wrong thing. And you need to come up to speaker and say, I have no clue what you're doing. Please help. If you don't, believe it or not, I don't have telepathy powers. I know it's crazy, but I don't. So if you don't actually say like anything, I think you're amazing. Rainbows and sunshine until you use your voice. So use your voice. Since you have one, use it.
That's you, Sharon. Go, 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 go.
I just want to know, do I have to create a WordPress account because it's asking, oh, okay,
No.
good, because it's saying my session has expired. Please log in. And I'm like, I don't have login. I don't have any credentials. So, okay.
All you got to do is go log into cPanel, hit applications, and you have a WordPress.
Okay. Yeah. It just
Already.
popped out. I'm already there, but it just popped up out of nowhere. And I just wanted to know. So good. I'm good to go.
Sharon, it's not out of nowhere. It's out of actual reality where, like, we made it reality. It's not nowhere.
Yeah, I never hit the button to install it, so someone installed it for me. So thank you kindly, y'all.
Yes, well, everyone's getting installed. Every single human here is getting
But you know
installed.
what? It just threw me out. So I have to do it again. Maybe go and do it again. It just threw me out. I don't know why.
Yeah, security. That's why. Let me inform
Okay.
you. Security.
I'm back in. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, obviously you're back in. You have the password. So who's on my page? Who's like, where in the good Lord are you? Also, I'm gonna address another thing. Guys, y'all didn't pay. If you're waiting for an activation email, you're waiting forever. It's not happening. There's no receipt. If you want a receipt, go open Canva, make one, and save it. Because we're not giving you one. I'm sorry.
Ross, I keep they're throwing me out. I can't, every time I go on the second link and I'm guided to WordPress, it keeps throwing me out and tells me to enter username and password.
So I don't know where you are, but just hang out. I'll show
Okay,
DM you.
thank you.
Screenshot, love.
Wait like 30 seconds and look at your DMs like
Yeah,
now.
share and screenshot where you are and what you are seeing, because that helps all of us.
Now, if you're at my screen, give me a like emoji that is anything. I don't care what it is. Just do an emoji if you see what I see. If you don't see what I see, I mean, do something. Do like a down, like hands down, fingers down. Do you see what I see?
You did tell folks that they had to press the use Divi builder, the purple button, correct?
Not yet. I didn't even click it yet.
Okay.
I just said, are you here? If you're here, you can hit add page. But who's here?
Yes.
Put an emoji if you're here. Just an emoji, simple. Use your thumb. Oh, thank God. Vinod, like 5 Ross points, and they don't mean anything yet, but they will. Just know they will. Bill Hirsch, that is a down. You don't know what to do? Guess what? Douglas is helping you right now. Douglas, that's your cue.
There's no bueno. Bill, screenshot. If you have your phone, screenshot me and I'll see if I can figure out where you are. And then if I can't, I'm sending it to your brother.
Yeah,
So we
send,
can
send
get this done.
screenshots. Yeah, absolutely. Send screenshots.
We're going to go backwards, but we're going to go forwards first. So, really quick, sorry if this is too fast for you, but we're going back. So, first, we're going to hit add new. Then it's going to load. When it loads, you're going to hit use Divi. Why? Because you own Divi now. And if you need an actual key for Divi, when you move this website, you let us know. You hit use Divi Builder. Best part coming up. Look at this. Look at stream now. If you're not looking at stream, go to stream right now. Look at this. You're going to choose pre-made. Look at the options. Entire websites for you. 600 of them. Spend 5 minutes. Look at them. Find the one you want. And you're like, this is the one I want. Then you hit use layout. And there you go. You now get to use any of these themes. You are licensed. You have a license. They are commercial use and for use for your website. Honestly, this is a huge W for everyone in this room and a great asset if you're building a brand. You now have the ability to build what you want to build in the style you want to build it with 600 templates that attempt to do what you may want to do. Try doing this anywhere else. They want your card. All I want, guys, I want you to look at your phone with your thumb. All I want is your emojis. Give me your emojis. Share the space. That's all I want. I don't want your credit card. Keep it. I don't want it. I just want emojis. Lots of emojis. Lots
Dan,
of
how do you do
sharing.
that? How are you doing that?
I made a video and I'll put it in the chat bubble.
All
so I
right.
would love to share that.
I would love to see it, man, because I've never seen someone putting that many emojis out like that, man. That's wild.
All of the tricks come out in the middle of the night when people start getting tired, and then you start looking at the screen. You're like, are they actually doing that, or is it that I am that tired, or I'm going that wonky? Bill, did you check your DMs, love? Did you see that screen? Because that, I think, is where you're caught up right now, and if that's where you are, then I can help you from there to make sure that you're all caught up, honey. All right. So for everybody else, hi, Stephanie. I'm giving you a big hug. Man, I love you to the moon and back. You are such a joy, an absolute joy. For everybody that's here this evening, I know now when it gets real quiet like this, it's because you have 600 websites that you're looking at and you're going, ooh, I think I can do this. Ooh, I like this. Ooh, I like that. This is the prime moment where you actually have to sit down and marinate and look in the mirror and say, why am I here? What am I building? Dave Meir just went to bed, but he said wonderment. And he thought that was really awesome. And he's going to build a website highlighting everything that he's learning through here and all of us and our random interesting stories. I want to preface some of this. This is a basic website, right? This is for people like me. I'm a noob, right? I don't make websites. I weld and build robots, right? So for me, this could be a hard exercise. This could be akin to like taking a pair of scissors and stabbing it in my eyes. However, because I like design and I love art and I like things that look pretty and the aesthetics of going to a website, I want each of you to think about curb appeal. And if you don't know what curb appeal means, it's the front door. It's where you invite people into your home. And you think about what homes look nice, right? And you think about the business that you're building or whatever it is you're building. This could be a personal site just as easily as a business site. But you're thinking about the curb appeal. What is it that you want to say when you yourself aren't speaking? That's ultimately what design and art is. It's a communication tool when there's no voice, there's no one else there, and it's conveying an idea, an emotion, an instant gratification in some cases. It could also incite someone to push a button and buy something too, right? So that's what you're thinking of. And when most people are quiet like this, it's because they're scrolling through. And if you're seeing the live screen, you're seeing all of these amazing sites. Sometimes you'll see something that looks exactly like what you want. You know, straight out of the chute, you're not even going to think and marinate on it. You just want that. Other times you might look at something and it has the right format. It has the right setup. It has almost everything, but maybe something's a little off, right? Those are the kinds of things that you think about, and you write them on your list on your note, pad of paper, or maybe sometimes you just start flipping through them real quick. I'm not saying a Tinder date or whatever app that they have the sliding and everything else, but you're going to kind of look through and think to yourself, if my ideal customer, my ideal client, would this make them smile? And that's ultimately the question of the day, because that's why we're here, is we're here to make our ideal customer, and that could be us ourselves, right? We don't know, but does it make them smile? And does it communicate the emotions and the sentiment that I would like it to convey? That's your questions, and that's your pretty much going to be your homework, I do believe. I don't know how much more Ross has for this evening, but I can tell you this. This is a big moment for all of you, because this is the hardest part of the evening, because ultimately, yes, we can all click buttons and follow the little cursor and do the thing. But at the end of the day, only you can complete the next piece of the puzzle. Only you can answer the questions that need to be answered from here on out. And so hopefully you're really digging deep and you're thinking to yourself, I have unlimited power. They just gave me like command of the universe. What universe are you going to build, and how are you going to affect the lives of other people and be relevant, right? So those are some things to marinate on. Ross, I think you're up and running. I see that you're scooting through a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know what else is on the plan for this evening, but jump in.
Yeah, so I'm basically going through the process of creating a page, which lets me choose a layout, which is 623 themes for you to choose. And the way I got to Divi, in case anyone's wondering, I will go all the way back. I didn't actually go to Divi. So the cool thing is, partnering with Divi allows us to partner deeply with WordPress, which means we don't actually go to Divi, Artie. We just go to pages, hit a new page, choose Divi, choose a theme. It's that easy. It's honestly crazy how easy it is. And with all the right tools, you guys can make full functioning websites that can rival the best websites on the planet. And not that I'm shilling the government, but did you guys know, fun fact, that whitehouse.gov runs on, wouldn't you guess, WordPress? And I think that's just a testament to what I'm teaching you all tonight. And I don't know if Josh Hellman wanted to say anything before we continue, or Cash or Mattia, but y'all are welcome. What you guys are doing is transformative. This is something that I've actually never seen done. And that's, for me, a rarity.
No, I am personally enjoying this beyond belief. I can't believe that there's been so many innovators in here, so hungry to take their ideas to impact. I just love it. I'm all in on this. We have a couple hands up. Why don't we take those? And then I think one more agenda item, one or two, and then we'll let everybody have a beautiful Wednesday evening and get some sleep.
Yes, sure.
All right, let's do it. Let's go on over to Karis, the AI. We'll let you go on first. Any questions or comments for Ross?
Yeah, thank you is the biggest comment. I've made it through all the hoops and I'm very, very excited. And I picked the look, my initial look, because of Sarah.
That's awesome.
Because of
So
Sarah.
you're at where I
picked
am on the live stream?
Yeah. So I did all of that. I picked a pre-made layout in honor of Sarah. I picked the robotics one because it'll.
And if you are, then you're definitely in the right place. Because now we get to like copy paste a really cool design that we like.
Ooh.
And guess what? Everything is licensed. Everything is commercial use. Every single template you actually have a paid license to. And you could use it. And you can use it for your main website. And that's okay.
Karis, feel free to keep going. Yeah.
I do
any
have
thoughts?
one easy question. Is there anything besides cPanel that I should be bookmarking at this point?
Nope. cPanel is your gatekeeper. That will access your entire server and everything inside of it. That's all you need is just cPanel.
Fantastic. You guys are the best. Really, really appreciate all of the help and hoops and all the guys behind the scenes. I ate a snack while you guys just did wizardry behind the scenes. It was awesome. Thank you.
You bet, Karis. Thank you for coming up and sharing and being part of the experience. Week one. There's only one week one, and we're making it happen live. I love it. Sharon, we'll go over to you. Any questions or comments for Ross before we keep charging forward?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to know, can one also when you're working with these templates, can you change things? You know, for me, the past, I've always been kind of stuck and restricted with templates. So I'm just wondering if I don't know if it makes sense. Maybe I'll find something good, but if I could build something from scratch.
So here's the thing, Sharon. You are basically teleporting ahead to week 2.
Okay.
But we'll get there. But basically, whatever template you choose, you can completely change, not 50%, 100%. We're going to learn how to build custom pages from like designs from Canva. We're going to be able to do whatever we want. When you go to the bathroom tonight at some point and look in the mirror, just look in the mirror and be like, I am God of the internet. And just say that before you go to sleep. Because that's you. That's everyone. Y'all have your own slice of the pie. And by pie, let me be ultra crystal clear. Slice of the pie. The pie is the internet. And if you don't have your own slice, actually, what are you doing? Question mark. If you're on some other platform, taking a slice of a slice, just stop. Make your own pie. Let me be your guide to making your own pie and making your own slices. You don't need anybody. You just need the ability to build. If you can build, nobody can stop you. And that is actual real advice.
Sharon, did that answer your question? I mean, I love pie. That's all I got to say. But did that answer that for you?
Me too. I love pie. Yep, it answered. Thanks so much, Ross. Yes.
All right. I love it. We'll keep it rolling for some questions and keep moving. Let's see here. Dan, we'll go on over to you next, sir. Any questions or comments for Ross?
Yeah, well, Ross, you just went from Oprah to Willy Wonka, so amazing. You're doing quite the tour. I just wanted to make sure, just a very personal question on the back end for you. I think I'm good on my end. Does everything look good? Like, if I were to,
Do you see what I see?
I think so. It says active, and I have like a little passcode and.
Yeah, but are you inside? And did you hit add new page?
That's what I'm trying to find. Like where.
So the way you get there is you start from here. So can you go to my live stream?
Yes.
Look at what I see. Do you see this?
Oh, that's what you mean. I'm like, do you see what I see? Okay.
Yeah. Do you see this?
Wait. It's small.
If you are on your phone, please go into your browser settings and click on desktop view. It will make
perfect.
things so much
I love
easier.
it. Love it. I am. Oh goodness, yes. Thank you.
Okay. So if you're here, what you have to do is highlight this. And you have to paste that into your browser with this password and this username. Not mine. No, don't do that. Your own. And then it will work.
Right. Okay. So that's the. Okay. I think I got it.
And Dan, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, we're gonna have like another space. Please come if you need help.
Yes.
Please.
That would be amazing. So okay. So I'm gonna keep poking around at this and try and make sure I have it.
And also, my DMs are manned by the team tonight, so DM us.
Rad, amazing.
For folks that don't realize it,
Lucia, you have a question, or is that fake hand?
I think Lucia
I don't
does
know
have
anymore.
a question. Can you hear me, Ross, or no?
Oh, I'm guessing that's a no, Sarah. I think that the.
Is
Yeah,
that
I don't
real?
think you can hear Sarah, Ross. I think we're gonna have to make some drops.
I hear Sarah.
Oh, you could.
Wait, Sarah,
Let's
talk.
try it.
Can you hear me, Ross?
I hear you.
Because
I don't
no,
hear
you don't.
Lucia. I don't hear Lucia if she's talking.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Lucia.
Do you have a real question, or is it fake?
No, I tried to get back on stage so I could ask a real question. I promise you that.
What's up? How can I help you?
I got a little lost, and I need help because
So are you where are you? So where are
I'm
you?
looking at like where it says Installatron, my
Where are you?
blogs, my blog, and I
Okay.
don't know how to get to
So
the.
can you just hit applications on the left, and do you see this on live stream right now?
Do I see that? That was from
What I
that was
see.
from earlier. Wait.
No. What I see is now. It's live.
Right. Make sure if she's on her phone and her desktop, there's a lag. So when you say, "Do you see this?" it'll be just a few seconds off.
Yeah, like
Oh.
like 10 seconds.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm on the Spaces on my phone and the desktop on the live stream.
Girl, we
It's
got you.
okay.
Okay, so so I'm in an Installatron. It says my blog. I just don't.
You don't need to do Lucia. You're like going back 4 steps. We went forward 4 steps. We did it for you. Just click applications. You should already have one already made.
Applications. I have a site. I do. But I don't.
Yeah, so click the middle button. There's 3 links. Click the middle one.
The WordPress admin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're there. Boom.
But now I'm.
And now
Now
you see my screen,
not yet.
right?
I see. There it is. Okay. No, I don't see that. I see welcome to WordPress.
Look at live stream right now.
Yeah, okay, welcome to WordPress. Hold on. Maybe it's because my window or something.
You need to refresh your window, Lucia.
Okay. No, it wasn't even a refresh. It was that I didn't size it big enough. Because I'm doing everything on a
So
laptop.
you should look like what I look like. So
Okay.
everyone follow Lucia. Look at live stream now. Take your eyes, put them on the live stream. I don't care how you do it. Look at it right now. You're hitting add new page. Look at my screen. Look at it. Follow it.
And go to pages.
Yeah, see, Lucia sees the live stream. Be like Lucia. Watch the live stream.
Lucia, I also
Seriously.
DM'd you, so I had the step out photos so you can see where he is too, if it's lagging that much, because Twitter is just a holy nightmare right now.
Okay. So pages, add page, add new page. Why does it keep going to the login page?
That means you need to re-log in or click the middle link. It means you took too long.
Oh, okay.
You can't like take like 45 minutes and then click a button. It's gonna log you out.
No, I was like in 2 seconds. I was
No,
there.
I know. I'm just kidding. Literally, I think it's like 3 minutes before it logs you out. So you just want to head back to what I see on my live stream, hit the middle button, and then add pages, add new. That's it.
And folks, this
That's
is the point in the night where I give the public service announcement that you're looking at the screen and you're seeing Ross play with the screen because we have the live screen. And how many of you are actually trying to move your cursor over the window as he's doing his thing? Because this is what happens after a while. You are going to look at the screen because you've been flipping back and forth and you're looking at him doing it live. Yes, make sure that you're not putting your screen or your cursor and your mouse over the screen that he is actually showing you the live stream. This is one of the things that, believe it or not, is a common practice. So if it does happen to you, you have been inaugurated and initiated into what it means to be up this late and can't understand why the flip it won't work. It's could sometimes just be that you are trying to operate on the live stream. And yes, so are you there where you need to be, hon? Did you get cut off?
So if you're where you need to be, you got to a new page, you hit the purple button that said Divi Builder, and you're at my live stream.
I'm not.
If you're not at my live stream, let me be the first to tell you, catchphrase, you've got a problem.
Well, it's not letting me
Come
do
up.
anything. It's like error. Like what's it doing? What it's doing is it's when I go to do a new page, it just sends me to the WordPress login, and I try to put the username and password in that you gave
Okay,
me.
do me a favor. We're gonna we're not gonna help you publicly.
Okay.
Lucia, shoot me a DM. There are people manning my DMs.
Screenshot
They're
it,
gonna help you
Lucia.
right now.
Mm,
Right
Yep.
now.
Okay.
They're gonna help you right this second. Just please DM them.
Okay.
It's always easier if you take a screenshot and then DM.
Johan, do you have a question or a comment that I can help? If it's too much for me to help you right now, you can do a DM, and my team is on the DMs. What's your question?
I'm probably one of those kids that Sarah probably knows very well. I was like this in school. I've gone far ahead because I'm just like that. And
Wait, how
I'm
far?
playing with the AI tool. Should I have done that?
Like, where did you go?
Well, I'm looking at all the different options for the pages to
She
create
didn't
with
pick the
Evie.
middle choice. She picked the one off to the right, like the good kid. And she's playing with the AI.
Okay. You could tell what student I was, Sarah, right? Probably why I have my own company, but that's not the point. I just wanted to, ask the teacher really nicely, should I have done that? I haven't played completely. I started typing. I said, oh, maybe I should ask. I'm trying to be good.
So what is your question?
Okay, so I see the Insta layouts options. There are 3 options, and I'm just like, hey, I see AI, the world of tech. Don't laugh at me, guys.
You are our people. This is what Dave did.
Yes. I'm gonna say one thing to that, Johan. We are partnered with Divi to give you everything they have to offer. The only thing we do not give you is access to their AI. Feel free to click that button and pay whatever dollars it tells you to pay, and you're good. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I would hit browse layouts, and there's over 600 layouts for you to choose. The AI thing, you would have to go through our partners. That's something we're not giving you all for free. That's something Divi offers paid. It's in addition to paying $300 for access to 600 templates. You are allowed to purchase that if you so would like to. But I would not recommend hitting the AI button. I don't think you need to. I think 600 layouts is enough. So that's my thing there. And Johan, you, even though you don't even know what they mean, and you probably are like, I just don't care, and it's fine. But you get like 20 Ross points, and it's been just 5 and 10, but you get 20 because you went further, and I think you're awesome for taking this seriously because you are a representation of what everyone in this room. If your face is here, you should be taking this seriously. I've never seen this done in a social media public platform ever in the history of forever. And Josh Hellman, Cash Money, Kevin Mattia, y'all are making history. I've never seen this done. Y'all, you crashed our servers. You actually ruined them. You were like, let me ruin the servers. And then the servers were like, I'm gonna
Dave
die.
said he was going to break it.
Because-
Dave told you before he got in there, I'm breaking
Yeah.
this, and it broke.
And you know what's crazy? Do what you want. You're not gonna break it. You'll maybe put it down for 10 minutes, but you won't break it. We are experts in what we do. And we brought it back up, and all your data was secure and still is. So just understand how cool of an opportunity this is. And without Josh Hellman, Cash Money, and Mattia, this actually would not even be happening. So, yeah. I hope you all are at my screen because now we're going to do the last part of the segments, which is choosing a template and making a page. And then we'll see you all next Wednesday. And we're going to continue making custom pages. Lucia, we see your DM. We're going to be talking to you. So check your DMs actively. Don't pay attention to the live stream. Pay attention to Lucia DMs. If you're at my screen, give me an emoji. I need to see at least one. Douglas shared a photo with me. If you see build with AI, I wouldn't click it. It says you can generate 10 for free, but we know what that snake oil is going to end up as because you'll do 10 in like 2 seconds. So just don't hit it. You don't need AI. If you need AI, don't pay Divi $20. On recording, it's just not worth it. Divi, love you. But no. Get AI Tutor. It's so much better and so much more worth it. And the same price. So I would just get AI Tutor. And I'm obviously not using the space to shill our products, but don't pay for anything. I had 2 people purchase cPanel. Don't do that. There's nothing you have to purchase here today in our spaces. Everything that you need is already given to you. You don't need to put your credit card anywhere. Just keep it in your wallet. For the recording.
Ross, I got a question for you. And I know this is not you're not going to want to hear it. There are a number of people here. I'm counting now 4. And you know who you are, who are like, I don't want to choose one yet. I haven't looked through all 600.
No, you have to choose one now.
You're awful.
Have no choice. If you don't choose one now, it's not activated. If you're that person, don't be that person. Choose one right now. You could spend the next 7 days figuring out a new template for a new page. Just hit add new page, but choose one now. Don't limit yourself from not moving to the last segment because you have choice paralysis. Stephanie, I see your emojis. I'm targeting you because of emojis. So don't worry, it's nothing personal. Stephanie, choose a template. Choose it now.
Oh, wait,
Like
we
right
have
now.
to pick
Like
one
5, 4, 3,
now?
2, 1.
Ross,
Now.
are you trying to kill
5,
somebody?
4, 3. Lucia, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Lucia, go. Pick one. If you can't pick it, they're going to help you. We'll help you. But yes, pick one now. Lucia, after this space is over, we'll be in DMs. You will be able to pick one. Don't worry. But Larry even tells you, guys, Larry tells you to pick one now. Larry's the dog who barked. Yes, I know, Larry. So pick one now. You're not set in stone. It's just one page. You can actually just delete it. You can make 100. Right, Larry? I know. But just pick a page. Get to the final step. Get to the finish line. Make the proverbial metaphorical confetti happen. Do the happy dance. Get to the end. And we'll see you next week. And we're gonna do more. And make more pages together. But please make a choice. Don't be stuck in choice paralysis. Sharon, don't put your hand down. That's rude. What's your question? Sharon, question?
Can you hear me? No, huh?
Yes, I hear
Okay,
you.
cool. I just want to know because I'm outside with the dogs. It doesn't matter. I'll just watch it.
You can watch it. You're good.
Okay. Yep.
So guys, on the live stream, I chose a cool website. I'm gonna choose it. I want this actual homepage, right now. I'm gonna hit use this layout. Use this layout means I take it and I make it my own. So it's gonna say, should I import? I'm gonna say, obviously. And now it's gonna create that website for us live. And you can see it on the live stream right now. And we're gonna end soon in the next 15 minutes, actually. And if you still have questions, go sleep. I'll see you at 11 a.m. 11 to 12. If you can't be there, I'm sorry. Listen to the recording. And with my famous catchphrase, apparently, it's a you problem. So I'll see you tomorrow. And I'll help you if you want help. If you don't want help, I won't see you tomorrow. I'll see you next Wednesday. Just please don't come next Wednesday and say I need to be activated. That's not actually going to happen. So I hope everyone that is here is activated and they have active subscription to TSI hosting. And if you don't, you really need to come up now because you actually have a real issue that needs to be addressed now. But other than that, let's wait for my page to sync. So I'll see you in a minute. It's gonna, finish. It takes a minute. If you have questions, please ask them now. All you're doing is clicking a layout and hitting use this layout. That's it.
I did it. I'm there.
Just to let everybody know also, Binks Pierre is not an imposter. He is me.
Well, fair enough. Starboss, I see you got a hand up. Any questions you got for Ross? Fire away. And Starboss, that mic is still muted. Maybe a double tap happened there.
Alice, can you hear me, love? Starboss.
I can
There
hear
you go,
you. I
sweetie.
can hear you,
Yeah, you
Sarah.
can't hear Josh.
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Yeah,
No, I
that's
couldn't.
okay. Go ahead and
Yeah.
ask your question of Ross while we have it on the recording. What did you need to say?
Okay. So if I selected the template and it downloaded, and then it says like
Yes,
my
I'm here if you have any questions, guys. This is your time.
All right.
Oh,
Guess
okay,
what you get
Starboss,
to
that's
do,
it.
Starboss? You get to take
A
a
lap.
lap, friend.
It's a lap.
Because
Cash
Ross
Money
can't
Kev,
hear you
he's
either, honey.
ran miles tonight, Sarah. He's done more laps than he knows what to do with.
I have never in my life, I don't know if you can hear me, I have exited out of this space 15 times this evening, and I've had to run a lap every single time because we've had a gentleman in the audience keeps calling, and every time he called, he would nix me out of the site. So it's been one of those evenings. So Starboss, please check your mic. Can you hear Josh Hellman and Ross?
Okay, I can hear you, Sarah.
All right, let's try it out. Starboss, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Okay, we're there. Okay, good.
All right, we're on it. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for sending me for a
Okay,
lap.
so if you're looking at live right now, I have chosen a cool template about, I guess, trees. And it's about a tree farm. And you can see, like, it's basically ready to go. All I have to do is hit publish. If I hit this button, I now take this website and make it my own. But even after I hit publish, I can still go here, right? Now, this is not today's assignment, guys. Don't freak out. But this is what we're going to do next time we meet. Are you seeing my screen right now? Who's seeing my screen? Can I get an emoji if you see my screen? I would love that. Can you do that? Just like any emoji. It could be a bad emoji. I don't care. Are you ready? Watch this.
I like your template better than the one I got stuck with because you made me like rage pick one, and now
Yeah, but that's
I
okay.
have
You can do
infinite
more.
regret.
Do more.
I have infinite regret.
No,
I want to steal
you
yours.
don't have to. You can just hit add new and make a new one. But guys, look at what I just said. I said hello everybody. And then I'm gonna save it, guys. Check this out. This is crazy. I'm gonna save it. Right? And then I'm gonna go to my dashboard, right? And then I'm gonna go to appearance. And we're gonna cover this next week. Not now. I'm just gonna show you. So you can see. I'm gonna make sure that my homepage is set to my new page. You see this? And I'll take any questions after. I just want to show you this one thing. It's really important. Now I said it. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm impersonating Alisher, and he's here in person, so he's cool. He doesn't care. And okay, this is gonna be the fun part. How am I gonna send it to you? Because I'm on like 3 different machines. Okay. So Sharon, you're a speaker, right?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm gonna send you a link. Can you please put it in the nest?
Yeah, I can.
Because I'm on a guys, I had to come in on AI Tutor tonight to make this possible. Because Josh Hellman was like, "Can you do the impossible?" I was like, "What?" Like, I need time. And then I was like, "Wait, no, I don't. I'm me. I need like 5 minutes. Hold on." So we're here on 2 different Twitter accounts to make this like the coolest live social stream I've ever seen. We are streaming everywhere. Josh Hellman's basically, it's like live stream combined with spaces. It's pretty wild on his website. It's really cool. And so I just sent Sharon something. Hopefully she gets it. Did you get it, Sharon? I want you
I
guys to
just
see
got
my
it.
link.
Yeah, I just got it. You want me to pin it to the top or in the comments?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay,
So
cool.
if you guys
Yep.
click this link, it doesn't say about trees. It says hello everyone. What that means is not only is this real, it's real in every sense of the word. Like I am live to the entire world right now. And you don't have to be jealous. You could be me. You just gotta make a page. You gotta hit save. And then you gotta figure out how to make it the front page. And if you have AI Tutor, you could do that. If you have internet, you can do that. If you have time, you can do that. And if you have no time and you can't do that, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Grab your coffee. But we're just getting started. Congratulations to all of you for getting approved and getting a live website that actually exists.
So I think we have a question from Johan. And Johan, when you said, was Ross trying to get somebody killed? I think you have friendly fire on Sarah over here with instant regret from from the theme she chose. Johan, any questions that you have, we'd love to hear from you.
Thanks, Josh. You guys, I feel like this is a running joke at this point. I'm just that naughty school kid. Ross, guys, I'm a little headed. Okay, can I move on if I know how to use WordPress? I'm just
Johan,
questioning.
you can go as fast
All
as
right,
you
great,
can
because I'm
possibly
just sitting there
go.
like I don't need all this information. I bloody well know how to use this tool.
Johan, did you ever watch
Johan,
the cartoon The Impossibles?
listen.
If you've ever watched The Impossibles, they're like, "Can I go as fast as I can?" And they whisper in your, "As fast as I can." And he's like, "As fast as you can." Yes, nothing holds
This
you
is
back.
how old age gets you because I start asking questions, right? But because when I was younger, I didn't ask, just did it, just ran like beep beep and got in trouble a lot. So I'm trying to ask, but thank you for the reassurance. I'm gonna be doing that.
Yeah, Johan, you can go as fast as you can possibly move. I hope you come back to Wednesday and you're not just like moving like the Flash and you don't come back. Come back. Tell us how awesome you are. Tell us what you learned. Tell us what you do. We have some cool stuff to show you, and we still haven't given you all your cool stuff in what Sarah calls your digital backpack. It's about to get full. You might need a bigger backpack. So please come back. But yeah, Johan, go as fast as you can possibly move. Literally, you are approved and you have everything you need to, as Sarah says, go on to greatness.
Is that room already scheduled so I can like put that in my calendar? Otherwise, I will forget. I know me.
Josh Hellman is in charge of that, and I know he's gonna schedule it like immediately.
Yeah, Johan, we'll kick you over a DM. Our team will make sure that's on your calendar 100%. We'll get you that link. Thank you so much for being here this evening. It's been wonderful to have you on stage, without a doubt. I think we're coming up somewhere near a close, right? We're on 4 hours and 38 minutes of the first week.
Yes.
So
yes.
I just wanted to be sure that everybody knows we're teeing up that direction. Ross, any more thoughts? I know that we might have a couple more minutes and then we'll do closing notes and then we'll send people off to bed. People will still be laying there.
Yeah,
They'll be
so-
awake with their eyes closed type of thing. They're just thinking about all the things they had learned.
in the nest is where I think you should be at this point. If that's not you, you may need to go back and review this entire recording, start to finish. If you don't have a website link that showcases a link at all, like even if it's not your homepage, because that we did not cover, but the page that you're on, if you hit save and you hit the view link, that should be a page. And if it's not, you're okay. Don't freak out. We'll see you on tomorrow. And we'll rehash all the little confusing little pieces. And then we'll see you Wednesday. And we're going to do not this. Definitely not this. We're building pages Wednesday. So if you're not at a point where you understand everything from today, between now and Wednesday, you have homework. 1, rewatch everything, beginning to end. Don't not show up tomorrow and then hit us up in 4 days. We're going to look and make sure you showed up tomorrow. Guys, everyone's adults. Y'all are not 12-year-olds. We're not going to go slow because 6 people can't succeed. 6 people need to reach out and show up tomorrow. if that's you. You need to show up. And if you can't, you need to reach out and someone will help you. But you need to take the initiative. If you don't already know, let me be the 100th person to tell you what you've been given here is not your traditional spaces situation. This is different. So I need you to put your time. It's a tango. We're putting our time, you put your time. That's how this works. And Josh, Cash, Mattia, y'all are awesome. Thanks for creating this cool space. I think this is one of the coolest spaces on the actual internet, and there are thousands of people that agree with me. So I hope everyone found value in today's session. And if you don't show up tomorrow, I mean, it's not my problem, you know? I won't even say it. You already know. Show up. If you don't show up, I don't know what else I can do. I'm creating this environment. We're carving out the time. Show up. That's all you have to do is show up. And if you don't need help, then you get a day off, and I'll see you Wednesday. If you do need help, I hope to see you tomorrow. Those are definitely my closing notes.
Well, fair enough. You may have one more question from Star Boss. I will say, I'm speaking on behalf of Cash Money Mattia myself.
Of course.
We have so much love for you guys. What we've done tonight, and even in the last build course, it blows all of our minds as well. And to see it come to life in this way, impact people in this way, to me, I'm going to have to sleep on this and wake up and watch it again. And this has been spectacular. We'll go ahead and get the last note here from Star Boss. And then anybody who wants to give closing thoughts, we'll do that as well. I'll do a closing kind of exit, couple notes to give to everybody. We do have some more events happening this week and this weekend. So we'll talk about that before we go. But Star Boss will give you the mic for now. Any questions or comments you got for Ross? Mic is all yours.
Hey, thank you. One last question. I picked the layout, and am I going save or publish before I close it down for tonight?
She didn't finish her sentence, but Star Boss, if you're on my screen on the live stream, when you hit the button and you choose your layout, so when it loads, I'm just going to choose the layout. I would choose the one I want. So let's say I want this one. I would hit use this layout. That's it. And then you're good.
Okay, so am I saving the draft, or am I going to publish at that point?
You are hitting the publish button.
Sweet, thank you.
I love it.
Yeah, you are exactly where we need to be for Wednesday. So honestly, congratulations. Amazing job. All the emoji claps in the world for you, because of course I can't read minds. And if you tell me you did it too, I will give you emoji claps. But good job.
Star Boss, well done. Well done to be right on cue. We're ending up the session, and you've just been an exemplar student pretty much the whole time. So I know you're a good friend of Sarah's, and I just wanted you to know you're always welcome in here. Come up on stage. We have 5 more weeks of this, so we are just getting started in this micro series, but in the macro idea of all the series, transformation of ideas to impact, we are just getting started. We are absolutely just getting started. This has been very cool to me, guys. One thing that I just have come to love beyond belief is that if we're going to transform any of our ideas to impact, we also have to transform ourselves. And meeting people like Ross allows us to learn new skills that can help us do just that. I think it's the pinnacle of the human experience is to picture something in your mind and hold it in your hands, right? To feel it in your heart. And I just wanted to point out that without each and every one of you who show up, Sarah, Ross, Nick, Alisher, Brad, Shannon, Sharon, Johan, this is not possible. What we do here is not possible. So I love that this is happening. I love that, TSI has led us to this point. Sarah, bless you for all the time that you put in. It's 11:45 for you, goodness sakes. But all of us, we need to grow. We need to learn new things. That comes with a very real transformation internally that we can externalize in the form of incredible ideas that impact other people. So continue to learn. If you felt like you were stuck a little bit today, you weren't the only one. Reach out to another person. You're in a class full of innovators. These are people who are going to persevere when it gets hard. So guys, I really love what we're doing here. I want to give anybody an opportunity, put a hand up, any closing notes. We'll force them out of Cash Money and Mattia. Sarah, I know it's getting late for you. Are there any thoughts that you want to share with a tank full of people who spent the last 4 hours and 45 minutes fighting to learn and take some idea, maybe a personal website, maybe some vision of a business, and now they're trying to learn how they bring that further and further to reality, or closer and closer, so to say. Sarah, mic is yours.
I'm just going to say, do not judge me by what I click and publish on. No, I'm just kidding. I am so proud of each and every person that made it through to this far. There are a lot of folks that needed to go to bed and have class the next day. Some kids are having final exams this week. How incredible it is that we can all gather. We all have different experiences. We all have different backgrounds. We all have different talents and skills, interests, etc. But yet here we are sharing the same spot on the timeline of history, the same, time, tools, ideas, and all of the variations that came out of this evening. It's just really, really profound, I think. It's very humbling also to be able to work side by side with such wonderful, wonderful people. Sometimes we forget online, you look at the PFPs or your avatars and you forget, hey, there's a real person behind there. There's an actual person that has a hope and a dream and an aspiration that's here trying to change their stars. And I think that is such a fantastic thing when you think about the lives that are going to be changed by having the skill. How many resumes are going to be changed because they have the skill? How many businesses are going to be, brought into fruition because you have the skill? I'm just proud that each and every one of you went ahead and hacked your own education this evening. It's been a privilege and an honor to play wingman, to do laps, numerous laps. I wish that Ross's cookies actually counted and that the laps that I ran this evening could have actually added up, because
on my side, so if anyone has a question, now's a good time to ask.
excellent. I'm bringing up CJ because I think that he might have a question. For those that are in the listening audience, you can just bring up, if you want to have a speaker role, to kind of, cross-pollinate with your teammates. We can do that. Just make sure that we're not interfering with the flow of the information. Dan, you have your hand up. How are you this morning? Happy Thursday. Had to think about that. How are you?
Same here, doing great. I just wanted to start, the flavor of this experience with gratitude. And I just wanted to say shout out to all of you, and especially Tech in Schools, for always being able to under promise and over deliver. That's just really good modeling for the best way to work. I think in probably any industry, but I'm learning in the tech industry, to be able to have those systems where you got people, and that I feel like nervous about this whole experience, but I also feel like you guys have got me and there's a safety net. So that's just, I wanted to start with that. And now, I just also wanted to say, I think I'm good to go on like the permissions and all the validation and all the things, but I am excited for this opportunity to go through it slowly because my brain was going way too fast last night. And, you know, I stayed up extra late trying to figure out all out. I'm like, I just need some sleep. So now I had some sleep and I'm excited to dig in. So.
Well, that's good that you got some sleep. And if you got all activated and you chose a page and you have a live site, I mean, that's exactly where you need to get to. You can, of course, you know, go through everything and pick new themes, but the initial setup process, I mean, if you have a website link, Dan, I would say you're in a good place.
That's the thing. I don't have the website link, and it was with I think I mentioned to you last night, like we had some Wi-Fi issues, and just getting that put into the cPanel is where I got.
What's your email? What's your email?
My email?
Yeah, I can search you.
Yeah, DannyBrook734@gmail.com.
Did you actually sign up or no?
I did. I believe so. I think I went through all the steps. I saw things that said active, but I don't know where I got lost. It was like in the cPanel area.
What? I don't see Danny here. Dan R. Oh, Dan R. Yeah, okay, you're here. You're active. So danr.tsiprogram.org/cPanel. We'll get you in.
Sweet. Thank you. Amazing. All right, I'm buckling up.
But you don't have to see your password. One more quick thing.
That's what I was trying to get back into, like the whole open, not OpenSea, DigitalOcean, the other ocean.
OpenSea. Oh my God, yeah, that is the other ocean. Okay, that's fine. Hold on. I'm gonna send you direct access.
See, this is why I come here. I love it. Thank you.
Because now I don't have 70,000 people messaging me. So, Sarah, you can say whatever you're gonna say. I'm just look at your DMs. I'm giving you the link.
You're DMing me, Ross, or
No, I'm DMing.
okay. You're doing, yes, exactly. For those that are following along too, there are some folks that for instance signed up 4 times because they didn't have that ding, that little fairy fart that we always get when we are like, ding, fries are done. We didn't get that. And so sometimes you're left hanging, and it's the worst feeling because there's that anxiety of, did I do everything right? Last night, if you could put in your name .tsiprogram.org and in any kind of new window and it show up, then you did everything right. Whatever theme or whatever thing that you picked in the WordPress, that was kind of the end game. Now, last class in the essay or the SAS class, we always got confetti whenever we made it to the next level, right? There's no confetti here. Just imagine me giving you a glitter bomb, right? there's confetti if you got to that part of the website. So we do have some other hands. I want to welcome CJ and Adil.
That's what I just said. No confetti. You just get an actual server. It's better than confetti.
It is better than confetti, but sometimes you need the reinforcement of glitter that will stick to you throughout your day, because glitter is truly the herpes of the craft world. It will stay with you for the whole entire time, and you cannot remove it. So it is what it is. CJ has a quick question, and I know that Adil is it Adil? I think that's how I say it. If I've mispronounced your name, sir, you will help me fix that. You did have to call it an evening early because you are a future dweller. So I'm thinking that's evening where you are now. We want to make sure to get your questions answered right away. So CJ, go ahead first, and then we'll move on through the hands.
Oh, hello everybody. So I just have a question for Alistair. I signed up and everything way beforehand, and I know I was active, but I had to go to work like right at the start of it. And I've rewatched everything, but I'm not able, like, my status says active, but I'm not able to get to cPanel.
How have you tried?
Like pasting it into a new tab. I've tried copying the other one.
Are you
And
watching the live stream right now?
yes.
Watch really carefully right now. We're gonna do it in the live stream for you.
Okay, I'm watching. I can see your cursor moving.
Yep, we got you.
Okay, orders. Okay. Copy, yeah.
Now, just while you're watching, quick thing: if you raise your hand and you want to speak,
Yeah.
please make sure, not you, CJ. Please make sure it's about this, because last time we had this, we had people come up and talk about random things, and it was a waste of 15 minutes. So I'm happy to bring you on stage. Make sure it's relevant to what we're doing, and it's a question, and it's not about your company, your product, your service, what you did today, what you're going to do tomorrow. There's other rooms for that, not this one.
This is a live class, so if you're asking to come up and you just want to say hi to the group, that's not one of those things, because each and every person here, we're trying to finish up and tie up the loose ends from last night's class. So that's kind of where Ross is saying that. Yep, there we go. Okay, so CJ, are you caught up yet, love?
I was just going to ask, are you good?
It says not found. Like when I do / yeah.
If you look at the live stream, the link you have to copy, not click it. You have to copy it.
That's what I did, and I put it into a new tab.
And what's the link on top say? Read the link on top to me.
Okay. I just X'd it out. I'll redo it.
Get back in there.
CJ, just so you know, I fracked this up 3 times last night. So don't think that when you're in the hot seat, sometimes it can be like, I don't see what he's seeing. What they're trying to do is lead you through so that you don't make a mistake the next time.
Also, quick
I
thing,
kept clicking.
I'll help you right now, Sarah. I just want to make a quick announcement. Guys, if you're listening on live stream or you're in the space and you're on Anonymous and I don't see who you are, like that's fine. But just know there are no reactivations. So anyone coming and activating today, you're not going to get approved. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, you asked what it said. It's https / hosting mytsi like.
No, so you didn't copy. You clicked. You have to delete the words hosting.mytsi.org / and then hit enter.
Oh, okay.
It's because it's routing to your server.
It was confusing. Yeah,
beautiful.
see, there it is. There's the click.
Yep.
There's
There's your confetti, CJ. That's your confetti.
Thank you so much. I've been trying for like an hour.
Well, the thing is, guys, you have to understand this is not like it's not like you're buying a setup. You're setting up the setup. The setup doesn't exist. The server doesn't exist. You're setting everything up.
You can also do the domain /cPanel.
So your domain / cPanel is the super fast way to get there. Yeah, cjsteed.tsiprogram.org / cPanel will teleport you to your dashboard.
Okay. All right.
Anyone have any questions?
CJ, are you good? Because
I
we can
can't
go
see
on to the
hands,
next
Sarah.
one.
Yeah, we're good.
Excellent, excellent. Adil, you are next, my friend. Go ahead.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, everyone. Thanks for hosting the room. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly recap. So all I got up to last night before I had to go was I got everything active and I can see my domain. I think the next step from what I remember was what you guys were just talking about pasting it with cPanel afterwards, and that's where I am. So I just wanted to update you with how much I actually got done and was just wanting to double check if there was enough time in this space to catch up with where you guys got to. I know you guys said that that's what this was for, but I wanted to make sure that what I needed doing wasn't going to take too much more time. And also, number 2, if you have a link to the stream, please could you post it in the comments?
So first, you are active. That's true. You're up to the point where you're creating a page in WordPress, so you can watch the stream, which I'll give to you. We're not going to cover that in here, but it's all very clearly covered. Huh? No, the page. That's where he left. So you left at the part where we made pages. And all you got to do.
Yeah, I hadn't done any. As soon it came active and I saw it active, and after that, I haven't done any other steps.
He's at the invoice stage, Ross. So what you would do is,
No, he's not at the invoice stage because I see him. So he's not. He's already approved.
yes, but I think he got and clicked through to the approval process, but has never seen from invoice to the end stage.
Well,
I think
did you-
I'm not sure if I'm
Correct.
conveying
No,
it
correct.
correct.
That's correct, Sarah.
You have cPanel open, Adel?
No, I don't know anything about that. From that point, I had to go. It was getting late
Oh.
in the UK.
Look at your domain, take it, put a /cPanel, and go to that URL. See where you go.
Okay, thanks.
And then you use the password and the username in the platform, and you'll get in. And I'm getting you give me 2 seconds. Katie, if you have a question, shoot. I'm going to grab the live stream.
Hi, Ross. Thanks. Sarah, is it okay if I go ahead?
Oh yeah, go ahead, fire away. I'm going to help Adil behind the scenes.
Okay, thanks. Ross, I think I'm in the cPanel fine, and I'm up to the point where you guys started making WordPress sites last night, but I'm not. I had to leave at that point because it was really late here. I think I'm not quite sure what we're going to cover today, and I can come or go depending. But the thing I wanted to ask you about is that apparently, in going back to the DigitalOcean login page, I'm apparently not able to access my DigitalOcean today, and I'm worried about changing my password or something for that because you were saying last night to change no passwords anywhere ever.
Yeah. So hold on. You can't get into the purple website. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like where the invoices and everything. I thankfully put everything over into a note file, like all of my password and the cPanel access. So I have access to my cPanel. I'm there. But what I can't get access to again, seemingly, is my original invoice, like the page with the hosting invoice on it. And I didn't know if I need it or if I was worried about changing the password.
No. If you can get into cPanel, you are fine. But I'm gonna give you something. I just got so many DMs.
Okay, don't worry. I mean, I'm okay. I think I'm in cPanel, so I'm
No,
okay.
no, you're good. You're good. It's just I wanted to give you this thing so you'll be able to get in. So I'm giving you a secret link. If you click this secret link, right, it's gonna autofill your password and allow you to get in and change your password.
Okay.
You just don't change cPanel. Leave cPanel. You can change hosting password. That's fine.
I can change hosting passwords, fine, no problem. You want me to leave cPanel?
No. I sent you a link, right?
Okay.
If you click the link, you're going to be auto logged in for the purple website. So the thing you couldn't get into. Yeah. cPanel's fine. You're good. And if you ever can't get in, we always can get you in. So no worries.
Thank you. Did you say today that you guys were going to push ahead with building websites again, or
No. This is just a recap. We'll be pushing ahead on Wednesday. If you need help, please DM me and we'll hop on a call and I'll help you out.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Ross, where did you say I get the username and the password to enter into cPanel?
So if you're looking on screen, Alistair's going to go to the page.
Okay.
And this is how you look at stream right now. This is how you get your username and get your password. And
For
again, I
folks that
saw. No, you're good, Sarah. Sorry to cut you off. But I did see someone sign up, so I just want to reiterate: please don't sign up today. It's not really going to get activated.
For folks that are following along, the recap is going to go through very quickly each individual step. So Alistair is going to start from the spot where you've just, entered into the system and you have that magic invoice that says a 00, right? When you have that page, he is going to show you what to click on to grab those passwords and view your login credentials, or for lack of a better term. And you're going to move your way through exactly what we did last night. There's really only maybe 4 steps, but sometimes they can be confusing. Making sure you keep your eye on capital letters, because last night that was something that really kind of frustrated folks when they finally got to that cPanel login, just so you're aware. So Adil, I do believe that Alistair is going to show you the screens and just kind of systematically go through. But if you still have questions or need us to stop, you follow up Adil real quick, and then Amy has her hand up also. Katie, everything that you did last night, you're good to go. So if you need to step out, this is just the recap. So you can go on with your day if you need to. Wednesday will be a new class. So go ahead, Adil, finish your thought, and then Amy will check in with you, love.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got into the back end of cPanel now, the tools page. Is that the right place to be, or do I have any further steps to
No,
carry?
you're in the right place. But now what I would do is I would look at the last live stream so you can actually continue and get to where we were.
Right. Okay, no problem. And that the last live stream I can access on what page? Sorry.
Josh Hellman has added the link up top, the Innovators Think Tank. You will be able to watch everything over again, and I highly recommend it, just for muscle memory, right? You need to see something really 3 times, and sometimes for folks like me, multiple times from multiple different angles and multiple ways of saying things.
We're actually going to go through the last few steps of yesterday right now. So if instead of watching the live stream, just kind of pay attention to this one right now. And we're going to do a quick little walkthrough about what we actually did. And Dan, do you have a password problem?
I have a password problem. Yeah, I sent you a couple of screenshots. Like I took that original invoice, snapshot. And so I also know, like, it's that you also said don't change any passwords, so that's why I'm asking now.
So pay attention to spaces, pay attention to capitals, because it works. Like I'm in it, literally in it.
The other thing too is that there is a significant lag between if you're looking on your phone on Twitter, it's very helpful if you put your laptop on mute, listen to space on your phone, and then watch the live stream on your laptop. Amy, did you have a question about the step that we're on now? I want to make sure that we don't get you lost in the shuffle. What's going on with you, love?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if if I should install WordPress, and you well, I guess like the next step is to install WordPress, and then we're able to see the themes or something, because you were going over
Not
that
really.
yesterday.
So we install WordPress for you. Actually, we did it for everybody live.
No,
yesterday.
okay, but when I go to WP Toolkit, it
But
it
no one
says
told you to
install
click buttons.
WordPress.
Yeah,
It
no
says
one
you
told
don't
you to
have a
do that.
WordPress site connected yet.
Listen, nobody told you to do that. If you start clicking buttons,
I'm not.
you could break things.
I'm sorry. I mean, no. I mean, okay.
I never said the words out of my mouth, WordPress toolkit. Therefore, you should not be clicking it unless you actually have done the research and know what you're clicking. Mouse clicks could be dangerous in cPanel. This is not Wix. One button could make it go bye-bye.
Amy,
I'm back on tools, so I don't know what you're.
Well,
I want to
here
be
we
on applications. Applications is where you need to be. That's
Yep.
it.
That's what I was just going to say. Amy, what you're
I
going to
mean,
do.
when I got into the page, it was under tools. So thank you.
It's a little bit confusing. Last night we had a really lovely person, Johan. She got to be our foil, and she did move ahead because she was very fluid with that system. But if you click on a button, and this is for everybody, this is not Amy, this is also for me too, right? If you click on something out of sequence or off, like for instance, she had clicked, she wanted AI assist, then you're going to have to put in your credit card, right? We don't want anybody going off the beaten path in the middle, because you could compromise all of the tools that are in your digital backpack. So just, go ahead.
So I'm on so just so you know, when I did log into cPanel, it brought me to the tools page, and I didn't know that there was no navigating in the side panel. But anyway, I'm on the
No, so just to be
applications.
clear, tools is okay. WP Toolkit's a different infrastructure entirely. So what we've all the time setting up for you if you went that route, you would not have any of it. So you would have no themes, no connection, no domain, nothing.
Okay,
So
so
when you
when
get to tools, you just
when
go
I'm
to
under
start application.
applications,
You should
when
see
I'm
one.
right. Okay, yeah, it's the Divi thing, I
Yep,
guess,
that
right?
that. So you see, that's where you were saying, do I got to install? It's already there.
Okay.
You just got to go into it by clicking the middle link.
The
That's the
middle link.
actual back
Okay.
end. Yeah, that's the
Can I
real
click
back
on
end.
that right now or no?
You can, yeah. That's
Okay.
totally fine. And look, general rule, Amy, if you don't know what it is, don't touch it. General rule of thumb in cPanel.
Okay. Now, once I'm in WordPress, can I start doing, I mean, because I'm
Yeah,
familiar
you
with
can start
WordPress, can I
building.
start
Yeah,
doing
just like
things?
Johan, you could start building. Nothing's
Okay.
gonna stop you.
Okay. But I'm not going to do anything with the AI or whatever. So, all
Stay
right.
in the middle path. This is it.
Okay.
The middle link. And then
Once
when you
you're
have the
in
choices
One
WordPress,
quick
after Divi,
question.
stay in the middle.
Is it,
Stay in the middle.
one quick question. Is it possible to change the domain?
not at this point today, but yes. So get your domains ready for next Wednesday.
Okay. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Awesome.
you're good. You're good, Amy. Just remember, this is an actual server administration. So, like, a button could make things happen if you don't know what it is. Like, for example, there's one button there that it says search for malware. But if you do it, your whole server stops because it's searching for malware. But if you don't know that and you just click it, website stops working.
Thank
What
you,
we're doing is
Ross.
these guys are
Thank you,
basically,
Sarah.
you're welcome, sweet pea. Think of us all as a digital Sherpa, right? This is an ecosystem that's foreign to a lot of folks. And some of us have enough knowledge to be really dangerous, right? If you're familiar with WordPress, because most people are that are in this realm, right? WordPress is the most used kind of application. But think of the digital Sherpas as grabbing your hand and saying, we're going through the mountain pass tonight because this is an ecosystem that most people don't have the administrator role, right?
Yeah.
And the administrator role means that you're leading the Sherpa, and we don't want
Yeah.
any sheep to go off the side of the cliff and have to explain that and ruin Christmas, right? So
Yeah.
just stay in the middle path and just know too, this is a recap. So on Wednesday, you're going to be able to change things. For many people in the audience today, this is just going through and doing the muscle memory and trying to remember the steps, going over, making sure their notes were correct, and that we have all of our I's dotted and T's crossed. So
Yeah.
you're doing great. We have some other hands. Miss Katie, how can we help you? Are you lost in the thicket? Hopefully
No,
not.
no. Thank you. I think I'm okay. I'm just trying to make sure sometimes it can be challenging, and I'm one of the people who's watching back and looking at old recordings and watching old live and everything. So I just thought I'd ask this question because I think it might be useful. Just at the moment, I have gone under the space that we are in right now, and I'm looking at the live stream. I believe the one that the live stream now, Ross, you're looking at says "Welcome to WordPress" with a big black box.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yep. That is live right now. We're
Okay,
about to
and
make the
then
page.
to get there, just to clarify, there were 3 links on the page prior under applications. The middle one was the one that you wanted us
Yes.
to click on. Is that
In your
correct?
brain, yep, in your brain, Katie, right now. Tune your brain to remember. Middle link is the key.
Okay.
If
Thank
you
you.
always remember a middle link, you will always get in. You never need a password for WordPress.
Okay. Okay. I'll remember this.
Oh, if you remember it, all as you make websites, you'll be able to get in really fast. The middle link,
Okay.
the admin. The top link is the actual site.
Okay. And then the bottom one where it says WordPress org support, we don't want to click that ever. Is that right?
Yeah, that's not real. Yes, no, don't
Okay.
click that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And actually, Katie, you going through that just verbally helps people in the whole entire ecosystem. This is a digital makerspace, guys, and
Oh
what
my
we're
God,
doing
wait, I have
hasn't
one
been
more
done
thing,
before.
Sarah.
So go ahead,
So
Ross.
last night, so it's really great what's happening with DigitalOcean and everything, but here's what you guys should not do because it's going to confuse our partners. Don't say things about Invoice and tag DigitalOcean because you're just going to confuse them because DigitalOcean support tried to help a few of you last night because you kept tagging them and saying my invoice is not paid. Remember, this is a real company. These are real organizations. Don't just tag people. You have a different route to getting into DigitalOcean. If you want to go get in touch with them, take out your credit card and do it. But during this process, don't tag DigitalOcean about your problems. DigitalOcean cannot help your problems because you have not paid them. For them to help with problems, you must pay them. So please don't say, I need help, DigitalOcean, help me please, invoice. Like, don't do that. Because they're actually going to answer. Like they did. If you look at yesterday's live stream, they were in the comments. DigitalOcean. Because of the comments.
I think that maybe some people need to understand that, like, I'm sorry for interrupting, guys, but like, what I understand is that you have a partnership with these companies and that you've wrapped this whole process together into your own process of building a website with WordPress and DigitalOcean and all of these things. And so if people are having issues, they should be in touch with you and your team instead of with your partners. Because, yeah.
Well, Amy, this is kind of, I don't know if this helps folks, but this is like a kit of parts. When you're in a robotics team, for instance, in any of the school systems, and you have a robotics team, you're not arguing or going directly to FIRST Robotics, right? There's a hierarchy. When you have the kit of parts, you're going to the person who gave you the kit of parts to put it together, right? It's like we're using all of these Lego blocks that belong to other folks, but you said it very, very clearly. What we need to do as a group, and I've put this on my whiteboard and my sticky notes, is to remind folks that you're in a classroom with a kit of parts. And so if there's an issue with the kit of parts, you have to go to the person in the front of the classroom, your Sherpa, because the folks that gave us the box and all of who made the actual tools, they'd have no idea what's going on in our classroom. So that is exactly right. And I think that was probably my fault for not communicating that more clearly. But going directly to these big manufacturers, especially on a public timeline, it gives the illusion that there's an issue with their stuff, and their stuff is performing perfectly well. It's us in the ecosystem that are trying to play with those building blocks and not getting our robot to work, right? the parts don't have a malfunction. It's that we're not putting them together the correct way within our ecosystem. So when we're in the sandbox, you have to play in the sandbox rules. If you have a problem with the tool in the sandbox, you have to ask the guy who's running the playground, right? Not necessarily the person that made the shovel, if that makes sense. But yes, excellent points all around. I think, Dan, you have a question, love? Did you want to?
Just a quick
There we
digital audio confetti. I did it. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, everybody. And also shout out to Alisher, because I know you're here too. Because I think that he's been the digital Sherpa that I really needed, along with one of the other classmates, Kathleen. Just I love this idea of having each other's back, but keeping it closed system. And so that's something I'm being very careful about. Katie, it helped me to hear that. What do they mean, the middle link? Oh, okay, that when you were saying it, I thought it was finally in. It was on my screen. So I love this. Just again, gratitude.
Kathleen is such a trooper. I love that woman. She does such a great job. Another unsung hero from last night was Douglas. I can't tell you how many people he helped behind the scenes to make sure. There are a lot of educators in this space, right? And we know how frustrating it is. It's frustrating when it's foreign territory and we have no idea what we're doing. And we do have that innate, palpitations in our heart, knowing that if we frack it up, we push the wrong link, that something bad could happen. But that is one of the things that is very powerful about collaborative learning experiences, is that actually to teach is to learn twice. So if you figure something else out, being able to help somebody else along the way. So, Kathleen had her own issues last night. She figured them out, and then she said, hey, guess what? I just did this. And this is how I'm going to help you. I did the same thing with Bjorn. I'm like, Bjorn, I cannot get this to go through, and 8 people are having this problem. How did you do it? And then I realized it was the capital letter. It was the stupidest thing. And I sat there at my desk, thought, I'm not going to tell the class how dumb I was. But that was the point, is that there can be something so simple that you're in that mode and you're overlooking it. And then one of the eyeballs of someone sitting to the left or the right of you, clears up the whole thing. So welcome, 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 Dan. I'm so excited. I'm throwing, digital glitter. I hope it sticks to you the rest of the day and that you go through sparkling. I see that Douglas has his hand up. How can we help you today, friend?
Hey, first of all, the capital letter that gets a lot of people. I actually have an anecdote that gets way more complicated than that, because when I was teaching full time, one of my students basically somehow, she was coming to me saying that she couldn't execute this file, like it just didn't work, and we would look at it and type the name out exactly as it was, and it was all, it still would say file not found, file not found, file not found. I think we were trying to add it to Git, right? Well, I at some point I'm like, hey, that file name is this. And I don't know how I can't remember exactly how I did it, but I started to assume that there was a character that I couldn't see in there, an unseen character in the file name. And like I said, I don't exactly remember how I got to it, but finally I did the one thing that brought the file in, and I was able to rename it. And I remember now what I did. I was in not VS Code. It was an editor of some sort, and I did actually open the file by clicking on it, and then I renamed the file to what we thought it was, and it got rid of the unseen character. But I'm going to tell you, that's a gremlin. That took me about an hour to get through that one. So don't feel too bad about the capital letter.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will copy the password and include a space and just not realize. So you just got to be really, really, really careful. And what I would do is get them out of DMs. So save it in like Notepad where there's no extra spaces and no link changing. Because in X, I send you a link, it changes by the time you click it. Now, what we're going to do at the last part of this recap is make a page. So in a minute, we're going to have on live stream, we're going to make an actual page and apply a template. Now, you could spend hours doing this. We're not going to spend hours. We're going to spend like 5 minutes. We're going to pick a random one. We're going to apply it. You can go make as many pages as you want and choose as many different templates. You can even mix and match themes across different pages. So what we're going to do right now is just hit new page, and we're going to just apply a theme. It's really simple. So if you're watching live, watch the live stream. We're going to make a page. Then you're going to hit the purple button, which is use with Divi Builder or use Divi Builder. That's going to activate Divi, which is the paid theme builder. So you have a paid theme builder that will let you build any page you can possibly think of. And once it loads in, you're going to have a bunch of templates to choose from that are really good, like full websites, like multi-page websites. So at this screen, again, if you hit build with AI, you're going to take out your credit card. Don't do that. We want to hit custom if you're feeling like you want to start with a blank canvas, or build from scratch, or pre-made layout, which is what we want you to pick. Pre-made layout will give you a full website. All you got to do is change stuff and add features, add new pages, add content, and you can mix and match. So we're going to just pick the middle one, which is choosing from the library. And you could honestly do a few things here. You could scroll, or you can search on the top left. So if you were to search portfolio at the top left, it would pull up portfolios. Once you find the one you want, you're going to click it. And then when you click it, it's going to open up in like information about it. You could view a live demo of this fully functioning website right now before you take it, or you can use this layout, which would allow you to take a page or all the pages. But you can take one page from each template and make like a Frankenstein website if you want. But honestly, there's no rules once you're in here. So once you're in here, This is a safe place. There's nothing you could break. Well, there is something you could break, but it's reversible. So if you break it, it's reversible. So don't feel like you don't want to hit a button in WordPress. There ain't much you could really do that's going to break stuff. Now, if you go and install plugins before we talk about them, that may break stuff. So know what you're installing, please. But as you see on the live stream, we have a actual website. Now, Alshin's going to change the words by just clicking any one of the words, and he'll be able to change it live on the screen. No coding, no nothing. And this is really cool because WordPress website, I mean, guys, the White House is on WordPress. You know? It's obviously a good platform. And the best part, it's $3.99, my favorite price. WordPress is always and forever free.
One of the things too that you need to remember, and maybe on a recorded space, when you have these kinds of platforms and ecosystems, WordPress included, where you have such a big, huge bulk of humanity using them, that is always to your advantage, right? It's like what I mentioned last night with robotics in Java, is that we once upon a time had a robot that was in a language that only NASA used. And we could never have anybody help us when we, had a problem with our robot, because we were using a different language than everybody else in the whole entire ecosystem. By using something that is very popular, that folks understand and have different fluidity, you're more apt to get help. You're more apt to have people in the ecosystem that can come out of the woodwork. You're more apt to have a whole directory of, troubleshooting. So it's to your advantage. This is why open source is so powerful too, is that you have so many different people that are willing to come to your aid when Gondor lights the lights, and people are going to come to your aid. This is those moments, so when you're thinking about the digital overlay as a solopreneur, going it alone is very tough. Going with an entire pack of people that understands what you're up to and how to fix things is very, very cool. So I will just tell you, you're going to make your life a lot easier. There's nothing that, proprietary, things like that. You want to have your own thing and you want to be very unique. Many of the people in this ecosystem, entrepreneurs in general, we're all unconventional doers and thinkers, and we all feel sometimes that we have to do it alone or that we're the only one on our path, but that's not necessarily true. So just so you know that, yes, the White House uses WordPress. Why? Because a bazillion people use WordPress, and you have to make sure that those interns, when they come in and filter over and turnover rate is so high, you don't have a high learning curve. You can just plug those folks in. And that's very, very important, because maintaining that knowledge is a key resource. And entrepreneurs that are very smart are doing it that way, because I know that most folks here understand that we have a labor market that it's very tough to have people stay, and having something that no one else uses is not going to be to your advantage. Dan, go ahead, honey. You have your hand up.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe after 5 hours last night and 2 more this morning, I've made a lot more progress in 5 minutes. And so now I'm to the nitty gritty questions. So just a question, I put it in the chat bubble too. When it's asking me if I want to import design presets, I may have missed this. It's a checkbox and it's automatically checked for me. So I'm just it's talking about global design presets.
Yes. So you want to say yes. What it's going to do is create all of the code for you to make it look like the way you want. And it's going to do it automatically. It's just waiting for the human approval before it uses autonomous creation.
Love it. Okay. Thank you.
Also, I will say, guys, if you're going to go ahead and explore, go to Divi.com. Look at their docs. They have hundreds and hundreds of docs and videos, and so does cPanel. Go get educated, guys, in between now and Wednesday. Go to cPanel University. So there's a website, cPanel University. Go learn about cPanel. Go to Divi, read the docs. That's your new bestsellers book this week, is Divi. If you read Divi and cPanel University, you are going to be so smart with this stuff. You're going to be able to make 20 websites in the 6 weeks, not one. And remember, if you make 2 websites, it's okay. You can make as many websites. There's no limit. But you just got to do it the right way. So we haven't gone over creating a second WordPress yet. But if you figure out how to do it between now and Wednesday, it'll work. But you got to read the docs. That would be go to cPanel University and read. Or don't do it, and I'll see you Wednesday, and we'll go over everything. Because we have a whole lineup of new things to learn on Wednesday about WordPress. But I wanted to make sure with this that everyone got in, everyone made pages, everyone's activated, because we did have some small issue with activating a few people yesterday, but we got it sorted. And just for the recording, if you are applying and registering, they're not going to be approved. So I urge you to come during the next 6-week session, and you can activate your hosting.
As you walk away from class today, right, you're going to have some questions. You're going to have some comments and concerns. This is your moment to think about your why. And this is a question that only you can answer, right? You've got 600 themes to think through. You kind of have an idea of what your website should look like, or maybe some of the things that you want to have on it. Only you can answer those questions. So you have about 6 days to kind of marinate. I highly recommend revisiting your mission statement, the reason why you're here. For some of us, there are a lot of developers here that just signed up to have a pet project to get the digital backpack of $600 worth of goodies, right? Everybody knows that we sometimes just need that, right? That's perfectly cool too. If that's the case, maybe push your skill set. Like Dave Meir said last night, try to figure out something that you can do outside of the parameter of your existing competencies, right? Maybe explore. This gives you an opportunity to kind of, figure out something behind the scenes where you're not dinging your personal reputation. And what I mean by that, as an artist, right, and as an instructor, I'll teach class, and very rarely do I get to make a mistake in front of class, because they want to see what you're building, and they want to see your painting, and you don't get to see all of your ugly stepchildren that are in your sketchbook that just didn't make it to the portfolio, right? This is the moment where you have the ability and the freedom under, a different name sometimes. I'm obviously Pocket Folks that I'm working on, but I'm going to do it in public. And same with Dave, right? Dave's going to explore some of the new things. He has Wonderment, and we're going to see what that means. This is an opportunity to kind of stretch your own personal bubble, right? So if this is a professional website, take it seriously. Do the homework, do your mission statement, figure out what it is that you want this thing to speak to when you're not there. That's ultimately what a website is. It's the voice of the voiceless. It gives people messaging when you're not there. We have a last couple hands. We'll go to Adil, and then we'll go to Amy, we'll go to Dan, and then Ross will close it out with Josh. So go ahead, Adil.
Yeah, I just wanted to check what else between what we've already done now and last night, what else was left to be done. I've done the cPanel, gone onto the middle link, put on a temporary theme. Obviously, I'm not going to save anything. I'll just exit the visual builder. Aside from that, was there anything that I missed from last night?
No, but you do want to save it, even though you're going to probably delete it, because saving it is what makes it go online. So it'll be visible to the world, and you'll be able to see it.
So save the draft.
Save draft, publish, do the thing, click the link. It's online. You did the thing, and then we'll see you next one. If you choose to go further, knock yourself out. If you have any questions, let us know. But Wednesday we will be moving forward together. But if you're like 30 steps ahead of us, that's perfectly fine. You can just,
Russ.
well, but you never know. Tomorrow you could just start reading the docs, and you can have your whole website done before next Wednesday.
Yeah.
But
well, thanks anyway. As long as I'm caught up and there's nothing else
you're
I can
good.
do and I'm not behind.
Nope, you are good. Everything's perfect. You're able to get to Divi. I would say if you have a problem, I wouldn't reach out to DigitalOcean because they can't help
I'm not
you.
going to do that.
I wouldn't reach out to cPanel, or I wouldn't reach out to Divi because they're going to ask you for things like email, order number, license number. But we have all that information actually. So we can do that, or we can give it to you if you need to speak with Divi. we give you a key, like via DM. But if you have any questions, let us know. But if not, try to be here on Wednesday at 7 p.m. because we're going to do a lot more than we did this Wednesday.
Yeah,
This
that's fine.
Wednesday was like a little insane because like 80 people signed up in one shot.
It's just moving forward. It's probably going to be the same situation for me because it starts at midnight. So I'm more often than not going to be able to sit through the whole thing. So what
No,
would you
just come
advise
from
me?
like 12 to 1, like midnight to 1 a.m. And then you'll be able to like watch the live stream and come to the morning.
Okay, right. So are you going to do these follow-ups the next day after on every Thursday?
Yep,
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Ross.
no problem.
Amy, you are next on.
Yes. So, Ross, I tried to get people from Watering the Garden to sign up for this whole thing. So I wanted to know, when is the next one that you're going to be doing? Because I want to be able to plan ahead and make sure that, my gardeners are ready.
I would say in about 6 weeks from right now.
All right, awesome. And quick question, Sarah, did you know, I was just thinking about this because you were talking about Sherpas. Do you know the origin of serendipitous? Because I just learned it a couple of days ago from a Joseph Campbell documentary, actually, about the origin of serendipitous.
It's very funny. But yes, I do. And it's serendipitous. We'll just leave it there. But yes, I do. But thank you for bringing it up. Go ahead, Dan. We're going to close out.
Yeah, just real quickly, speaking of serendipity, I guess, I put some links into the chat and then I saw a whole bunch of other people did too, which is great because Ross just kind of handed us the keys to this next 6-day kingdom where we can really educate ourselves. So a lot of people posted the chat or the links to the cPanel University and then the Divi documentation and templates guide. So make sure to look in the chat for those because that's amazing. I'm already nerding out and so excited.
Well, the other thing too is that all of the links for our classes are always conveniently at the bottom of the Innovators Think Tank for that day. So if you're looking at the live stream, scroll down. There's a lot of valuable information. Nick, Alisher, and Ross put together all of the documentation too, so that you have all of the little pieces to the puzzle. And hopefully it's in a way that is in little chunks that we can eat it, not the whole elephant at one time. So there are lots of different ways to get in touch with your teammates here and your classmates in between. We call it the in-between, right? So if you're on the Discord channels, ITT has their own Discord channel. And then you also have the TSI group. If you have My AI Tutor or Pixio, that kind of community, we all overlap, right? And obviously you have the DMs. So there's lots of ways to get in contact and to kind of suss out the information that you need. And sometimes you just have to be managing your energy, as Dave Meir says. It's something that I've taught in my classes for like 20 years, right? But it's more from an art perspective in terms of warm and cold. But it is kind of like you have to be in that zone for certain kinds of information. We do understand, I know that Britta is here also, that having the classes on Wednesday night are hard. It's hard for a lot of us. In Eastern Standard Time, we start at 7 p.m. and it doesn't end until after midnight. And then coming back the next day, we have so many people in so many different time zones. And so we just want to make sure that the whole crew, I'm kind of speaking for them, we understand how horrible it can be. And we don't want you to wreck your sleep cycles. We don't want you to hurt your health in order to accommodate these things. So the next morning, having the recap, and if something happens in the interim, even if you can only show up for an hour, that's good. We don't take offense if you have to dip out and, just recharge charge your battery and things like that. There's no expectation that you would be on 24/7, 365. Even though we are all pocket family and we all are living behind the little tippy tappy of the screen, there's no expectation that you would run yourself ragged and ruin your quality of life to accommodate, something like this. So just be aware that we understand more than you know, and extend yourself some grace. Go ahead, Adil.
Yeah, just last thing. I know you guys need to go. I just wanted to see if you could give us a quick, maybe 30-second rundown as to what we can, like, obviously we know what we've done yesterday and today. We've got the website basically not up and running, but the back end at least we're aware it's open now. We're using WordPress. Next week, quick 30 seconds on what the agenda is for next week.
So we haven't announced the agenda for next week, so it'll be out probably in a few days on Twitter.
no problem.
But basically, we're going to be just going deeper. So making more pages, adding plugins, setting certain things up that need to be, and then custom creating pages from scratch, like blank page to whatever we want.
So your homework is actually figuring out what kind of content you're going to need. You've just kind of figured out your theme. Yeah.
Yeah, but the real homework is go study the docs. Like,
yes, that is
seriously.
true too. That's
If
number
you're
one.
going to come and ask questions that is clearly in documentation on the front page of the Divi documentation, don't do that. Go spend 25 minutes at Divi. Spend another 25 minutes at cPanel University. Get some understanding, and then start searching for things you want to do. Like you want to fix the top bar, be like, change navigation in Divi. Ask AI Tutor. AI Tutor is trained on Divi and cPanel. Or ask Google. Who cares? Ask anyone. Ask your mother. Just ask somebody.
One of the other things that you can do that Ross forgot to mention is if you do have My AI Tutor, use it, abuse it. These are your AI cohorts. If something is above your head, if it's not in your language, if it's not in your learning style, take that entire documentation, plop it into your AI cohort and say, hey, disseminate this as if I'm a 5-year-old. I need to understand what this is, and just continue to keep pressing until you get the answer that you need in the way that you need to hear it. Because you know what? We have no excuses anymore. We've got all these things at our fingertips that can aid and abet our education journey. So if you don't have My AI Tutor or or Pixio, but I'm saying My AI Tutor for this specific piece, always remember that you have the ITT group. And so if you're there on Saturday, you definitely have a discount code for that too. And I highly recommend it. It's one of those tools that we don't plug. Obviously, this is not part of the class, but I'm telling you as an instructor, I'm a volunteer here, right? So I don't work for any of these folks, but I'm telling you that is worth the price of admission if you are going to kind of pursue this avenue. If you need to have something that will interpret for you, I highly recommend it. I used it and abused it completely last night because I am not a developer. I don't play one on TV, and a lot of these terms are foreign to me, and I want to understand them. I want to understand how my Lego box actually work. So that is something that we want to put on the record, that if you have a Chat GPT or any of these things can help you in ways that you can never possibly imagine, and help suss out the information that you need. So
Yeah,
go
no,
ahead,
you're
Ross.
100% right. Did someone just talk? I
Yeah,
can't
but it's
tell.
okay. It's okay. I can wait.
No, what's up?
I was just thinking, just for anyone who's listening who might also have these questions or be a bit confused in terms of accessing the cPanel University and then going on to Divi to look at the resources that you mentioned. What's the easiest and quickest way for us to get access to that and to find that?
Just go to the comments, and there's 2 links there.
Perfect. Thank you.
And it'll get you everything you need, but you can also just Google Divi documentation, and it'll bring you. They're a huge company. So is cPanel. I know. Oh, Dan put both. So in Dan's message, there's both links for you. There's Divi and the university. So that's how you can access them. And I was just about to say, which is why I wanted you to speak, because we're literally about to close out the space right now in like literally 1 minute. So if you have any like last minute questions, you can just shoot me in a DM. We're not going to do any more questions right now. But Josh, if you would like to close us out, we are pretty much we covered everything. So I think we're good. Hold on 1 second. Let me just check DMs before we lose everyone right now. Because sometimes there's like DMs right last second. Okay. So we're good. I think we're good. Again, DM me if you need help. Hang on 1 second. I'm answering 2 people right now before we disconnect.
I know that Josh Hellman cannot hear me personally. Maybe he can. I don't want him to change or have to escape. I wanted to give him the final word this evening or this afternoon or this morning, depending on where you are. So, Ross, if you're cleaning out the DMs and you are making sure that we have all of the I's dotted and T's crossed, I have no more DMs from class today. That doesn't necessarily mean that they won't happen later on. Josh Hellman, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, love?
cPanel, because if you're not, following is going to be a little bit difficult. So if you don't know how to get in, raise your hand and come to the top now, and I can help you.
We have a number of people that are struggling with logins. I know that Rutrow is down below, and I wanted to make sure that Visual Life, they needed a Divi account, and I didn't know if you had them on the back end or not. I can't quite figure out if they had already had one and can't
So
log in,
I can make
or
it really easy, so easy to understand. You actually don't need an account. What you need is to have a cPanel. If you have a cPanel, you have everything you need and already activated Divi. You don't need a Divi account at all.
excellent, Smithers. I hope that answers your question, Visual Life. Rutrow, we're gonna try to figure out why your login's not working. Hopefully you had it saved, because I'll tell you what, I'm having the same issue with my WordPress in general. I don't know why it's not linking in it, but sometimes just refreshing, or if you have your cache is kind of wonky, that can happen too.
All right, so guys, everyone needs to listen and understand 3 things. 1, login to hosting is not WordPress. Login to hosting is not cPanel. There's like levels to this. So first you would get into
Sorry, Ross. I just fracked up everybody's mind.
First, you
Sorry.
would get into hosting. Once in hosting, you would have the way to get into cPanel. Once in cPanel, you can get to WordPress. And you don't actually need a password to get to WordPress. You just click a button and you're teleported to your administration panel. So if you're not able to do that simple flow, you need to do it like 5 times right now until you understand it. So if I'm logged into hosting, which I'm live right now, I'm simulating being Cordell. And he's not here, so he won't be mad, but he won't care either way. So if I'm Cordell and I click my order number, hold on, that's a good idea. Discord, go away. Let me just find where that is, because that's going to be annoying. Okay, goodbye. So my username is Cordell, right? This is to get to cPanel. I would copy this, right? And I would paste it. I wouldn't click it. Or I would go to my URL, which you know what your URL is, /cPanel. Once there, I would use this password. I'm not going to hit view. It's Cordell's private password, guys. So just hit the button. Then you're here. If you're here, your next step is just going to applications. And your WordPress is right here. That's the simple steps. That's it. You just go to hosting, click your order number, log into cPanel, click WordPress. If you did not do that, or it does not work, you're not going to be able to follow anything starting now. So you should come up to the stage, like quickly, fairly quickly, one by one, or as many people as we can fit, and let's try to fix these problems. I'm here on live stream. I could simulate being any one of you. So if you have an issue, come up. I assume no emoji, no raise hand. Everyone's good. We good?
I think we have already coming up on stage. And Bill, I noticed you were putting up like a hand or some emojis. If you guys are on the PC, I know raising your hand is impossible. They chop off your hands before you start on the PC. We get it. So just put up, some emojis a couple times. Sarah, Cash, or Mattia, we'll be able to call on you guys if we see those. We promise. Artie, let's go right over to you. Any questions or comments? And Bill, if you had something, feel free to wave that hand or spam some emojis, and we'll get over to you, sir. Artie, mic is yours.
Well, he just answered my question, so I was able to get in. So, thank you.
Excellent, Bill. And guess what? I am so excited. This is the first time you've ever spoken in Spaces. Isn't that true?
Well, what happened the last time is my question got answered, and then I decided to go off as a speaker, and then it would never let me come back as a speaker after that because I'm unverified. I guess you're only allowed one request to be speaker.
Well, you can park yourself right up there in the speakers panel, because I'm excited for you, and I'm glad that you are now branching out and learning a new skill, not just in this respect, but also learning how to be a part of X Spaces, because that's a very big step for you, and I'm excited for you. So I'm glad that you're here. You can put your mic back on mute so it's not live. If you have the little purple mic down below, that means you're live, which means we can all hear what's going on in the background. So just be aware. There you go. Excellent. Artie, go ahead, hun. Take your mic off mute.
Hey, Ross. My credentials are not working. I understand how to get there and everything.
So wait, when you say credentials, which layer?
When I get to cPanel from the
Your
DigitalOcean portal.
credential doesn't work.
Sorry, what?
That's you're saying your cPanel doesn't work right now.
Yeah, and I'm like, if I show password, use that password, copy paste everything, it's invalid.
Okay, hold on. I gotta simulate you without showing your password to the whole galaxy right now. If I can get in, Artie, that means you did something wrong. Hold on, stand by, 2 seconds. Here we go. Username is Artie, obviously. Password is a crazy password, you already know. And success. So Artie, it's my favorite saying. It's a you problem.
It's a you problem. Sorry,
All right,
Artie.
let me give that another try.
That is my
okay,
coffee
Artie,
mug.
just, like,
It
try
is a you
again.
problem.
Just try again. Like, honestly, I'm in. So I can promise you it's not an actual real problem. So if you really, really cannot get in, I would say switch browsers or do something.
It was a space after my username.
Yep, that's typically what it is. There you go. Always paste somewhere else before pasting the password. Just a simple pro tip. Put it in like a text editor, see what's actually coming out, and you'll catch like an extra space.
Capital letters too. They're no bueno. I see that Sharon has a hand up, love. Go ahead.
I have the same problem as Artie.
Check for the extra space. It's usually the space at the end or, just a capital letter, but definitely try again. And I think that Ross could probably emulate you to also, I mean, that kind of sounds weird. I want to emulate you.
Yeah, I
But-
mean, that's all I'm going to do is emulate you if you have an issue. Like, I'm just going to go in there and pretend to be you and then see that it works.
Yeah, can you please do that? Because I entered my email, I think it's right, and the password is just not working, so I don't know where the space is supposed to be.
All right, Sharon, let's see. I'm not going to say it yet, but you know it's coming.
Uh-oh.
I will tell you too, if you are in the speakers panel, you are an open target. So just be aware that happens, and it's a
I'm
good
dropping
thing.
down the listeners when I'm done with this.
No, you're not. You're
All
staying
right.
right there.
This is it, Sharon, the moment of truth. Whose problem is it right now?
It's a me problem. I know that by now. It's a me problem.
Okay, here we go. Hold on.
I
Here
beat
we
you
go.
first with this a
And
you
of course,
problem.
the problem, Sharon. It works. So just try again. Look at what you're copying and pasting. Look for an extra space. I'm in your account right now, live on stream.
Oh my gosh. What am I doing wrong? Oh man, it says that I can't get in. What am I doing wrong?
Check to see if you have an extra space at the end of your password.
I don't.
Or username at the end
Check.
of your username.
Yeah, try the username.
Hey,
I don't. I don't see any, I don't see what's wrong. I don't know where I'm messing up.
So I'm logged in as you right now.
Okay.
It says to me, hold on, let me go.
Talking about DigitalOcean, right?
So what the link you're on should say cPanel, it should be like orange, right?
Oh no, I'm trying to get into DigitalOcean.
See, that's a different layer.
I'm sorry.
So DigitalOcean, I actually can give you the super secret link. So all you gotta do, Sharon, actually, no, I got it. I already have it here. Copy it. Someone should send it. I'm gonna give this to you. You click this link, you log into hosting. You do not need a password. We created this as a simple way to help users get in and help students get in when they couldn't, because sometimes we're dealing with like middle schoolers here. So we have to be able to fully be able to get in passwordless.
Okay. So I don't even have an existing password for Ocean Protocol or what?
No, you do. I'm in your account. Just click the link I just DM'd you, and you're gonna get teleported into your account. Where
Thank
you
you.
can then, once in your account, it should look like this.
Yep, okay.
No, it's okay.
And that's, yeah, exactly. Hmm.
Yeah, so that's your password. You can get in, and then you should be good.
Can I always use that link that you just sent me?
Yeah, just don't give it to anyone, obviously.
Of course
That's
not.
a
Of course not.
very bad link to give somebody.
Thanks so much.
Excellent, Sharon. Amy, you had a question next.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. Ross, I have a me problem. I don't know where my password is or like remember I don't even remember what it was. I mean, yeah, it was just like a bunch of random yeah, it wasn't saved. So, can you help me? Is there a possibility you can help me? Yeah, I'll do anything, really, truly.
You got to sing. No, I'm just kidding. He's
I
got you.
knew it.
Me, la 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 la.
Alistair will DM you a link, which will get you right in, the secret link. If anyone needs a secret link, just let us know. It's just not the securest of the links, but it does work. I would definitely not put that anywhere, but just to yourself or via your email, because if you post that anywhere, people can get into your account immediately and take over your server.
All right. And I can like change the password anyway once I get in there and
So
remember it.
you could,
Then, right?
so okay, wait, let's talk about that. So you could change hosting. So hosting.mytsi.org, feel free to change that. If you change cPanel, the world explodes.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, like, but once I get in, I can change. I can change the password
Again,
for
when you're
no.
in hosting, yes. If you're in cPanel and hit change password, everything goes bad.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna change anything. I'm just gonna save it
That's right.
somehow or
That's
whatever.
right.
And like
Don't
last
change
pass
anything.
or something. Yeah. All
But
right.
you
All
guys
right. Thank
are
you.
to get in. It's like a huge issue because then you just simply can't do these things that we're doing right now.
It's always better safe than sorry. In these classes, we're playing in a digital playpen, right? So there's always a want, and I will tell you, we're all entrepreneurs in spirit, which means we push buttons and we test things and we try to break them because that's who we are. But in this specific situation, you want to sit on your hands and don't do it because there is the chance that you lose the good stuff that's in your backpack, your digital backpack. So just, I know how hard it is because you're trained to always change your passwords in this sense. Don't do it yet. Jeff, I'm going to go to you first, and then I'm going to go back to Sharon because she might have a, a new issue, a new me problem. But go ahead, Jeff.
I was having the same problem with the username and password last week, and it was and Russ flies across screens like Speedy Gonzalez. But I finally caught on to a trick that he uses, which is instead of trying to highlight from left to right, like I think most people will do to do a copy and paste, go from right to left. I don't know why, but it seems to work a lot better at eliminating those spaces. And that made all the difference for me being able to get through that login process more easily. So just thought I'd throw that out.
Well, that's good. I'm glad it helped you. And yeah, guys, the thing is, I'm going to tell you what I tell my students, like when I'm actually teaching in a classroom of high school, middle school, college, or whatever. You don't want to spend 2 hours logging in, guys. Spend 2 hours outside of class logging in and DM us and we'll help you. But we can't really do this. I mean, we could, we're just not going to get as far as you'd want. You don't want to do this every single time. So if we're going to go through it today, please take notes or try to remember or review the live stream. Because remember, it is streaming live 24/7, 7 days a week. You can see the replay at your leisure. Please take the opportunity to see the part where we're logging in and listen to this again until it's super easy for you. It should be very easy, like logging into Facebook or Twitter.
And the other thing too is that you're going to gain a muscle memory when you go through the steps over and over again. It's just like if you were in martial arts, right? You can't just show up and think that you can do your forms. You have to show up in increments and continue to practice every single form over and over again. And eventually your mind doesn't even think through it. It's just pure muscle memory. And in a lot of sense, many of you don't do this day in and day out. I know I don't. This is not my forte. But after class, I'm very disciplined about going through all the steps again and just kind of rehashing it until it becomes a flow. Because once that happens, then you know what to look for, right? So thank you, Jeff, for coming up. That was very, very nice of you to share with everybody. Sharon, go ahead, love.
I mean, I've logged into so many places in my life. I'm 46. I've been using the internet for probably over 25 years. I cannot get in. Am I that dumb? I'm on
No, you're not dumb.
Hell no, Sharon. You know, I'm on cPanel. Now I'm entering my user. It's telling me I'm supposed to enter an email, but what I wrote down last week was just my first name and then the password. Why is it not working? Is that really, am I really that dumb?
Where are you? Do you see a cPanel red logo?
Yeah, of course. I'm in cPanel, right? I'm in cPanel ID. Is that not the right place to be?
No.
Okay, fuck. So I did fuck up. Okay, I'm sorry.
You
Oops.
did. I don't know how you got there, but the problem with this, guys, is not only did you make a mistake, but your mistake is kind of easy. What's more difficult is when you do actually log in, if you actually do get into cPanel ID, what ends up happening is you're routed to a place and you end up buying cPanel. This happened 3 times, guys. Don't buy cPanel. You're given cPanel tonight for free, absolute free. All you have to do is follow the steps. You don't go to cpanel.com ever.
So now what is the link? Isn't it not cPanel? I mean, where am I messing up?
So it would be your website domain and then cPanel/cPanel. So yourname.tsiprogram.org/cPanel.
So I'm missing that /cPanel because when I clicked on it, so I just have to add /cPanel to it because when I'm in Ocean, right? When I'm in DigitalOcean, it's not showing that cPanel.
Wait, so you're like confusing me and yourself right now. So like if you're in the DigitalOcean, you should see a screen that gives you your password right here like this.
Yeah, of course, that's where I am.
And to get there, you would copy this link, number 1, copy and paste, or you would put your domain /cPanel and then log in like this.
Yeah, but that's what I did. Well, I'll try it again because that's exactly what I did the first time because I remember that's what we did the last time and then it tells me not found. So I'm messing up something.
Not found is weird because it would say wrong password, not found.
Okay, you click.
Now I'm there. I'm sorry. Now it works.
Don't
I'm
click
so
the
sorry.
link. You're missing the step. The step is copy. This is Sharon.
Okay, I will send you a link with a login.
Yeah, you'll see.
Got it. I just found it. You guys don't have to. It just
You
worked.
good?
So sorry. I messed up. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. But like what we want to do, Sharon, is how for you, and I can't say this for everyone, so everyone just listen and interpret. Sharon, how do you not forget this? What's your process here? Are you going to write this down, save this link, be like, Sharon, all caps, here's how you get to cPanel? Which one are you going to do? Because all you need to do the same thing.
Write it down.
Channel link and save the credentials somewhere so you don't even log into the host.
Because you cannot get stressed about.
Literally have 3 bookmarks for this.
I did all of that, but somehow I clicked the link because that's what I've written down and it didn't work. And that was probably my problem. And then I tried to go other route. So I guess that was just my problem. I clicked it. I wasn't patient enough. And I'm like, this is not working. And then I tried a different route. And that, of course, didn't work either because I was on the wrong cPanel.
Sharon, one of the things that helped me out, and I know this might not help a lot of folks, but I have to be a visual learner. So when we did the steps that Ross taught last week, I actually took screenshots of each one. And so I have, a binder full of step outs. And I know most people don't go through that, but for me personally, I also keep large margins so that I can keep track of the notes as I go. And it's always helpful for those that, if this is new to you, always, always have a little pad of Post-it notes next to you. And I tend to leave the tabs open or at least bookmarked, because last week, Dave Meir did give an awesome suggestion just to bookmark everything. And I just went on a spree, bookmarked everything, and then made sure I left the windows open so that I knew
Bookmarks
exactly where they were.
Numbered list.
I
Numbered
know
bullet
this sounds
list.
like redundant, but I followed his Notion notes actually for the SAS class and learning how he made that checklist, because for me personally, I had to have that. And I know each of us are different learners, but never think for a million years that if you're not getting past that one step, that there's friction there, that you're just not getting it, because that's not true. You might actually know all of the steps, and it might be a technicality, that you're losing it on a technicality, which really bites. But having those little sticky notes, right? Just, no one's going to be at your home computer. They don't know what this class is. All of my sticky notes for this particular class, the WordPress class, happen to be bright orange, right? Every class that we teach has a different color, and they all are kept together. And then I have a giant whiteboard like Josh Hellman. When you're learning in a full environment like this, having those kind of like little memory tools helps, right? So don't ever apologize either, Sharon, because you know what? There are a lot of people that are struggling, and then what they would do is just freeze up and say, you know what? I can't get past this step, then I'm not going to go any further, and I'm just going to play along in the background. And we don't want anybody to be left behind. And sometimes it just means that you have to hear it a different way. A lot of times I'll listen to Ross and I'll hear Alisher in the background, and then I'm kind of compiling what both of them are saying at the same time, and then it clicks. And that moment that it clicks, it's awesome. But yes.
Wait. We have one interruption, because I just got a comment, and this is going to get strange if you try to do this. So, a few things. One, if you already have cPanel, kudos to you. You're using really great software. But you can't use your cPanel actually, because we have things on our cPanel that is already activated for you. If you already have a cPanel, what you could do is wait till you're done here in this session, like all 6 weeks, and then you can actually take what we built and bring it to your cPanel. But it will come with all the activations and license keys and everything you need. If you do this now, everything will be deactivated upon using it, and you'll have to purchase things like Divi and all the other plugins we're going to use. So what I would do if I was you, is I would build on our server, build the whole site. When you're done, just bring it there. We're going to have part of our last class bringing it to your own server. So if that was you are one of the 3 people in my DMs, and this is what you said, remember, use our server first, get the activations, get the secret codes, then bring it to your server with the activation, or else things will not be activated. Okay, you can continue. I just wanted to say that because I got 3 DMs.
Well, many people here probably have been playing with these tools in the background, right? You need to keep this quarantined off in a different sandbox. This is the TSI sandbox, and all of these wonderful things that we're playing with live in your digital backpack for this class. And you don't want them cross-pollinating with the other stuff in your ecosystem, just because they have different interesting things. So I see that Visual Life also had that question. Just play with these tools. Do not let them cross-pollinate. This is the Ghostbusters moment, folks. Do not cross the streams. And if someone asks you that you're a god, you say yes. Otherwise, we're all screwed. Okay. So don't cross the streams, and make sure that you're keeping all of these things in a nice little protective bubble wrap, right? So I know how much you want to do that, but I can tell you, maybe Dave can kind of pop in here and explain it. I already know that he has a cPanel. I know that he probably has all the bells and whistles, but he signed up for this class in order to get this particular piece of the digital backpack so that he could have a different project that's separate, because he's going to purpose this for something else later, probably. I don't know if that's the case or not. Please don't get mad at me, Dave, for putting words in your mouth. But if I were gifted in the ways that he is and had those alchemic, dark ways and dark magic of WordPress, heck yeah, I'd do that. I know a lot of you are very gifted and have made WordPress blogs before. These tools need to stay in this specific backpack until we're done with the class and you've finished it all out and you understand what all this stuff does. And then Ross and Nick and Alisher will tell you what to do with it and how you can make it yours and lick it and stick it and call it your own and love it and squeeze it and name it and all of that stuff. So Dave, go ahead, hon.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that part of the reason to keep everything in the same sandbox is this example today. How do I log in? Ross is able to find the login, send you the magic link. If you start using your own stuff, well, then we're not all on the same page playing in the same sandbox. And then he can't give people the magic link. And he's not there to offer support for different systems and hosting and all of that other stuff. And for me, you can host this in a million different ways. It's actually immaterial. And I will build a website on my computer, then I will put it on DigitalOcean or somewhere else. And that makes no difference. But stick to what everybody is doing in here, and it's really, really easy to transfer it later on. Quite often, I build on my computer, I put it on a test server for the clients to approve it. When they approve it, I move it to another hosting company. So there's 3 different kind of, WordPress hosting going on in that one project. It's immaterial to me. It makes no real difference. But stay in the same sandbox so that everybody is on the same page and everybody can give you the same support, and primarily start you from the same point that everybody else is doing. Exactly what Ross is doing here. If you see this screen, that's what he's saying to you. So like, you won't see that screen if you have a different hosting panel. Don't worry about the hosting panel. You're not here to learn about hosting and which is the best and most optimized version. I've spent years doing that. This is about just building a WordPress website and stretching your legs on that. And once you've done that, there are a million different ways that you can then set up the hosting and all of that sort of stuff. And I'm happy to answer DMs and point you in the right direction on that. But don't worry about the nuances of where it's actually going. We're not building a road right now. We're just building a car.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. And also, you don't want to like mess up that connection now, because like I may need to help you get into your actual WordPress, fix something, and it's going to be a lot of things you'll have to buy if you move right now and try to follow along. You're going to be stopped by spending hundreds of dollars every move we make, because if it's not under my domain, it's not licensed. And if it's not created the proper way and exported, it can't be licensed outside of our domain. So it's very, very important that we do this properly. And if you have questions or you can't log in, moving forward right now is going to be quite difficult for you. It's going to be more like an entertainment right now, listening to this banter of all of us building stuff.
Ross,
You could be a part of it.
just real quick, Tarot Jesus, did you get in? Are you on the same screen that you see in the Innovations Think Tank website? If you're already in cPanel and you've logged in, you should be looking at the screen that the boys have up top. And I just want to make sure, because I saw your tweet a little bit late, so I wanted to make sure that you're all in sync with everybody else before we move on. And yes, Kathleen, I was talking about existing tools that people already have in the background, not to cross-pollinate with the tools just for this class, if that makes sense. We are cross-pollinating with each other because that's what we do as people, but I might not have been clear, because sometimes I'm not.
This is the
Little
science
crispy.
lab for mad scientists like to spill stuff and make explosions and break stuff, and you don't want it near other stuff right now till it's done.
Well, this is a lab. Okay. So, when you have lab tools, you don't take them home, right? We're playing in a sandbox that's kind of quarantined for the time being, and you don't want them to kind of intermingle with existing stuff, because you're learning something in a cohesive spot. And just like what Dave said, if you run into some issue, whether it's login or anything else, you can have secret things behind the scene that can get you on the same page. Because for those of you that are crypto bros, I know that quite a few of you are, this is a custodial wallet, right? He's built a playground for you. It's a custodial wallet. We're playing within his custodial wallet. These are not your keys, not your crypto yet. So you're in that ecosystem, and there's bumpers in the bowling alley, right? We can't get into the gutter balls yet or anything else. It's kind of contained, if that answers your question. I'm going to look at the entire folks in the listening audience. If I don't see any thumbs up, thumbs down, or some kind of smoke
Sarah,
signal,
can I
we're going to
just say,
continue. Go ahead, love.
for anybody you know, getting stressed about this, I heard everybody saying, am I, you know, I heard Sharon saying, am I just stupid, am I dumb? Like, this happens all of the time, and it's perfectly fine. I build websites, and I have clients who call me or email me and say, what's my password? And I say, well, for security reasons, I don't have your password. Would you like a new password? And they have the same reaction. Oh, I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where to save it. It's perfectly fine. It's no big deal. Just have somewhere private on your computer to document it and note it down. If you're going to be doing this, you know, full time, or you're going to keep passwords, like, get a tool like 1Password or LastPass or something like that. It will save you all of this hassle. But now just write them down somewhere. It's okay. You like, it's nothing to do with intelligence and IQ.
Exactly. Amy, did you have a quick question before we continue? Everybody should be on the page that Ross has on the website. It says, welcome to WordPress. That's where we want to be. And it has a little green circle. That's, you know, something to say. Green means go. We're going to push forward. Go ahead, Amy. Are you good, Sweet Pea?
I actually don't have anything to say. Dave had already said what I was going to say, so I have nothing to
Perfect.
say.
We are all on the same page. All right. So, guys, next class, we cannot waste 50 minutes to get opening this page. Because it's not going to end well for us. We're going to be crispy around the edges because we are going to get through all of these bullet points tonight. So, Ross, Alisher, Nick, are you ready to
So,
continue?
yeah, no, we're ready. Is everyone logged in? DMs are
Yes,
being
I'm
monitored by my
in.
team. So if I don't answer your DM, you don't have to come up on the stage and just yell at me about your DMs. They're going to be answered in real time by our team. So they're being monitored. So feel free to DM Tech in Schools if you have an issue. The other thing, we have a private Slack, and the link will not be posted. So if you want to get in, you can just DM us, and we will get you in the Slack. The Slack is good for communication that is super easy, very professional, and upgrades everyone to pro. See, in Discord, we can't make you all Nitro, unfortunately. But in Slack, we can make everyone their most expensive plan as soon as you arrive in our channel. And this is really important, which allows you to upload large files, share large things. In Discord, you can't even upload like 3 videos. So now you guys can upload like actual pieces of code, entire folders, graphics, and we can help you and talk with you. So if you haven't already, shoot us a DM and get in this Slack, because that's the best way to get help. So if you
Ross,
go to our
please tell them
Discord,
not to put passwords in there in Slack.
don't put passwords in Slack. But if you go to our Discord, it's really for AI Tutor and Pixio, and not for help for this. So please use the channel that we're providing, which is available for help for this course outside of the live times. So if you haven't got that, shoot me a DM and I'm happy to invite you.
We are all good. I'm doing one final mic check for Kev. Are we good? Excellent. Okay, continue.
I just wanted to pipe up and thank everybody for the delay. It got me home just in time. Let's go.
There you go, Smoke, pedaling a little fast.
Hurry up and log in, Smoke. We got to go.
Oh,
you're
I'm
in,
there. I'm there. Let's go.
you should look at see my screen. If you see my screen, you're good to go. The first thing you need to do is create a page. If you already have a page, do it again because we need to learn how to do this over and over again. Pages are how you create content for your website. So once you have a page and you're making a new page, the first thing you're going to see is this. This is really important for a few reasons. So let's go over them. First, if you go ahead and install other themes, which some of you already have, I will advise you would not do that. Here's why. Once you do that, you change the fundamental ability of Divi. What's cool actually is if you install both Elementor and Divi, they can be installed simultaneously. Fun fact, did you know that? The only thing they can't do is be on the same page together. So if you import another theme, right, and you're like, I love this theme, I want to use it, you're going to do a few things that are not good, and you're going to do a few things, I guess, that you think are good. First, I will say what you will do on the immediate way, in the immediate is, and I'm sending out Slack links right now, is you'll disconnect the Divi Builder. The Divi Builder comes with a lot of things that you can import. Now, I think that that's actually really important because we're going to be learning with Divi. But here's the thing. Later on, you could branch off and do whatever you want. And we're going to have another series where we'll do different things. We're doing this with partners to make it available for you for free. So if you're going to go against the grain and do WordPress, you could. But check this out. When you export, Divi doesn't come with it and all the activations. So imagine a resource that you could have had that you just threw in the garbage. Even Dave, who probably is going to use this to experiment with Divi, I mean, he's not going to throw it away. You never know when Divi will come in and you could use it for a quick website build, landing page, or lead funnel. And it has beautiful layout.
I love the
It's
Divi.
a quick.
Divi's one of my favorites. Yes, that's fun for me,
So
guys.
if you don't do it, thank you, Morgan. It is. And if you don't do it like this, guys, it won't connect the dots. Not connecting the dots is not good because then you can't take it with you. I'm going to tell you a quick little thing just so you understand the value. In theory, you could make 100 websites from Divi once it's on your server. Do you guys understand? You can take the copy, call the copy a template, and you can make more websites. Now, if you're not already thinking about this, let me enlighten you. That means a client hits you up and it's like, hey, can I have a website for like $5,000? And you're like, sure. And you do it overnight because of Divi. And so you can go from that to doing websites for like 30 grand, not using Divi, but you can get there and take those steps.
Let's
okay. Alicia's going to be sending out Slack links. Yeah, I know. I was just getting it. So the thing is, guys, when you don't have this button, you are going to have other buttons, right? There's Elementor, but we want to focus on Divi because everyone here, if you haven't used Divi, it's awesome. If it's your first time, it's really awesome. And if you're a user of WordPress, it's going to be a breath of fresh air because you won't have to do so much. And if you want to do so much, well, here's the thing. Divi actually lets you create your own Divi theme from code and PHP, which is actually really cool. And not only that, you could design it and you could sell to their like millions of customers on their marketplace, which means you make money if you get good at putting, and here's the best part. You don't even need to code. You can build a website and kind of save it. And then you could save it as a theme and then put it in the marketplace. And then people could buy it all the time.